I'm aware that I'm muted. I was rocking out to this song. Love this song. Rearranged. Limp Bizkit. Woo! Little, just that little drum and snare hi-hat stuff from John Otto. That bass line. Doom doo 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 biddly doo biddly doo doo doo. Oh, so good. When's the last time you started your day with music? And then the second part of it would be, are you starting your day with good music, positive music? I probably had a time in my life where most of the music that I listened to was, is it nourishing for the soul or is it brain rot? Well, who knows, right? Who knows? No, I can't turn the music on. YouTube is waging a war against music, I tells ya. Nimbus is down here asking for third breakfast, so I'll give it to him when I launch the intro to this show. What show is this, do you ask? Well, now, let's tell you about it. I will tell you all about this show. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere north of Mexico. Isn't that all of America? I guess, okay, maybe we got some islands, but anyway, my name's Brian Engelman. Today is Wednesday, November 26, 2025. Buddy. And this right here that you are watching is called the TNAM Daily Show. There it is. TNAM stands for the New American Media. Happy to have you today. Candace Owens in the crosshairs. Or has she gone crazy? That's the debate. She's got the #1 podcast. Everybody wants to know what's going on. Taking a week off of the show, saying the French president, Emmanuel Macron, and whoever he is partnered up with, she's made some very specific claims. And she said, I would stake my entire professional career on this, all of my integrity. I've researched it that much. I'm that confident that the Macron partner is a dude living as a lady who was an older man that groomed him as a kid, something along those lines. That's the accusation that Candace makes. Has been making for quite some time. And now her show's off the air. She's saying that she has evidence that they've placed a hit on her and that they were involved in taking out Charlie Kirk. What do we make of this? Love to get your comments. Type them in the comments section. We'll put the comments up on the screen here. Hello, Droopy Dog and Marion and Lake Leon and John. Yep, John, cool. Got an ad. You done good, lad. Hey, you done good, laddie. Hi, Nimbus. You look like the Sphinx over there. Very handsome. Very handsome. I brought Nimbus a chair because he'll enjoy sitting on my lap or sitting up here and typing on the keyboard. He loves typing on my computer keyboard. And he loves laying to the right or to the left, but then I can't use the mouse because, cats love mice. So I rolled the other chair. I put a very festive, very colorful. Yeah, let me see if Nimbus wants to look outside. Let's do this. Now he can look outside. How about that? Aww. It's one of the finer things in life, just being able to be in the presence of a gato. Not bad. Of a gato. And just knowing that you're giving them you're doing what you can to make their life nice. Even just now by opening the window. I mean, he's up. He's like seeing it windy and blowing out there. Almost like he can smell the breeze. This late November breeze, Turkey Day Eve. They say it's the busiest bar night of the year. One of them. And I can tell you, it traditionally has been. I spent a lot of time in my life slinging drinks, bartending, a lot. I've enjoyed it. Various establishments have various requirements and needs and clientele. Yeah, it's a fun time. It's Turkey Day Eve. So, of course, yeah, preparing. Are you prepared for food? You know, there's that dish that I've told you about. It's that Jell-O thing with the cream cheese, whipped cream topping with the nuts on top. It's got like cranberry in the Jell-O and pineapple in the Jell-O. I think I'm going to have to make it. I keep talking about it. It's just when I think of Thanksgiving, I think of that thing. Yeah, and I don't really have a stack of recipes from my mom, and she's gone, so I can't ask her. That's a good gift idea. Like to make a recipe. It's easy to make your own books now. There's plenty of sites that'll do it. You can upload pictures and stuff. Maybe I'll do that. Stan Store is a place where you can make like digital products, and I think I'd like to do that. But yeah, Thanksgiving recipes are how you pass those family traditions around. What are you most excited for on Thanksgiving? Type it in the comments. QOTD, what are you most excited for? Very curious. Marion, it's TNAM. Oh, doggone it. Got to change the graphics, edit the theme. Why can't I lock the theme? I would love to lock the theme. Ooh, all these fonts. Look at this. Is there a font that I love? Well, that's wild. Here, we'll do it like that. Yes, this is the new American media because the old American media has failed you. You know that. We know that. I know that. You know that. The American people know that. So question of the day, what are you most looking forward to? John says, a day off is what I'm looking forward to the most. Hello, Kenneth. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Howdy, 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 howdy. At the bottom of the screen, to all the newcomers, all the first-time viewers, all the, well, regulars, everybody. Welcome to the bar. I'm your bartender, and if you're having a good time, we do have tip jars available, Rumble rants and super chats, subscriptions on Rumble and YouTube, and just letting the advertisements play. Let the ad play at some point. That you know, the algorithm knows. The algorithm knows. I hit my lip and I gave myself a stutter. The algorithm knows. So that's always appreciated. Patreon subscribers, thank you. It's nearing the end of the month. We usually post about 2 things. You know, I think maybe I should do some unique original content over there. I don't know if it'll be an Ask Me Anything. Not entirely certain, but I do want to maybe, because I do have different content on different sites here at the New American Media. That's for sure. But yes, all those places are places you can throw something in the tip jar, as well as, what do we have? Oh yeah, direct. A little direct. You know, you ever see a family member or something? They'll just like slide a 20 into your pocket. I had a great aunt. She had a bit of a mangled hand. It was kind of, it was like a stumpy kind of, you know, pseudo. It was sort of like this, something like that. It was not fully formed. And she would have a $2 bill, and she'd kind of hand me a $2 bill. I got a bunch of $2 bills there. Actually, you know what I discovered? A stack of $2 bills. I forgot that I went to the bank a while back and got a stack. So I need to put some of those in the wallet. If you ever want to be remembered, give somebody a $2 bill. I heard that President Trump was thinking about doing a $250 bill with his face on it. I know that sounds douchey and whatever, but then when you realize it's to commemorate our 250th anniversary, it's kind of clever. It's kind of neat marketing, I think. I'd spend a $250 bill. And if anyone wants to put a $250 bill into my pocket, what is it? It's I'm trying to remember all the things. Venmo and Cash App is just my name, Brian Engelman, and then PayPal is what is it? Fuzz installment at yahoo.com. It's all scrolling at the bottom of the screen. But yes, Marion, this is the new American media because the old American media has failed us. It absolutely has failed us. Do I like these graphics? Here's another question of the day. Do you like these graphics at the bottom of the screen with the new? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. But yes, that is why I started the new American media, because I was lied to. Hello, David. Welcome, David. Kenneth, turkey lurkey dee and a turkey lurkey dow. Turkey lurkey doo and a turkey lurkey dap. I eat turkey, then I take a nap. Thanksgiving is a special night. Jimmy Walker used to sing Dynamite. That's right. Oh, Adam Sandler. 1990s Adam Sandler. As the holiday began, are we actually in? Is everybody off today? Is everybody working today? I love working. I love coming in here and talking about the news. I've tried to reduce the amount of time that I spend consuming news outside of here. I'll share things and grab things all day long, but I'm like, let me do a deep dive in it during the show, which is why sometimes when it's the end of a show, when it's maybe on the end of the week and I don't have a Saturday show scheduled, it's like, I still have stuff to talk about. I shared all these stories. I want to share them with you. But it is important that you're following the new American media in multiple locations. I see that almost everybody following here, as I'm fighting off a sneeze, is on YouTube. But if YouTube went away, and it did before, it's important that you follow us in the other places because the show will go on. But yeah, quick note. I did mention it yesterday, and I just want to thank you all again. Letting the show roll, watching additional content, it helps boost us to monetization. And then 3 months into it, now we got our first AdSense deposit into our business account. Now, these are like little steps, like 15 years in, you go like, well, how is it take? I've explained to you the amount of attack the new American media has faced. Deleted by Facebook, demonetized, content removed, shadow banned. You literally type in the name for it. Brian Engelman, the new American media, Larry Elder, for example, like some of the just memory hold. You can't find Brian Engelman, John McAfee. And you're like, where are these interviews? Where? So just this past, let's just call it this past year. Rebuilding and establishing these things, getting Rumble payments through, getting Patreon payments through, getting YouTube payments through. They're massively important. I mean, you couldn't possibly work a job that didn't pay. And we were having this discussion in one of my group threads, group chats, about working with a company. And then when somebody describes that they just want to, they have it in for you, they get off on the power of ruining your life. It's tough. It's tough to team up with a company. It's tough to team up with other people. And that's why it's been super important for me to, I don't do this on my own, but I do this on my own. Because I have to build a pathway that's going to work. Of course it's not on my own. It's like all of you are just crucial to this project. Deeply appreciative. So as Thanksgiving is tomorrow, I want to say thank you to all of you, the regulars, the first timers. You know, it's like every day something is happening now. There's different, you get a Rumble rant, you get a super chat, you get a new Patreon subscriber, a new Rumble subscriber, a new YouTube subscriber, something dropped in the Venmo direct, something dropped Cash App direct. It's like, it's great. It's all friggin' great. And now it's time to grow the show. So please text a friend, grab the share link to the show, and just text somebody. Text somebody smart. Text somebody, go, hey, you know, we usually meet over here around noon. And by the way, the show could change the time at some point. Maybe at some point it would be an early morning show. Maybe at some point it would be an evening show or a late night show. I don't know. But daily we gather as trash pandas. Oh, where's that? I did share that. Maybe John made a TNAM trash panda. I'll have to find that graphic. It should be when I go to my X feed. Yeah, we're just a bunch of little trash pandas here, rifling through the rubbish of the day, separating fake news from fact. It's getting tough to tell. It's getting really tough to tell what's true and what's not, but I try. I try to decipher it the best that I can. Candace Owens, it's tough to tell. Trump, it's tough to tell. Epstein, it's tough to tell. All of it. So anyway, question of the day: what are you thankful for? You know, if we kind of bow our heads or put our heads up to the sky and put our hands together, like, what are we grateful for right now? What are you thankful for? Type it in the comments, please. I would love to hear from you what you're grateful for. All right, Marion, a couple days off, 4 total. There you go. Yippee. Kenneth, looking forward to feeling better. Had a bad cold. Now, I don't give medical advice, of course. But do you take vitamin C and D and zinc by chance? And if not, can you? I know some people use the IVM. I don't think that's a taboo topic anymore now that they sold all their Vs, right? Yeah, but Kenneth, you were traveling. You get around a bunch of people, and it's easy to catch something. But it also it gives your body a chance to fight, build antibodies, and it you know. I guess the best thing to do is sleep and rest, and fuel. Good fuel is super important. So hang in there, Kenneth. I hope you feel better too. Maybe some green tea. Tea's good. I have so much tea. Some people suffer from low T. I have a lot of tea. T is in TEA, not testosterone. Hello, Danette. Did you say Danette for 2? Do you mean like a dinette? Is that what you mean? Yeah, already gobbling. Can I make a gobble noise? Something like that. Oh, Marion, your dad was known for handing out $2 bills. Really? Yeah, I've always said if you want to be remembered, give someone a $2 bill. But if you're ever on the run, if you're ever on the lam, do not use a 2. Do not use a 2. Yeah, our dad used to pay us back in the 70s with $2 bills. I give them to grandkids for birthdays and Christmas. Yeah, $2 bills are great. Them's the best. All right. What else? Can't really work and watch. Hey, wait. I can't really work and watch the show because I work from my phone and my calls are recorded. We got to get you a setup. How can we do this for Danette? Yeah, you don't want to be like an earbud, maybe. It's earbuds, right? You just need a device that can play the show. And then when calls are occurring and you have to be on the phone, like the earbuds are out, the headphones are off. People are going more to wired headphones now. Maybe it's a good idea. I don't know. Kenneth likes the people, but not the work. Well, there's that. Kenneth is thankful for the good people he knows. Nice. John is thankful for family and freedom while we still have it. What did Ben Franklin say? A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it. He knew. Marion, thankful for friends and family and good health. David is thankful for family and friends. Okay, Kenneth did take the IVM. There you go. David appreciates being here with you all. Hey, you know what? We are a family. And every time I would bartend, and I was told the last bar that I worked at, guy's been a general manager for a long time, and he said, I've worked a lot of places, a lot of years, and I've never seen anybody as good with the customers as you are. It's the best. It's the best. You show up and you make people feel happy. It's kind of what I do here is sort of what I was doing as a bartender. Now, I made a lot better money as a bartender. I'll tell you that. This is a labor of love. But I do have like a faith. I have like an unshakable faith that this is the path for me. This communication with you and with new people. It's going to be the thing, and this will grow. This will be the thing. But we become a community. The regulars become a community. And then the regulars are there, and then a newbie sits down. All right, who are you? Never seen you before. But then your goal, my goal, is to get people talking. So as you guys chit chat, I hear power tools out there, seeing if it's the neighbor that needs it. It's not. But yeah, you get people talking, and you do questions of the day, and you do trivia, and it's just, you have fun. You make people have fun so they want to come back. This is our bar. I do enjoy the bar. I love this bar. Who sings that? Question of the day. All right. Thankful to you all. Thankful for health, wealth, wisdom, and I pray for health, wealth, wisdom, and love. And that's also what I'm thankful for. So my understanding of how God and the angels work, they appreciate being appreciated. Wouldn't you? Of course. Sort of what, it's one of the best things you can do in politics is to make someone feel appreciated. Sort of the Trump thing. If you praise Trump, he's going to be one of your favorites. You point out, hey, this guy, look at that thing that's a great thing, and I'm so appreciative of that. He's like, I like this guy. That's how life goes too. But my understanding with angels and God, it's like they like to know, as we do, they appreciate being appreciated, and that's with gratitude and thankfulness. So on this eve of Thanksgiving, thank you all who have found the New American Media and the TNAM Daily Show. Thank you to everybody as well who watched Strictly Football yesterday. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson had another fantastic roundtable discussing last week in football and then the week to come. So check out that show if you're a football fan. Share it to your friends. They said, sir, I gotta work on my Trump. I gotta sit down and just do it. I think I want to go with the nasally Trump. And I kind of campaign Trump. A little riled up. But there is that moderate one. Someone was asking me the other day about my Bobby Kennedy impression and said it sounds like it's maybe getting a little better. And I did say the thing that I've been working on is maybe doing it while seated, standing, laying down, various versions of it. It wasn't always easy, but with a little bit of work, it becomes a little bit more natural. But it's repetition, it's reps. You want to get better at free throws? Shoot a bunch of them. You want to get better at shows? Do a bunch of them. More than 1,900 videos in 14 and a half years. So I'm trying to deliver the best show possible. With that, let's launch today's show. The TNAM Daily Show begins right now.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
All right, everybody. Let's get into it. All right, I'm going to share the show on Instagram. Let's share the screen of our Instagram feed. Let's kind of set you up with where we left off yesterday. Candace Owens said her show will be off the air this week. Both the White House and their counterterrorism agencies confirmed receipt of what she reported publicly, that Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize her assassination, per a source close to the first couple. Also, I will again state that the French Legionnaires were also involved with Charlie Kirk's assassination, per a source close to the first couple. Also, I will again state that the French Legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, but they did not act alone. For all of you who doubted my claims, you can now look to the President of the United States and our intelligence communities to issue a statement to confirm whether I am telling the truth. Kenneth, you said you feel like a flag on a windless day? That's a good phrase. Hang in there. Hope you get better soon, Kenneth. For sure. All right. Let's continue the Instagrammage. Here we go. Progressive Minnesota Judge Sarah West has overturned the jury's conviction of Abdi Fattah Youssef, a Somali man found guilty of stealing $7.2 million in Medicaid PCA scam while allowing him to walk free. The law only exists for white people, says Right Angle News Network. Is this a report?
He heard evidence that he ran his home health care company, Promise Health, out of a mailbox at a Central Avenue address where multiple other home health care companies were supposedly located. Yusuf and his wife, Lol Ahmed, were charged with stealing $7.2 million of taxpayer money through Medicaid overbilling in a personal care assistant, or PCA, scam. The couple allegedly spent tens of thousands of the fraud money on luxury items for themselves. Despite the jury swiftly convicting Yusuf, Judge Sarah West last week decided they got it wrong.
It's reversing or overturning a jury's verdict.
Defense attorney Joe Tamburino, who's not affiliated with this case, reviewed the decision. and analyzed it for KARE 11 News. He says Judge West ruled that the state's case relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and that she believed the state did not rule out other reasonable inferences.
That, in fact, there could have been other reasonable theories other than guilt in this case. That's what it comes down to.
At the August trial,
There could have been other reasonable theories besides guilt.
for Abdi Fattah Yusuf, the jury heard evidence that he ran his home health. Despite the ruling, even Judge West wrote that she is troubled by the manner in which fraud was able to be perpetuated at Promise Health.
I was stunned.
State Representative Kristen Robbins, chair of the House Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee, says she's now reviewing if any state laws need to be tightened.
I'm not entirely familiar with the details of the case. I'm not sure I'd jump to the conclusion where they say the law only exists for white people, although we've discussed on this show over and over and over again the decades of anti-white policy, anti-white discrimination that's been just a matter of course. It's just been the way things are for decades. But this type of fraud is happening at far too many places. Doge has uncovered a lot. Minneapolis is just full of fraud, money laundering, theft, and abuse. So they're wondering, should they tighten the laws? Oh, yeah, you should tighten the laws.
We want to strengthen state law so that we can get prosecutions out of these cases, because clearly a jury thought he was guilty.
Jurors in the case can't believe the decision.
By what right do you overturn a jury's decision? I mean, you should have to have the most compelling claims. You should have to prove. In this news report, they're not really saying, oh, well, it could have been other things. It could have been, well, like what? Like, what are we? I'm going to need a better synopsis. You're going to need to really explain yourself on this one. If that 7.2 million was taken.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked based off of all of the evidence that was presented to us and the obvious guilt that we saw based off of the said evidence. It was not a difficult decision whatsoever. The deliberation took probably 4 hours at most based off of the state's evidence that was presented.
And I've been a jury foreman before. It was awesome. I recommend it to everybody. Oh my gosh, is this Nick? Nick, haven't seen you in a while. Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick. Guess what? Well, if it isn't my old friend, Mr. McGregor, with a leg for an arm and an arm for a leg. Yeah, if you have the chance to be a jury foreperson, it's awesome. It's just a great experience. Obviously, everybody will have different experiences, but mine was great. I got to, and it was fun. Like they asked, would someone like to serve as the foreperson? I'm like, yes, I would. I absolutely. And I was like right in the thick of me being in my homeowners association. You get 5 people on your board, and it's just yappity, yappity, yappity. And you're like, guys, we got work to do. What can we do here? What type of work can we do? And I knew which direction I was going. It was an insurance case, and they were trying to claim something ridiculous, and they didn't make any case at all. And so when we went back there, I said, all right, we listened to all of that, and I'm trying to remember how I did it, because I didn't want to be heavy-handed. The one thing you learn in a homeowner association or in a jury or on a board of directors or some sort of, you're trying to get things, you're trying to, here's a task, I want to propose this. You get 3 competing bids. You look at the information in a jury. You got to sift through what's what. All right, then you make a determination. Then you actually have to make a decision. And the decision-making can be tough. And sometimes if you're a little too heavy-handed or a little too eager, it's just a thing where people are going to automatically push back on you for no good reason. It's like how Scott Adams often says that 25% of the people on any poll are going to get every question wrong. It's a different people. It's not the same 25% are wrong on everything. But when you tally it out, roughly 25% of the people are wrong on every poll. Some people will just oppose you for the sake of opposing you. So all that to say, I'm trying to remember if I asked, because I didn't want to tell them that was crazy. Maybe I did, because I can't remember anything else I said. But what I do recall was saying, all right, we could either have a long deliberation or we could take our time and really unpack the details of this, or maybe it's possible that we have a decision right off the bat after watching what we watched. Is there anyone in this room that would, and by a show of hands across the table, would you raise your hand if you feel as though the accuser did not present a case worthy of merit, and we could all go home immediately and tell them, why did you waste all of our time? Could you raise your hands? I didn't do it first, but I said, anyone? And everybody at the table did that. And I said, yeah, me too. I can't believe they wasted our time on that with no evidence. That was awesome. Sorry, that was just me remembering that moment, telling this insurance company, you guys are awful. That was my Luigi Mangione moment. You don't have to be violent. You can just be on a jury and tell an insurance company, go pound sand.
I was beyond a reasonable doubt.
The attorney for Mr. Youssef,
And it was beyond a reasonable doubt for me and the rest of that jury. I mean, instantly we walked.
Ian Burrell, sent me a statement today that says, in part, Judge West's ruling affirms what we have maintained from the beginning, that our client, Mr. Youssef, was wrongfully accused and did not
down to.
Despite the ruling, even Judge West commit fraud or racketeering. The Attorney General's office filed an appeal this afternoon, so the Minnesota Court of Appeals will take a second look at this decision. Julie.
So, Lou, did Mr.
So if they're going to have a second look at this, I'm curious to see if they're going to overturn that, undo that, or overturn that. And you saw the ruling with James Comey, and Letitia James. They threw those cases out. One judge did, right? And they said, oh, there's something procedural. You can't put somebody into office and then have them bring this case. They need to wait 120 days. It's like, huh? You're telling me a judge can't be a judge for 120 days once they're appointed? Like, they have a job to do, and this is the work. Go. I believe that's going direct to appeal. This whole legal process with the judges overturning what's going on, I understand it's supposed to work for us, but how often does it work for us? I don't know. I've never been more skeptical of everything in the entire system before, though. I'll tell you that much.
Tamburino, did he have any kind of emotional reaction? And this is pretty stunning. This does not happen.
Yeah, he leaned towards the idea that this was kind of a one-off, and that it would have a good chance at appeal. But the worry is that there's so many other cases just like it, where somebody's in the exact same position as Mr. Youssef, but is charged with fraud. And if the judge,
why have juries at all if judges are going to be like this?
Judge can determine that maybe they didn't know that the fraud was going on underneath them in the case, then other judges could throw it out just like this one.
All right. Do you know how quickly the Court of Appeals would take this up? Any idea?
Probably months.
All right. Thank you.
Commit fraud or racketeering.
All right. Well, look, I'm very eager to see the update on that case, because we know Minnesota is just rife with fraud. All right. What is this one here? Meet the Chicago judge. Here you go. Here's the Chicago judge who released a 49-time arrestee, who then set a woman on fire on a CTA train.
Vice President for the Office of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equal Opportunity.
The first time I came out on the bench and the deputy announced, all rise, the Honorable Judge Teresa Molina, the whole courtroom stood up and I was all excited.
Do you see how these social justice warriors get giddy with power? Like, what are her qualifications? But being announced as a DEI hire, like I believe that's what that guy just said.
walking out there, and I saw an Illinois State Trooper. He was African American. He had a sleeve covering his tattoos, and he was standing there, and
Oh, wait, is there music behind this? I can hardly hear it. I'll have to turn it up a little bit.
He looked at me.
There is music behind this. But this is worth hearing, because who in their right mind would release this guy?
And he nodded, and I knew what that meant.
He nodded, and I knew what that meant. It's all about race for her and that African American. What was it? A bailiff?
And so I looked at him, and I nodded back like, "That's right, we're doing."
That's right, we're doing this. Teresa Molina Gonzalez.
This, and it felt so good. It felt so good. So to
It felt so good.
me, a fine of $354.
The piano. I just want to hear what she's saying, because it doesn't.
Which is our normal no insurance fine. That's a lot of money. And
do I keep playing this, or I have to? It doesn't have the caption on here, so I can't just read it either.
Some of the judges that
you know what? I can't even. Here's what I have to do. I have to stop sharing. So she's talking about how $354 is no big deal to some people, but in the courtroom it is. So she offers community service. Here she is talking about being a Latina in the office. People would tell me, "Don't you feel like you're prosecuting your own people?" For the life of me, I don't understand looking at a white criminal and saying, "Oh, well, that's my people. I got to protect my people." No. There's a dirt bag, you put them away. No, I feel no connection to that person because of skin color. Zero. I don't get why other groups are so obsessed with what's between their legs, who they lay down with at night, the melanin content of their skin. It's irrelevant. What's relevant is the actions that you have on this earth. Let's listen to her response. I know you can't hear it, but it's true. There are a lot of defendants that look like me. However, as a prosecutor, I had the ability to work on which cases came in, to decide which offers were appropriate. Community service. So anyway, the point that they're making on this one is, think of this when you're wondering, who are these idiot judges who keep letting repeat criminals walk? Anyway, I tried sharing it with you. I just doggone stupid piano in the background. All right. Oh, that was Toby Keith. I love this bar. 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 Doesn't he say bar weird? I love this bar. Maybe it was like that. Hello, Pat. Oh, is this a two-parter comment for Pat? You just jumped in. Pat, did you have a first part to this? I don't think you did. Maybe you copied and pasted the wrong thing. I mean, maybe you can take a screenshot and get paid for it still, but I mean, it is a blessing to know that our show is on the radar of the paid propagandists. If you're taking flack, if you're taking flack, it means you're above the target. Pat Johnson says he shows no mercy toward any of his enemies, like Mark Kelly and the other real heroes in America. You think Mark Kelly's a hero? Unlike Trump and his phony bone spurs, they fought for their country and are actual real heroes. Encouraging sedition makes someone heroic? not quite sure what you mean there. But thanks for coming. Take the screenshot. Go get paid your $20. Yes. Nick Adams. Good to see you too. Been busy, life and such. Nick, are you still doing your show? I remember you said you got the you ate the spinach. You're like, I'm gonna do my show. That was awesome. You said you made a comment that watching this show was like, thanks for the reminder. I want to do my show. So that was pretty cool. Kenneth almost got picked as a juror. Yeah, a couple of times I've gone and sat through the thing and they don't need you and you go home. I was actually excited to get on this one, and especially since it wasn't going to be, this is going to be a 3-month long case. I'm like, ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got money for that. You're going to pay my bills in the next 3 months while I do this? I'll gladly do it, but, I can't, I'm not, so you can claim hardship there. But if we're going to have a jury system, it takes normal people. The power you have on a jury to nullify, jury nullification, I mean, it's powerful. Just show these district attorneys they can't get away with anything that they want. Super important. Kenneth says, the Lord will judge you, lady. Yeah, some of the hate toward the judges that are letting dirtbags back out, some of it goes a little too far because you can't ever know what somebody's about to do. And that's a real dangerous game to play when you think that you can. Real dangerous game to play. But, when you get into the violent stuff, the violent, crazy people, you put them away forever. You don't play nice with the kids on the playground. You don't go out to recess anymore. That's it. I've saw what you did. You kick them out of school, which, you kick them out. All right, you're out of society. Go. You get to stay in a mental home because you're a crazy guy. John, you said the fines are high for a reason. What reason is that? Marion, a criminal is a criminal is a criminal. It's not about race or gender or proclivity or religion. It's just doing dirtbag stuff. A lot of piracy in Minneapolis, doesn't it seem, though? David, at this point, I think most of the criminal judges have shown themselves, and it should be enough for the military to step in. I mean, we're getting very close. A lot of what's happening and the frustration comes down to there is no plan versus there's a plan. See, that's the beauty and the stupidity of the plan. You can never prove it. Oh, no. See, that not happening fast enough. See, that's part of the plan. And you go, huh? Like the Kool-Aid drinkers. Oh, it's going to end this week. It's going to end tomorrow. December 12th, December 20. What was the Mayan? What was the Mayan calendar end date? December 21st? Going with December 21st. 2012. Yep, December 21st. The Mayan long count calendar completed its 13th Baktun, a cycle of roughly 394 years. But yeah, if the military tribunals are going to happen, and if this is sedition, this is a criminal conspiracy, the grand conspiracy, you have traitors in the midst, you get National Guard pre-deployed, you're getting a lot of these illegal alien invaders out. By the way, if people are in this country illegally, you've been told, go to the CBP home app and self-deport. That's the plan. Lights are on in the club. Hey, if you don't have your wristbands on, everybody out. Everybody out. If you don't have a wristband, put your hand up. If not, out the door. And if they don't walk out on their own, that's what ICE is doing. It's not on ICE. That's on the trespasser. Nick is still uploading once in a while, banned from TikTok and almost everything other than YouTube. Well, I guess, Nick, it's that's the trick, Nick. Can you say what you're saying without saying it? Can you allude to it? Can you? Do you remember Howard Stern? All the way back before he went on, where did he go? Sirius XM or whatever satellite radio. He wasn't allowed to say a lot of the raunchy stuff on air. So they'd have to get very creative, very clever with how they said what they said. And they're still saying it. And I thought some strategically placed vulgarity or cursing, I understand it. I get it. I deploy those tactics from time to time. Because if it feels like that's an energy I'm trying to convey, I'll let it out. I don't overthink it sometimes. But it was very funny when you couldn't say a lot of stuff, so they would say very hilarious ways that you knew what they were saying, but they weren't saying it, so they weren't getting in trouble. So, Nick, that's a long way to say. Because then if you listen to Stern after and you could say all the things, you're like, I don't know. Now I'm hearing it. Now you're cussing too much or you're being vulgar too much. But when you're joking about it or alluding to it or tiptoeing around it, it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny. And I think they lost that when they were able to say everything. Marion has sat on 2 juries before. One was drug possession. The other was contractual disputes. How did you rule on those? How did you vote? And what was the verdict? Was it the right verdict or how did that play out? Kenneth got picked to be interviewed. Nick would love to be on a jury once. It's great. It's great. Great experience. Oh, are you saying something definitely changed around that time? Are you talking about December 21st, 2012? Yeah, I remember December 22nd, 2012. I was a guest on Coast to Coast AM with John B. Wells. And because I'd interviewed Dr. Jose Jaramillo, he was at the Conscious Life Expo in Los Angeles, and we talked about the Mayan long form calendar. He's like, well, it's just like any other calendar. You go to the end of the calendar and then you move on to the next day. It doesn't stop. It's just then it goes into the next cycle. And so I went on Coast to Coast and I called it, well, here we are. December 22nd, 2025. We're going to call this National Hangover Day. National Hangover Day. The world's ending. The world's ending. Let's get blitzed. Let's drink ourselves into oblivion. It's all over. People waking up the next day, with a raging headache. By the way, I did go to a wedding yesterday. I feel like I'm operating at a slightly diminished capacity. I don't usually stay out late imbibing on a Tuesday. But congratulations to both of them. Glad they were able to do that thing. But yeah, people say something changed around that time, December 21st, 2012. Some people say it's CERN, the Large Hadron Particle Collider. And holy shit, people. Question of the day, type it in the comments. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe. Rumble Rants, Super Chats are available for anyone to toss something in the tip jar. Is time moving faster? Question of the day. Is time moving faster? I feel like time is moving faster. I do. David says, how much more is needed for martial law to be called? There's criminality and collusion on all levels. The rot runs deep. And my suspicion is that they're trying to get through the midterms and bolster the numbers, kick some more Democrats out, have a little bit more power, and then go. I don't know. I don't know if that is the strategy. I don't know if it's a good strategy if it is. What do you say? I, for one, am concerned. Okay, that's funny. Nice one, Kenneth. Marion, never a fan of Howard Stern. David never liked Howard. That's the trick, Nick. No need to be coy, Roy. Oh, okay. Nick didn't tune in to Howard Stern when he switched to satellite. Yeah, it was. I feel like it was a funnier show. And to be fair, I was never like I was never a power listener to Howard Stern. I'd catch some stuff from time to time. I like the Howard Stern movie. But yeah, I used to laugh a lot when they were saying dirty things without saying it. I thought that was one of the best parts of their show. So, it's just yeah, I've heard that banned on TikTok. I still haven't even started a TikTok. Maybe I should. Maybe that's what will propel me to the next level. I just always thought, like, what do I need that Chinese app for? And then they force a sale, and then it's like, well, what do they accuse of? They say the Jews own TikTok now. Now you can't criticize anything. And you're like, so it goes from China to Israel to what even is TikTok? Why is TikTok needed in my life? Do I care? I don't know. I should probably be on TikTok though. David says to me, Howard is just another deep state creep. Oh, I mean, now, yeah, you listen to him now. It's very, I can't listen to Howard Stern now. He's just very angry, bitter, lefty. It was a drug possession, guilty verdict. How many other possessions jailed for? Was that like with intent to sell, like dealers? And look, like I'm fairly libertarian on a lot of things. Yeah, little L libertarian. I just there's pragmatism. I told Dave Smith this face to face, shook his hand, said I appreciated your pragmatism, trying to encourage libertarians to link up with MAGA and get a few things accomplished. Work on Maha. Work on, there are things we can do that will overlap and help. But if you don't, you're going to put this Democrat in there that's going to ruin everything. What's better? That's pragmatism. The big L libertarians, that's beneath me. I could never vote for such a thing, for I am pristine. And you go, come on, man. That's not how the sausage is made. That's not politics. You got to. Yeah, that is a great date to be on Coast to Coast. Nice. It was. I was also on Coast to Coast AM when Kelly Thomas, who was beaten by the Fullerton police to death. Unfortunately, I had to report that they were not found guilty. That was one of the worst cases I've ever covered. The audio and just watching that cop put on gloves so that he could pummel this guy to his demise, and the pool of blood expanding out and him crying for help, calling for his parents. And then the cries got less and less and quieter, and then silenced. These two cops beat this dude to death. One of the worst cases I've ever covered. Just that audio. I never want to see it again. But it's important. That was Kelly Thomas, and I was on Coast to Coast for that as well. I was also on as a guest, or as just like a call. I was on as a caller a couple times. And I was told my ghost story on Ghost to Ghost AM on the haunted Queen Mary. That was pretty fun. Kenneth, did I get lucky at the wedding? Is that what you're asking? Okay, question of the day. Yes, indeed, Nick says. And like McKenna predicted, novelty is increasing exponentially. Okay, so you're feeling time moving faster. What do you mean novelty is increasing exponentially? Can you expand on that? And time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking into the future. David says time is moving faster, in my opinion. I'm gonna fly like an eagle into the sea. Let the carry me. Do, 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 do. The contract dispute, the plaintiff lost his suit. Defendant won, hands down. Oh. I was literally thinking a dispute with somebody at a dry cleaner who lost their suit. Days and nights fly by. Danette saying, I can't open live chat on my desktop. You can't? You should be able to. I mean, I have it open, I think. I know, Howard did become a big libtard. Maybe he always was, but it's just the insufferable crew. The Keith Olbermans, the Howard Sterns, the Rosie O'Donnells, the worst of the worst. Just, it's sad. It's very sad. It was the flow of information they were trying to control. Mm-hmm. Nick says, the libertarian in me screams, legalize and regulate all drugs. Hey, like I said, I'm fairly libertarian, but there are real world ramifications. I what was it, Seattle or Portland? One of them just said, guys, we can't give out crack pipes anymore. This is nuts. You see San Francisco, all these zombies standing around. They're like, just, you know, having a smoke or a drink and relaxing like that, you know, whatever. But like, there's a problem with hardcore drugs. It's poison, and it's all poison to one degree or another. But yeah, I definitely get the libertarian urge to legalize and regulate all drugs. And it starts to become one of those, it's part do as thou wilt, and then it's also, but harm no man. You know, what was the Thomas Jefferson quote? If it neither breaks my leg nor picks my pocket, what do I care? So there's some of that. There's a lot of that. I mean, have you ever lived around somebody, very close to somebody who's engaged in prostitution and all the sketchy ass weirdos coming in and out? Oh, I've dealt with that on multiple occasions. It's not good. Have you ever been next to the drug house with all the sketchy criminals coming by, the zombies who will rob and break into everything not nailed down, steal every package, every piece of mail, break into homes, junkies? The whole junkification of America, it's not good. And then you mix fentanyl in, and then it's just random poison pills to take out the population. Like, that's not cool. So I guess if you regulate it and you sell it at 7-Eleven, it won't be, you know, if you open up a can of Budweiser, you don't expect it to be laced with fentanyl. Just like if you do your drugs and they're coming from a source, you go, okay, at least I know they're clean. Okay, fine. I know that's a tough one. But no, you do not want to live where those junkies are coming. They got to get their next high, and they got to find ways to do it, and they don't have money, so they're going to take yours. You do not want those in your neighborhood. So that's tough. That's tough because it's not pragmatic. It's not a real world thing. Just live and let live. Who cares? No. The whole neighborhood suffers. We all care. Your personal lifestyle is becoming an us problem. Now we have to get involved. So, yeah. Danette, I loved Coast to Coast. I grew up on Art Bell. Yeah, I've interviewed George Norrie. I've interviewed Ian Punnett, rest in peace. I have interviewed, obviously, John B. Wells, one of my favorite people. Very gracious, very, very intelligent. One of the best radio voices of all time, by the way. Who else? I don't know, probably a bunch. Oh, Jimmy, not Jimmy Dore, although I've talked to him too. Why can't I? Fade to Black Radio with Jimmy Church. Interviewed him multiple times with Anomaly. We were at a music convention hanging out with Jimmy Church, and that was fun. I think he's kind of anti-Trump too. Now, at least. Space Ghost to Ghost. Oh, that would be a good branding opportunity. Time flies when you have a gun. Who sings that? I've never heard of that. David agrees with Nick, but how can you regulate the harder drugs? It's when you get into the wonky stuff that gets tough. It's one thing to have pot stores and mushroom stores. Yes, that's one thing. Danette says, I feel like time is faster. I can sit and make a call, and before I know it, what felt like 2 minutes is 5. Oh, yeah, I'll glance at a clock and go, what? No way. I feel that time is different. And in this office, I have a clock on the wall. I need to take a picture and list it, put it on eBay. I've had it up. It's a Boston Red Sox clock. I'm not a Sox fan. I'm an Indians fan. They stole my team, called them the Guardians. But I need to take a picture and list it, put it on eBay. I think this week it's going to be a mega listing week. But I hear the secondhand ticking. Tick, tock, tick, doo, 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 doo. Nick says, novelty in this case is weird, new, strange things occurring. Weird, new, unique, strange things occurring. McKenna, it's Thomas McKenna, right? Am I remembering his Thomas McKenna? That doesn't feel right, though. McKenna. Yeah, the LSD guy, right? He had a theory of time called time wave zero based on this increase. Very interesting. Is that like spiral out, the Tool refrain? Keep going. Everything's a Fibonacci sequence spiraling out at a mathematical rate. Okay, Danette says she couldn't comment on your desktop. You couldn't comment on the YouTube channel? That's weird. Oh, the guy lost 3 convenience stores? That's a wild story. Kenneth Mon says, legalize it. Now I want to listen to some Sublime or 311. McKenna, time wave zero. All right. Wait, did you say you grew up in those houses, the crack houses? Or the prostitution houses? Oh, geez, either way, Danette. Yikes. Well, if you can get through it, anybody can. You're a walking proof, all right? You are a walking proof that doesn't matter where we came from. What matters is what we're aiming at and what we're doing. Instead of this constant grievance culture. Everybody's a victim. Woe is me. Just figure it the fuck out. Figure it out. Get a game plan. Oh, you grew up in those houses, though. That's... Danette says it would still be bad even if it was regulated. Yeah, drugs are just bad. Just anything in large... Someone was telling me, here's a question of the day. Does anyone in the group, anyone here at the bar today, nicotine pouches? Do any of you use nicotine pouches? I've heard a lot of things about them. I've heard a lot of good things about them, actually. Focus. Better REM sleep. Not a salesperson. Don't have a sponsor. Although, I need to get some sponsors, don't I? Yeah, the most that I sponsor is just to occasionally remind you, I have a Patreon if someone wants to sign up for a couple bucks a month. And I have tip jars out. Venmo, Cash App, and Rumble Rant Super Chats. For now. I wouldn't mind getting like a shotgun sponsor. I don't know. I don't know about Zyn or one of the nicotine. But I've heard it really. And I used to be a smoker. I haven't smoked in so long. Occasionally I get the urge. I'm like, oh. But it didn't react well with me. It didn't react well with me. If you're lighting up a cigarette and then you're reaching in for an inhaler, you're going, what, if I just don't do this, I don't need this. But yeah, there's something about nicotine, like focus and work and clearing your head. And having been Ritalin kid for so long, you know, it sort of messes up your brain chemistry, I think. People say, hi, Ken. And I reply, not currently. Who's our listener, Ken, that would call, who was our regular that popped in from time? Was it Rachel or Stephanie? Who was the one that would hike in northern Florida, Georgia? Who was that person? I haven't seen her in a minute. Nick says, responsible drug use is a thing. Stay informed and make decisions wisely. If you aren't free to be a junkie, you aren't free at all. Didn't NoFX have an album called Drunk in Public or Punk in Drublic? I think it was called. I think it was NoFX. Yeah, to personally do the things that you want to do. To like, I'm very like that. That's very close to my heart. You do you. It's just the filth and crime in public because of it. That's where it gets past responsible drug use to that's where you would say that's no longer responsible drug use. That's just sloppy, dangerous drug addiction. And it's hard for people to balance. As a bartender, you're supposed to not overserve people. You got to be very, very aware. You got to be very cautious not to, when someone starts showing the signs of like, you got to try to sell them some food, greasy food. They said like, fats, the best thing to eat, it's not pretzels. It's like, oh, I need some bread to soak up that alcohol. You go, no. You need like mozzarella sticks. You need a cheese pizza, or no, better yet, a greasy pepperoni pizza. That metabolizes. It helps metabolize the blood in your bloodstream faster. It's not going to fix much of anything, but it will help. In Canada, they tried to allow people to carry small amounts of hard drugs, but people abused it and did the drugs openly. See, I was close. I doggone it. I knew it was Terrence McKenna. I'm like, Thomas McKenna. No, that's not right. I got the T part. Terrence McKenna. Thank you. David, and also by allowing people to carry small amounts of hard drugs, you're kind of telling people it's okay to sell them, I guess, because you can't buy cocaine from a government store. Kenneth sees the synchronicities on the clock all the time, like 1:11. 6:07. I think God is winking at me. Oh, yeah. 11:11 is a very powerful time for sure. Nick, we can still have laws for public consumption and driving like we do with alcohol. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Danette says, I did grow up in one of those houses and it wasn't fun. Well, like I said, Danette, you're a walking testament that we can get through tough shit, bad stuff. We can get through. So that's kind of the best thing you got there. Like you got all those tough, shitty memories, of course, but all right. Push on, carry on. People get stuck looking in the rearview mirror too much. You can glance at it. That's why I think therapy can be a bit of a weird thing. To hyper fixate on just, I want to dig deep and find all these things that I'm mad about. And I want to keep reliving them and reliving them and reliving them. At some point you go, all right, I got it. Put that into a box, set it in there, acknowledge it, learn from it. All right, I got it. Close the box lid, set it up on the shelf. It's there if you really need it, but come on, you got other things. Put it up on the shelf. You'll never remove it from you, but yeah, don't hyperfixate on it. That would be that's not for you. That's for other people, Danette. You're doing great. Nick does the nicotine pouches. The only time I've noticed the stimulant effects of nicotine. When you say the stimulant effects of nicotine, some people can say, I feel my heart racing. In a bad way, what stimulant effects of nicotine did you notice in particular? Canada, you have franchise-run pot stores regulated by the government. Yeah. California, that's where I was at. They're doing it there. Marion tried one of John's nicotine pouches once when I was very young and about puked my guts out. That might not have been nicotine pouch. That might have just been a tobacco pouch, though. Different. I believe. Yeah, different. Kenneth suggests try the CBD gurus like Mike Barrow. Oh, for a sponsor? I mean, hey. Actually, one of Mike's people did send me some stuff. I need to get back to her. She sent me a care package to our P.O. box, as some of you have done, by the way. Thank you. Do enjoy a mighty fine gift from time to time. Yeah, this was the animal stuff for Nimbus and Mr. Bean. Nimbus knows I'm talking about him, maybe? Laying over there. Nick does Lucy nicotine pouches. All right. David says, but the better pot and higher THC and CBD stuff is on the native Indian reserves with no taxes. Oh, okay. Yeah, they sort of lose the plot when they say we're going to tax the shit out of it. Come on. If it's cheaper to get it from a drug dealer, you're still going to have the drug dealer doing it then. Make it cheap. Put a tiny little amount of tax on it and call it a day. Yeah, I've watched that happen where they overtax it. And it's like, you guys have not fixed the problem you think you did. Yeah, instead of legalization, we got taxation on our pot. That's all. Yeah, great. Kenneth likes gummies over alcohol. A lot of people do. And even the drinks, those THC drinks. I mean, okay. Those are popping up now. Huh. Kenneth, ever had a 2,000 milligram chocolate bar? Oh, I went camping once. And someone I was with had a little bit, but it apparently was a little bit too much. Ooh, that was a tough couple of hours, let me tell you. Ooh. For this person, not for me. There we go. Nick notices faster thoughts, clearer speech, maybe a slight euphoria. Clearer speech. Do you mean do you mean the way that you're enunciating your syllables? And yes, I know I'm pronouncing my syllables as syllables intentionally. God, that should have been so tough to say, but it super was. Do you mean that what I've long said about Eminem, like, yeah, he's fast, fine. He's clever, fine. He's funny, fine. But compared to a lot of rappers, I appreciate that he enunciates the words that he is saying. That you can really understand what he's saying. I like that. Just this mumble rap shit. It's for the birds. But are you saying, where'd that go? Where'd that comment go? Clearer speech. Does that mean that you're finding the correct words to use when you have a thought and it's coming out very clear? Or do you actually mean the way in which you speak with clearer speech? Nick's jumping in warning. Yeah, by the way, we're making no recommendations for health or anything. We're definitely not encouraging anyone to use any illicit substances. We're just having a chit chat, folks. Kratom is pretty nice instead of alcohol as well. Yeah, I gotta say I'm pretty unfamiliar. Danette says those edibles take her to space. A lot of people say that. Yeah, they're in the most popular chocolate bar brands. Yeah, I mean, they'll make like a Nestle Crunch style one, it's a full industry. I mean, is it better than drinking a fifth of tequila? You know. Then again, it's all mixed in with you eat a cookie and you don't know what it is, a laced pop brownie. And you're like, school kids getting sick. Like, you don't want that stuff, but I don't know. Kenneth is getting a bad tolerance to Delta, though. Yeah, I've heard that. Okay, you become more articulate. All right. You recommend that I try it once for the show. Remind me, what are we talking about? We're talking about a nicotine pouch and try it for the show. That would be, that'd be interesting. Yeah, Tucker has a brand of those. Bobby Kennedy uses those. I mean, nicotine has been very popular for a very long time for probably a lot of reasons. Okay, the Nick pouches, that is. Yeah, because we're talking about kratom, we're talking about mushrooms, we're talking about pot, we're just talking about all things. I'm like, wait, do I need to try everything? Everything at once? Wasn't that a movie? Everything, Everywhere, All at Once? Okay, on today's show, I'm going to have some coffee. And I'm going to rip this bong. And here's a nicotine pouch. I've heard you got to do like the 3 milligram one, not a 6, so you don't get sick or something. I don't know. Would you start to THC things if you take all that? Yeah, so you'll start to THC things. This is a great idea for a show. Just random talk. I enjoy this. Yeah, I've been Kenneth asks, wait, Nick is with a teen? Hold on, Epstein. No, Kenneth, not like that. We're saying nicotine. David saying, with all the bullshit going on, it's great just to talk. Yeah. And that's what that bar manager said. It's like you talk to people and you connect with them. They came out for a social experience and someone on their phone and they're being you got to test the waters. You got to, lob a tennis ball over the net and see what they do with it. Are they just going to let it bounce and not pick it up, hit it back? Or are they going to hit it back immediately? Like, are they busy or just they don't want to appear like they're a loser? So they don't want to interact. Like, you got to get them out of their phones a little bit. It's a great crutch, but man, anybody who knows me knows how much I love just chopping it up. I love talking to people. Randoms, just anybody really. So, yeah, that's my jam. This is a video game. Walk next to somebody and press the button to talk. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. No, Nick, I'm not definitely going to try mushrooms for the show. Oh, my God. I wonder what that would be like. Oh, my Lord. Might be a lot of laughing. Was it a Wendy's once? Tears streaming down my face in laughter. Tears. The funniest. Everything was hilarious. Couldn't order the food. I'm like pointing and pushing money. I could not do that on a show, but man, would that be interesting. Tequila hangovers are the worst, says David. Yeah. You know what this is, Kenneth? This is sort of, remember we did an Ask Me Anything during the live stream? Kenneth joined for, what was that? Was that our Sunday live stream of the Cleveland Browns? Shedeur Sanders got his first win in the NFL. Good job, young man. Let's get another and another and another. Win out the rest of the season. Go 9-8. Make the playoffs. Yeah, and I was like, all right, let's do an Ask Me Anything. Kenneth was hitting some random questions. But yeah, we're having a fun random chat. This is great. We're all playing tennis. We're playing pickleball. That's more like ping pong sound, but yeah, tequila hangovers are the worst. Bourbon hangovers can be difficult too. Some psychedelics don't hurt once in a while, perhaps. By the way, for any conversation, make sure you get countervailing views on anything regarding health at who.int and cisa.gov/rumor control and cdc.gov. Okay? None of this is meant to be an encouraging anything. It's just a chat, pondering, pontificating, discussing. YouTube is just quietly looking over my shoulder like, you like being monetized again? You didn't enjoy when we stole thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars from you, do you? Then be very, very careful. Be very, very careful. I'm hunting Wabbit. What's that from? Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting Wabbit. Come on, someone type that in the comments. You know what that's from. I'm the talk of the town, Brian. All right. No, we're not doing a mushroom hour, but thanks. I used to have the coolest. Oh, the coolest. And I sold it. Got a good amount for it, I believe. It was a. Geez, what was this? How do I describe it? It was a mushroom lava lamp. Oh, that thing was neat. I sold it when I moved out to California, though. I'm like, how am I going to, I don't want to break the, I'll just sell it. But that was cool. Lava lamps are neat. Yeah, all right. Everybody gets it. Elmer Fudd. Fudds these days refer to other things. Those are like goofy, gun nuts, right? What is the definition of FUD? Is it a federal agent, or it's a informer, or it's a dopey gun owner? It's a pejorative. Elmer's Bud. Yeah, that could be a brand name. All right, let's continue rifling through the rubbish, shall we? What is this?
I have a dream.
Rush Hour 4 has been greenlit at Paramount after a push from President Trump. Paramount will team up with Warner Brothers to distribute. Brett Ratner, who just made a documentary about Melania Trump, will return to direct. Rush Hours were awesome. I love the action. I bought those on DVD. The Jackie Chan, like, he's just so clever in the scenes that he comes up with. How to choreograph, you're climbing up things and things are falling. It's just, it's like Charlie Chaplin. Like, if you watch these physical comedies, some of the best. Love it. All right. Toria Brooke has a few stories here. Polymarket breaking. President Trump shows support for sweeping new proposal that would ban foreign-born citizens from holding any elected office in the United States. Hey, can we do that? And if we can, would that be good? That's a good agree to disagree question. So let's ask. I must ask you a question. Yeah, I'm going to ask you. Do you agree or disagree that we should ban foreign-born citizens from holding any elected office in the United States? Agree or disagree? Question of the day. Type it in the chat. I like that stinger because it's my music. By my music, I mean it's my brother's. He wrote it, but I have to be the custodian of his music now. Toria Brooks says, in a Maha win, the CDC has appointed Dr. Ralph Lee Abraham as second in command. Abraham, as Louisiana's Surgeon General, ordered the state's health department to stop promoting vaccinations and has called COVID vaccines dangerous. The Vindman brothers, says Zero Hedge, Vindman brothers, who helped impeach Trump in 2020, are now under investigation. Oh, couldn't happen to a better set of brothers. Eugene Vindman, a representative, a Democrat in Virginia, and his twin brother Alexander reportedly under investigation for illegally acting as paid brokers for U.S. defense firms seeking business in Ukraine. Oh, Ukraine. Pentagon General Counsel Earl Matthews alleges that Vindman and his twin brother Alex did not have approval from the U.S. government before seeking to act as paid brokers for American defense firms pursuing contracts with Ukraine after Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion. The Washington Post revealed over the weekend, sending a November 19 letter for War Secretary Pete Hegseth. The letter does not explicitly allege the Vindmans received money from the Ukrainian. It cut that off. Eugene Vindman confirmed the investigation on X Friday. He claimed it's politically motivated in response for his calls for the White House to release the transcript of a recent call between President Trump and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The tweet being, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth just launched a sham investigation into me for my support for Ukraine, all because I demanded Trump's call transcripts with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman be released. Instead of transparency, I was met with retaliation. However, the Trump admin has signaled that it may investigate since before Trump took office. May investigate since that happened before Trump took office? That's not spelled. That's not written properly. Last November, billionaire Elon Musk accused Alexander Vindman of treason. Vindman is on the payroll of Ukrainian oligarchs and has committed treason against the United States, for which he will pay the appropriate penalty, Musk said in November on his platform X. Ken Silva. Ken, are you related to this guy, Ken Silva? Brian, that's not how it works. That's his first name. I know. Vindman could be in real trouble. Politico revealed in 2023 that Alex Vindman is heading a group called Trident Support, which wants to send American military contractors to Ukraine. According to the documents, Vindman, who is of Ukrainian origin, is seeking $12 million for his project, $2 million for initial operating capability, and another $10 for full operating. While such a scheme may not be illegal, it demonstrates that Vindman brothers are war profiteers who benefit from an escalation of war in Ukraine. Keep your eyes peeled. All right. Charlie Kirk with Ryan Helfenbein, July 15 of this year.
If Bibi Netanyahu, if he does something I don't like.
And if I criticize something Bibi does I don't like, am I like a bad Christian? Absolutely not. So what I find strange, says Charlie Kirk, is we're able to criticize the American government sometimes in the Christian world with more freedom than the Israeli government. And where there's this blind trust of what the government of Israel does, we shouldn't give any power structure blind trust. To be pro-Israel means you believe in the nation of Israel, not necessarily the government of Israel. And I think those are two different things. For example, when Joe Biden was president, you and I, we loved America, but we detested our government, says Charlie Kirk with music playing in the background, so I can't play it. Israel, Hamas. You don't want to allow butchers who are going to go into a music festival and slaughter 1,200 people to breathe any more air. They have to be taken out. Do you take out the whole country? They're being genocided. Oh, you mean like from the river to the sea, like they were trying to do to the other side? Yes, they hate each other and they keep fighting, and I don't want to see fighting. I just don't want to see war. That's my general policy without picking a side. Yeah, well, who do you like more, the Red Sox or the Yankees? Fuck them both. I'm an Indians fan. Don't make me pick a side here. I mean, Red Sox over Yankees, I guess, the evil empire. That doesn't mean I'm a fan of the Red Sox, but his point about during Joe Biden, I loved America, but I wasn't with Joe Biden. I criticized everything Biden was doing. You're allowed to do that. And by the way, criticizing, critiquing, that's our duty. Like, that's the necessity. Nobody has a magic invisibility cloak. Nobody has a magic shield where they're immune from critique or criticism. That's just not a thing. But yeah, I could understand the mentality of being sick and tired of absorbing terrorist attacks and just going, just wipe it off the map. I'm so sick of them. I get it. Turn it all into a glass factory. Boom. I get it. But on the same token, I don't want a foreign government who's upset with Joe Biden last year, for example, to destroy the entirety of the United States because Joe Biden happens to temporarily have stolen the election. Oh, by the way, for countervailing views on health and elections, go to cisa.gov/rumor control because they'll tell you 2020 was a completely fair election. Wink. They seized control. Biden was in charge. And it's like, no, don't judge me based on that. Don't do that. Don't judge everybody in Palestine because of Hamas. Don't judge me based on Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't represent me. You can't do that. You know, it's trying to have intellectual clarity and honesty, consistency, intellectual consistency. Sorely lacking. I'm sorry. I'm sorely lacking, says David, the Canuck. Just kidding, David. I love you. Not like that. But the intellectual consistency for me as well. Looking at Mark Kelly and the Seditious Six, who came out and said, yeah. They're really just low-key telling the military to not obey Trump's orders, which is very reckless, very dangerous. But wasn't I a supporter of Oath Keepers? At least in concept. I don't know about how the organization was ran particularly. Actually, I need to get Stuart Rhodes on the show. I interviewed him in January, but I've been meaning to get him for a longer sit-down. I've interviewed Stuart Rhodes several times. But I generally supported the Oath Keepers' message. It's like, yeah, you don't obey illegal orders. Your duty is not to listen to an elected official. It's to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That's the goal. Not to take illegal orders from Obama, Biden. And if I supported their right to say that, to remind them of their oath, that's all it is, just reminding them of their oath, then it would be hypocritical of me to bash the Seditious Six. And I know what the Seditious Six were doing specifically about Trump, using weasel language, saying, no, we never called for them to disobey legal orders. And no, we didn't say there were any legal orders. We're just, they're doing the same weaselly shit they did with the Hunter Biden laptop. 51 intelligence officials, we're not going to say it's fake. But by the way, that Hunter Biden laptop, it has all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation and misinformation. It's Russian propaganda. It has all the earmarks of Russian propaganda. They say that, and then the telephone game changes that on MSNBC and CNN to be something very different. Oh, look, 51 intelligence officials said that's not true. Nope, it's a lie. It's disinformation. It's a lie. No, they didn't say that. They described it as having all the classic earmarks. I didn't specifically say it. We're playing a game of Simon Says. So, anyway, back to Charlie Kirk. Where's he at?
Coexisted.
Yeah, you never once said.
Never once said, hey, I'm out on America. What they don't want is they don't want to be called bad Christians if they challenge a foreign government, which is what happens so often. If you have a question about a foreign government, that creates backlash that I don't think people understand. Well, he's telling you. I think that's weird. All right, what's this report from WMUR9? Oh, this gets interesting. Check this out.
Now, the mother of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's nephew has been taken into Immigration and Customs Enforcement custody. A source confirms to News 9 tonight. Now, Levitt grew up in New Hampshire. Much of her family still lives here. Our Ariel Metropolis spoke to Levitt's brother tonight, the father of that boy, about this arrest. She joins us here in studio now with all of this. Ariel.
Steve, we spent almost half an hour with Michael Levitt tonight and his young family on their front steps. He didn't want to go on camera because he says he's concerned about his son's privacy, but he says he simply wants the best for him. Now, a source tells us that Bruna Caroline Herrera was taken into custody in Revere, Massachusetts. She's currently being held at a Louisiana ICE processing center. According to the Department of Homeland Security, Ferrara is from Brazil originally, and DHS says that she's overstayed her visa by 26 years. DHS also says that she has a previous arrest for battery. Michael Levitt told us tonight that his son has lived with him here in New Hampshire since he was born. He says he has always tried to help him maintain and facilitate a relationship with his mother. An attorney for Ferrara said that she's a great mom and he's fighting to get her out of custody. He also says she's not a criminal.
A fight to get her out of jail. She should not be sitting in a jail, hours away from her family and taken from her child's life. She's a great mom, and I think from what I heard, he's been a pretty good dad.
Now, we were in touch with Press Secretary Levitt tonight. She declined to comment.
Okay. And what is this? Carolyn isn't related to her at all. She's the mother of a child with Carolyn's brother. Father has full custody with his wife. Carolyn hasn't even talked to or seen this woman in years, and this woman has been convicted of battery. Okay. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what one of the comments said. One of the top-rated comments. It's just kind of funny. I'm going to war. Okay. Don't talk to any girls there. Just such a wholesome, goofy interaction. Kenneth says, agree about banning foreign-born citizens from holding elected office in the United States. John says, agree, get the hell out of here. Well, but if they're now citizens, foreign-born, if it's good enough for the president, shouldn't it be good enough for everything? Shouldn't there be 2-term limits on every position? If it's good enough for the president, why can't it be good enough for Congress? Mayors? Why not? I don't know. I'm open to it. Marion, agree. Danette, agree. What is this comment? Jammer. Where we got? Hello, Jammer. Did I miss part of the conversation? She said she was years ago when she left Daily Wire. Oh, Candace. Oh, yeah, she was facing all sorts of stuff. Dave says, absolutely agreed. Ban foreign-born citizens. So current citizens. But if they're foreign-born, it's like, I'm not trusting your motives there. Kenneth, criticize BB and you'll get a boo-boo. That's so weird. How in hell did we end up in this spot where some people think it's okay? Where some people think you can't criticize certain groups. Everybody gets criticized. Everybody. Muhammad, Jesus Christ, anybody. Danette saying Israel had foreknowledge of the attack and did nothing. That has been alleged many times. I don't know that I've seen it laid out in a manner that, like, I've heard that accusation. I get it. I would ask, where is the evidence of that? I've heard that. Well, a bird couldn't land on the border without being known. You think people are going to use paragliders and come in? And I mean, I get it. Was it a 10-hour response? I don't think it was 10 hours, but I think that's what they say. A stand-down order given. I'd be very curious to kind of lay it all out with the best evidence. Who is there somebody that does that in a very succinct manner. Too long, didn't read version. Lay it all out. Very curious. Kenneth, am I doing a show tomorrow? It's a great question. I like doing shows. There's going to be a lot of cooking and stuff, so I don't know. However, maybe I'll just do, what tomorrow might be? Maybe I'll do a stream all day. Like all day. And pop in and pop out and have other people pop in and pop out. Cover the football games. Cover the news. Back and forth, in and out. Okay, now we're getting a little graphic there. Ew. Maybe I'll rebroadcast a previous show. Maybe I'll pop in and out of rebroad. Ooh, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll pop in and out of rebroadcasting a previous show. Not entirely sure. Awaken with Jax. Hello, Jax. New viewer here. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. We hash this stuff all out. I'm very curious to get your thoughts. Hit the subscribe button real quick. You say Candace is on it. And I've said this about Candace. I don't know about any of the specific claims. How could I? She seems confident. And confidence is attractive, and not just in a hot way, but it's a magnetizing force. Confidence can move mountains. This guy over here, he's getting ready to go to war with confidence that can move mountains, topple empires. Confidence goes a long way, but I've met literal crazy people that think that they're Batman. They're not correct. But what I've said my long-standing opinion on Candace Owens is, especially on the Charlie Kirk thing, the Macron thing I think is super weird, and I'm interested at arm's length. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, does it look like a dude? Does it look like that dude? I mean, okay, I can see it. Maybe. Okay, let's see how this plays out. But with Charlie Kirk, I hope that I have a friend that gives a shit enough to lift up every rock and consider every option and figure out what happened if somebody ever took me out. I hope all of you would do that to the degree that Candace is. She's a pit bull that is not going to let this go. I appreciate that so much. So let's talk about all of it. Awaken with Jax. What is Awaken with Jax? Do you do a show? Is that a company of yours? Curious. Hit like, hit subscribe, Jax. Candace will get to the bottom of the plot. She's not asleep anymore. Watching her wake up is amazing. These aren't the Jewish people. These are the elite. The agendas are real. When in doubt, follow the money. Okay, John was saying, well, if there are foreign-born people currently holding office, get out of office. Okay. Not get out of the country if they become citizens, but they should leave the office. Yeah, all this stuff in Minnesota where it's just pro-Somalia, Somalia. It's like, what are you talking about? This is Minnesota, United States of America. You like Somalia so much, go. Be gone with you. Anyway. Danette says, brainwashing of lukewarm Christian and diehard Republicans is exactly how we got here. Yeah, I need to get Uncle Bruce back on the show again and get into this topic. That's sort of where neocon and MAGA separate. Big Brain Black Rock says, waste of time. New viewer, Big Brain Black Rock. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, hit the notification bell. By the way, we have Rumble rants and super chats if anyone wants to toss something in the tip jar. To you, what I tell all of the regulars here, and Awaken with Jax, I'll tell you as well. When you type a comment, please type it as a sentence. I don't know what that 3-word comment means. What is a waste of time? What? John wants me to stream 24 hours of cat farts. I'll get on that. I don't really hear my cats fart like ever. I've caught them doing it a couple times, but like for the most part, they're not very gassy. Oh, now Kenneth asking, did Candace have an affair with Charlie? Whoa. I doubt it. But you never know. I'm going to war. Okay, don't talk to any girls there. I interviewed this dude. Not Nick Shirley, but this other guy, Andre. Twice at the convention circuit. At the... what did I say? Convention circuit? I guess it was a convention circuit. The Libertarian... I talked to him outside the Republican and the Democrat conventions last year, I believe.
I saw you
in Chicago.
Trying to throw down here in the middle of the street. Hey, man, listen. These people hate our country. They hate everything we stand for. We have to oppose them everywhere they go, all right? Black or white. If you're a Christian in this country, these people hate your way of life.
They're in Dearborn, and he's saying that the Islamists that are trying to change the United States hate you, and they hate your way of life.
They oppose your existence. We can no longer allow this. And they come over here with their Ford Fusions. Go back to your country, all right? Go back to Somalia. Bye-bye. Go back. You think any of this is fear-mongering from the right? No, it's necessary. You know, it's not fear-mongering. We need to do this because we're looking at what's happening across the pond in Europe, in Berlin, and France, all over, in London. Do we want to be like that? No. And black people, guess what? This country that you live in, you benefit from it. You should stand with your Christian brothers. Stand with our white brothers and sisters. This is our country that we've built together. We lose it, we have nothing.
There is an effort to change this country. We're just 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America, said Barack Obama.
We lose this land, there's nothing else. You're not going to go to Africa and survive. You're not going to go to the Middle East and survive. Guess what? America was built by Christians. White people conquered the land. Black people benefit from it. We have to stand up for it. That's important. I saw you about to throw down here in the middle of the street. Hey, man, listen. These people hate our country. They hate everything we stand for. We have to oppose them everywhere they go, all right? Black or white. If you're a Christian in this country, these people hate your way of life. They oppose your existence. We can...
All right. Yep, that's Andre Williams. I don't think I'm following him. I'll follow him. I've interviewed him a few times. I think I got a card from
I saw you about to throw
somewhere. He's got a lot to say. He's worth having a conversation with for sure. Oh yeah, here's your daily reminder how terrible Wikipedia is, and this is unfortunately how a lot of people think. Do you understand how toxic this is, what we're calling out and trying to change? Demanding a change on? Wikipedia. The topic is Black Pride on Wikipedia. Black Pride is a movement which encourages Black people to celebrate their respective cultures and embrace their African heritage. Wikipedia says Asian Pride is a term that encourages celebration of Asian ethnicity and culture with various interpretations and origins. White Pride. White pride is an expression primarily used by white separatist, white nationalist, fascist, neo-Nazi, and white supremacist organizations. Are you noticing yet? The war on white people? What a weird time to be alive. The war on whites continues. It's about time we had this conversation. It's been simmering for a very long time. The Warwick report. This is Jade Warwick. Came out of nowhere. Now she's everywhere. She's talking about some problems in society. What say you?
You guys really aren't ready for this conversation, but Europe may need a dictator. Careful, Jade, you're starting to sound like an extremist. I'm gonna report you. Yeah, well, when mass immigration is allowed, dangerous individuals enter our societies. They rape, unalive, and commit heinous crimes. And what does the government do? F***all.
And there's a tiny little bit of music under there. I hope it's not too much.
Allegedly, a young Italian couple was surrounded by 3 Moroccan migrants that smashed into their car and forced the boyfriend to watch as they gang raped his fiancée.
3 invaders did that, according to Jade.
Let me read that to you again. 3 people who should not have been in Rome gang raped an 18-year-old woman in front of her 24-year-old future husband.
Good Lord.
The 3 attackers dragged him out of his car. He didn't stand a chance, and nor did she. And I'll keep saying this. Our cultures are not compatible. How can any liberal feminist sit back and make excuses for this behavior?
I'm waiting to hear a coherent response as to why we need to open up any country to people who hate us, that are going to come and harm us. No, not everybody, but there's a lot of great immigrants. We know that. So go to the port of entry, do it the right way, get properly vetted, come in, and don't harm anybody in this country, or GTFO.
European women need to stop virtue signaling. It's literally ending us. It's better to be racist and alive than not racist and not alive. What frustrates me is that in a couple of...
But that's even like the problem with that term. She's saying it's okay. It's similar to it's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. You'd rather end up in court than in a pine box being buried. But it's not accurate to define the interpretation of data as racist. Like that's not the right term. If you don't like the conclusions drawn from said thing, so be it. But it's not a bad thing to note every time someone who was not invited into our country harms one of our people, what be it in Europe, be it in America. And that's not racist, that's realist. So I would just push back on a little bit of that. But she's saying it obviously a little tongue-in-cheek because she hears that from the wacky left.
of weeks this will be forgotten news, and the governments will have done nothing and probably protected the attackers. We need to close the borders, conduct mass deportations, and start the process of remigration and assimilation. For legal purposes, this video is all satire, none of it's true, and I'm not calling for anything, because I know you governments are just after me. Anyway, let me know your thoughts. Okay, thanks, bye. You guys...
What's this comment? Check out what El Salvador has done. The president's incredible. Turned it around from being the most dangerous country to now the safest, thanks to super prisons. The president has done something wonderful, yet he gets called a dictator by the press. Check out Nayib Bukele. Does he have an account? All right, I'll follow him.
You guys really aren't ready for this conversation.
I toss around follows like crazy. This Jade really does remind me of somebody that I dated a lot. The accent, the hair, a lot. The energy. You ever have a cat, and then 20 years later, like that same cat shows up in a different form? I had an outdoor cat named Les, a tabby. I mean, he was a dog. He would walk around with, I mean, he was, you know, some people say, oh, I had the coolest pet. You wouldn't even understand. Like, and then 20 years later, I got a cat, just showed up one day, Ray Charles. His eyes were shut. He had like an infection. He ran into a dumpster. Like he got scared. Like he couldn't see. Fixed him up, and he just became the most loyal buddy you could ever hope for. But yeah, so she reminds me of somebody that I used to know. Kenneth, in Boston, they say, I got to take a Wikipedia after all that beer. A wicked pisser. Wikipedia. That's pretty close. There's something there. Then that's like, no, can't stop it, Kenneth. You can love a friend and not have had an affair with them. Anyway, This isn't a mass migration crisis. This is a planned overthrow of sovereign nations. Call it what it is. All right. Well, here's Delegate Stacey Plaskett from Virgin Islands, who was caught texting Jeffrey Epstein while they were trying to frame Trump.
That Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having a real friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what...
Oh, yeah, you would like to. We don't want you to. You're in Congress texting the guy while you're trying to take out Trump?
What we as American people should do is move forward. If individuals are not involved in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just better understand.
Wait, huh?
Now, what is that point? Because at the time he was a known sex offender and it had been detailed all the sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. Well played. Golf clap for that shit. Bravo. There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. Wiped it? You mean like with a cloth? Hillary Clinton after erasing her hard drives?
And as a prosecutor, you get information from people where you can. I believe that Jeffrey...
While they were actively trying to frame Trump. Please don't infringe. It says there's 1,013 deportations per day. There's 1,600 H-1B visas per day. Those deported probably did not live in the house you wanted. Those 1,600, though, probably did. So no, home prices are not going down, and they are not trying. How big do you think the housing gap will be for your children? Median household income, $23,000 for baby boomers. Median home price was 4 times that, $83,000. Now millennials, the average median household income is $74,000. So 4 times that would be $280,000. Whoa, it's $468,000. Wow. So affordability is going to be the major factor in this next election because we're all seeing it. Here you go. Breaking. Protesters have taken over the intersection outside LAX, a place I've been 1,000 times. On one of the busiest travel days of the year. Travelers are desperately trying to get through, yelling, "I'm going to miss my flight. Shut this insanity down."
These are people's lives. You need to stop.
Arrest every MFer that's going to block traffic. No debate, no bullshit. Arrest the people. You have no effing right to block people. No sympathy. Get some people. We don't hate traffic blockers enough, was my comment. Well, look, for the Trump supporters, it's time to have this chat.
Here's a question for all the trust the plan, white hats are in charge people. At what point do you realize that there is no plan? Like, I saw people react to my video today and post about the Donnie Q drop AI images as if this is like, look, guys, it's right there. It's like, Okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of Trump's biggest supporters, like her or not. And in her video where she resigned from Congress, which I'm not even weighing in on because who cares? It's like, she's like, there's no plan. She was in there where all of the plans would have been. She was probably part of the aforementioned plan. Yet still, after all this time, people are like, the United States is a corporation and Pompeo is in the Vatican. It's like, what the hell are you talking? Like, at what point is the plan trusting over? Like, I don't understand. Like, I honestly feel like they'll tell us that after Donnie's out of office, they're like, no, just wait, Patriots. Wait till J.D. Vance's second term, Patriots. Like, where's the plan? What plan? I followed along on this Nancy Drew mystery in 2020 when don't worry, Patriot, he's going to flip this election. Just wait. He's going to bring 100 court cases and the election's going to get overturned. And then it didn't, though. And then it's like, oh, and we only get him back in office. They're going to get the FBI and they're going to end the IRS. And it's like, what do we get after that? It's like, we did the thing, we fell for it the first time, we played along, we got them back in, and what do we get? We get Bibi in the White House, we get money shipped overseas, we get 600,000 foreign students, we get H-1Bs, we get 50-year mortgages, we got Lindsey Graham Cracker playing golf with them, we got endorsements for Randy Fine, we got MTG is a traitor, we got the most conservative members of Congress, Massey and and Rand Paul, they're evil, they're bad. We got the Poopstein files that didn't come out, fighting them for months, closing down the Congress, and then to come back and say, okay, I'll release them after you're forced to. You got people already saying, fire Bondi, fire Cash, whatever. Poopstein didn't do anything to nobody. You know, by the way, the videos that were in the thing as Cash is on Rogan, I never heard about that. What the hell are you talking about? If you want the Poopstein files, I don't want your support. All right. And now the Congress votes on some bill saying socialism bad. Why, they literally want to take the tariff money and just socialism out $2,000 checks? That's social. Like, what are we even doing? And it's just like, at what point do people actually start to really hold them to account? Like, at what point do you say, okay, I'm going to admit that, like, these things are pretty bad, though. And the best thing anybody can come up with is like, what do you prefer, Kamala Harris? And then Donnie in his first term pardons a literal spy, espionage, 30 years in prison, pardons him, and now he's meeting with Mike Huckabee, and we're just supposed to not care about that? No one, who cares? A person that literally did the thing? It's like, once you pull the veil of plan trusting and white hats being in charge back, and you take a real objective look at what's going on, even though you know it's better than what it would have been, can we not just acknowledge that these things are bad? Could we maybe stop AI image Q drop trusting and say, hey, this is bad, and I'm willing to say something about it? I have a serious question for all the trust the plan, white hats are in charge people. At what point do you realize that there is no plan? Like, I saw people react to my video today and post about the Donnie Q drop AI images.
Look, I'm going to type it in the comments, and I'll tell you, we've been having this exact, got to capitalize exact, conversation with many different people for a while now. WTH is going on. He is right on a lot of regards. I don't get it. I don't get why some of these obvious things are not happening. For the life of me, I do not understand. So, do you agree or disagree with this guy? Ah, that was a fun stinger, wasn't it? Danette says, yep, he's right. Look, I don't just do culty things. I share different opinions that contradict even the other ones. Remember when Ned Flanders, his life's falling apart, and he's like, I don't know, God. Like I do everything that you ask of me, even the things that contradict the other things. So I'll share the things, even the things that contradict those things. That's Kaylee Ashland saying.
Let me know if you notice a trend here. Bethany McGee was a 26-year-old white woman who was set on fire on a train by a black man who's been arrested 72 times before. Irena Zarutska was a 23-year-old white woman who was stabbed to death on a train by a black man who's been arrested 14 times beforehand. Julie Schunel was a 59-year-old white woman who was walking her dog in the park when she was stabbed to death by a black man who's been arrested 2 times before. And Logan Federico was a 22-year-old white woman who was shot to death by a black man who's been arrested 39 times with 25 felonies. And for the sake of doing your own research, all you have to do is go on X and type in white woman attacked, and you'll be able to see 100 more crimes that have been committed that nobody's even talking about.
Okay. Serious question. Are you about to do some whataboutism? Have you ever seen a black woman set on fire by a white man? Have you ever seen a black woman get her throat slit by a white man on a train? A bus or a train, yeah. I feel like those would have been really big stories. I've never seen this. You burned your pizza. Don't blame us for your pizza problems. Careful, we can't talk about pizza. That's what got our account into a lot of trouble before. You know, protecting kids bad or something. Unfounded conspiracy theories. No, you can't even type that, John. And I can't remove that comment either. But look, I don't know of any cases where white people are just going around abusing black women, Latino women, Asian women. I don't see it. Where is this universe where white people are bad? Show me. Because I feel like it would be front page news nonstop and the Democrats would be burning cities because of it, right? That's how they do things now. I don't see the universe where there's any equivalent to the attacks that white women in this case are subject to. Why is that? Why isn't this a bigger national outrage?
This is something that should be addressed considering the fact it's happening in the United States. Repeatedly. We can talk about illegal immigrant crime on white crime. We can talk about black on black crime in Chicago. We can talk about all these things. But as a blonde white woman in America, I should be able to go out in public and feel like I'm not going to get stabbed to death. And we should also really highlight the fact that these career criminals who've been arrested over 10 times are still out on the street because we've created a system where we should feel bad because of their skin color and we should let them go because it's racist to keep them in jail. So unless we want this to keep happening, maybe we should bring up the fact that it's not racist to keep somebody in jail if they've committed repeated crimes over and over again just because they're black. Let's say the quiet part out loud. Let me know if you notice a trend here.
It's a damn shame. And you wonder why. Is this a result of decades of brainwashing from the left?
Mr.
All right, we're going to talk about the Seditious Six here with Jesse Waters.
Miller, what should happen to the Seditious Six?
Well, they should be held accountable under the law and under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for a seditious conspiracy against the United States of America. This is completely open and shut, straightforward. What is the motivation? Why would 6 members of Congress, selecting specifically for individuals with a CIA or military background, record a carefully written, carefully produced, slickly edited video messaging directly to members of our clandestine services and our armed forces, telling them to disobey orders from their superiors, telling them that they should individually determine whether an order is legal or illegal and defy it. Individuals who are exercising life and death power. The CIA engages in covert missions all over the world involving life and death decisions. The armed forces launches life-taking missions time and time again. They carry weapons. They control drones. They control missiles. They work on nuclear submarines. For what purpose would you ever deliver this message? As you said, it's to create a color revolution.
Mr. Miller, what should happen to the seditious six?
Well, they should be held accountable under the law.
People in the comments, nothing will happen. It never does. There's just so much frustration. The bad guys just keep getting away with bad stuff. Over and over, rinse and repeat.
10
fraud found in Minnesota. Shocking.
years in prison for one of the Feeding Our Future fraudsters convicted
10 years in prison.
in the first trial for the pandemic meal fraud scam. Abdi Majid Noor and his co-defendant.
Abdi Majid Noor. Oh, they stole $47 million in Minnesota. Minnesota needs an enema. What in hell is happening?
Defendants stole $47 million in their part of the $300 million scheme. They claim to serve 18 million meals at phony sites like the small Empire Cuisine and Market in Shakopee. Noor's job was creating the fake meal counts and invoices, plus the rosters filled with made-up names of kids. He used fraud money for a trip to the Maldives and to get a college degree, spending money on the website paymetodoyourhomework.com to finish it. On top of it all, Noor played a key role in trying to bribe a juror in hopes of getting a not guilty verdict in his trial. Lead prosecutor Joe Thompson said in court, this country offered the defendant everything: the opportunity for a life, the opportunity to live in peace. And he paid us back by playing us all for fools. I'm Lou Raguse. Follow for more news. 10 years in prison for one of the Feeding Our Future fraudsters convicted in the first trial for the pandemic.
It's everywhere. Yeah, 10 years is not enough. 10 years for 47 million ain't mathing up, says Tom. Yeah, all the comments, 10 years, not enough. Joe Biden, I did that. America needs an enema button. That's to flush out all the shit, right? America needs an enema. Another one of those in Minneapolis. Here's John Odermatt on
Wikipedia.
About Wikipedia. We were just talking about Wikipedia. Talking with, he's on his Lions Liberty podcast. I've been a guest over there before, and he's been a guest over here before. In fact, he'll tell you I was the first show that he ever did, which is pretty cool. Now he's been doing his Finding Freedom and Lions of Liberty shows for a very long time, which is super cool. Yeah, like kind of like Nick Adams. He's like, hey, you sort of encouraged me, inspired me to do this thing. I'm like, neat. Same with John. John's always wanted to do his thing, and he's doing his thing now. Wikipedia. What is Wikipedia? Well, we showed you the difference between Black pride, Asian pride, but white pride is evil. Okay.
As I sometimes say, it has become an engine of defamation.
Wikipedia.
So if you have an enemy, if you are important enough to have a Wikipedia article, they can go on the article about you and edit it. And if they can make slander or libel, if it's written, stick in the article, then there's nothing you can do. If they're operating anonymously, you can't sue them. And you can't sue the Wikimedia Foundation because the Wikimedia Foundation is protected by Section 230 immunity. So there's no one to sue. And there are, over the years, I have heard from dozens and dozens, probably well over 100 people who are reasonably famous enough to have Wikipedia articles. And they have complained to me and asked, what I might be able to do to help them solve these problems. And ultimately, there isn't anything that you can do other than essentially pay a PR firm to go in and, probably use some of their fee to pay off people to make things happen on Wikipedia. That actually works.
Crazy.
Wow.
It's absolutely insane. I really never thought of it that way. But yeah, it's a license to defame, a license to slander.
Created by law, by the way. Section 230 immunity is what creates the situation. I should say it's the combination of that and Wikipedia's policy. So Wikipedia has, as I sometimes say.
So by the way, Grokpedia is going to be taking over. Grokpedia is being formulated as we speak to replace this. And look at what they've done on X. They replaced that garbage Twitter situation. Now X is something you can use again. X is worth spending some time on now. It's one of the best sites to have.
Look,
by the way, make sure you're following us on X. We're at American_media_. Here's Scott Jennings talking about the problem with Marjorie Taylor Greene and President Trump as he sees it.
Believe and know to be true about the Greene situation. And look, I don't know her, and so I'm not going to tell you the story to disparage her. I'm just going to tell you what I know to be true. She wanted to run for statewide office in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
The White House knew this. She, I think, asked for their advice. The president heard about it. He had a poll that was somebody gave him about the situation in Georgia. He discreetly and privately transmitted this information to her. And it showed her losing to John Ossoff by 20 points. It showed that if she were to run statewide, it would end in disaster and embarrassment. So he didn't exactly tell her not to run, but he gave her the kind of political information that you would interpret as, hey, this is not a good idea for you, and it's not a good idea for the party.
If the poll is accurate.
Since the transmission of that information, which, by the way, he was doing her a favor. He was saving her from humiliation. Since the transmission of that information, she has opposed the president on his Middle East policy. She didn't like it when he bombed the Houthi rebels. She didn't like it when he took out Iran's nuclear facilities. She opposed him on deportations. She went on The View and attacked him. Over and over and over and over, she became a policy and political opponent of the president. And they believe it all goes back to that moment where they showed her a poll to try to do her a favor. Now, when he withdrew his endorsement of Marjorie Taylor Greene and basically said, okay, if you're going to attack me, I'm going to withdraw my support of you, what happened? She dropped out of Congress just a few days later. And so to me, this is really a story about political power and who controls it, who has it, and who has influence. And look, a lot of folks have been arguing Donald Trump's a lame duck. All I know is he withdrew his endorsement of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and like a week later, she's resigning from Congress. Look, what I believe.
I don't like it. I don't like President Trump going after Marjorie Taylor Greene, Rand Paul, Thomas Massie, a few of the only decent people in Congress. They're consistently close to having a high batting average. I don't like it. It's not a good look. Tim Pool is commenting on, well, when we do try to finally do, when I say we, I mean normal Americans. Oh, you consider yourself to be a normal American. How narcissistic of you. Yeah, I do consider myself to be a normal American. When you go after Jim Comey and Letitia James, and it's like, well, finally do something. Will you finally do something? Well, they do it, and then they toss the case. Tim Pool is laying it out.
The case against James Comey has been dismissed on the grounds that the prosecuting attorney was unlawfully appointed. Of course, many people on the left had been arguing that the prosecution against Comey was going to be weak and would likely be dismissed. It is being dismissed without prejudice, meaning they can bring this case back up. But as of now, it is defeated. Now, I think it's apparent to most people when you're reading the news, James Comey had to have known about what was going on, making his statements apparently lies. The question is, can you get through this system? As the story went, the initial prosecutor The attorney in this area refused to bring the charges, so this person was fired. A new individual was hired, and now here we are with the breaking news. Let me get right to it for you guys. From CBS, judge orders James Comey case dismissed after finding top prosecutor was unlawfully appointed. They say a federal judge on Monday ordered the criminal charges against former FBI Director James Comey to be dismissed on the grounds that Lindsay Halligan, the interim U.S. attorney who secured the indictment, was unlawfully appointed to the role. The ruling from U.S. District Judge Cameron Curry is a significant victory for Comey, who has argued his prosecution is retaliatory and motivated by President Trump's efforts to punish his political foes. And the case against James Comey has been dismissed.
So what comes next here? The appeal? Does an appeal come next? Was there anything wrong that warranted this being tossed? Why can't the Trump admin seem to ever dish out justice to the bad guys? Frustration mounting. Germany closing Christmas markets because the security is too expensive. All while spending $30 billion on the illegals who are the security threat. Pretty much sums up Western Europe. Make it make sense. Button. Yeah, shame on Europe. Ian Carroll says, wow, I did not see this coming. Respect to the Officer Tatum. Evan Kilgore put this out, says, holy shoot. Officer Tatum now says he's seen the evidence regarding the assassination threat on Candace Owens. He's now convinced. He believes there need to be serious consequences for the French government.
The American government, I don't care how much you don't like Candace. I don't care how much you've been trashing the American government and the FBI. They got to do something. And I'm going to tell you what they will do. It doesn't matter right, wrong, or indifferent. They have to investigate this. They have to investigate this. And I think that if it is found to be true and the proof prevails, which I'm convinced, after talking to Candace and the stuff that we talked about, I'm convinced, then that means that there should be dire consequences for the French government and whoever else was involved, the Macrons or whatever, dire consequences. I'm talking about the American government should go after them like never before. Then, brother, the American government, I don't care how much you don't like Candace. I don't care how much you've been trashing the American government and the FBI.
All right. Well, let's see how this plays out. A little surprising that he is coming out like this, but good for him. Let's see what's going on here. See by whom you laughable. Okay. All right. Let's jump over to our X feed at American_media_. Kenneth asking if Marjorie Taylor Greene is about to go on The View. That is a possibility. Definite possibility. Danette says all this stuff happening, it's the groundwork to lay down martial law and electronically tag everyone. Same with the food stamps. So they can divide people enough to see one party is wasteful and then give away liberties of the entire country because now one demographic will be monitored and can be controlled monetarily, which lays the groundwork for Bitcoin and social credit scoring for everybody. Yeah, I hope we can make a better world instead of a terrible place. I don't know if it's possible. I really wish we would try. Here's our episode of Strictly Football. Please check it out. It's on the top of our X feed. Right underneath the pinned content, that's our Patreon page. If anyone would consider going over there and becoming a monthly subscriber on Patreon. It's a great way to support the TNAM brand. All right, let's see what we got. Breaking news here. Everyone please join Libs of TikTok in congratulating Andrea Thompson, who is the rightful winner of the World's Strongest Woman Championship. Because if you saw this, a man pretending to be a woman just won the title of World's Strongest Woman at the World's Strongest Woman competition in Arlington, Texas. The lady who came in first but had to stand in the second place spot says, "This is bullshit. Can we go?" Reminding you here, this post, the weakest men compete with girls, the weakest minds celebrate it. I agree. Riley Gaines says the South Park meme has officially and accurately been recreated. Just brilliant. But that was overturned, I believe, right? Pierce Morgan said, many congratulations to Jamie Booker, who has won the World's Strongest Woman competition in Arlington, Texas. The fact that Jamie is a biological male with a massive physical advantage over the actual women competing shouldn't detract from this well-earned victory. Yeah. 9.9 million views on that post. But I think they reversed it. Let me ask Grok. World's Strongest Woman winner reversed. I thought that was the story I shared, but I didn't see it. Initially crowned an American athlete man, Jamie Booker is the winner, beating Britain's Andrea Thompson by a narrow margin across 6 events. Awarded the title and trophy. After the event, allegations came up that Booker is biologically male. I don't know why you need to put assigned male at birth. Like, come on, we're adults here. We know what this means. And identifies as transgender. Competitors, including 3-time winner Rebecca Roberts, publicly expressed outrage, claiming no one, including organizers, knew of Booker's background beforehand. Thompson was visibly upset on the podium, reportedly walking off after muttering frustration. Then on the 25th, yesterday, organizers disqualified Booker for failing to disclose. Okay, why does it say her biological sex? You cannot write articles like this. Okay, I'm going to tell Grok. This is me trying to change this. Can you see this? Yeah, South Park predicted it again. Andrea Thompson retroactively declared the winner, marking her 2nd overall title. I'm going to put negative. Tell us more. You cannot refer to a man as a woman in this article about a man pretending to be a woman. In parentheses, anyway, not sure if it'll matter, but it gets so convoluted. This man got kicked out of the women's competition. Thompson herself acknowledged the nature. Like, what do you... They're kicked out for pretending to be a lady, but then they keep referring to this person who's a man as a herself. Anyway, well, congratulations to the real lady that won this. Bravo to you. Congratulations. Here's another entry in the daily embarrassment that is Afton Bain. She's being recorded here saying that prayer makes her uncomfortable.
And I think, especially as someone who is more secular, I have a hard time when religion is at the core of everything we do in the legislature. And so, for example, on the House floor, we say a prayer every session. Some committees open up with prayer. We also stand for the pledge. And there are also prayer groups in the legislature that meet routinely. There are Christian pastors that have a lot of say and proximity to power in the legislature and dictate a lot of what the power players do. And it is uncomfortable. And
Yep. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father above, please make sure that Afton Bain does not garner the votes to have any power and control in Tennessee. In your name we pray. Protect Tennessee. Amen. There you go, Afton. Let's see whose power of prayer is stronger, ours or yours. Your lack of prayer or my prayer. Let's just see how that shakes out. Okay, Nick Sorter reporting. This is good news, I think. The Trump Department of Justice has just filed with the Supreme Court to strike down state laws banning the public carrying of firearms. California, New York, Hawaii, Maryland, New Jersey, and other states have laws which would be impacted by this. A win in this case will restore Second Amendment rights for millions of Americans, A.G. Bondi said. You want to come up here, bud? You want to come up? Here he goes, Mr. America. You can put your paws on there. Nimbus, everybody. Johnny Midnight shares this. A state attorney, what is this? The judge figures out that state officials are lying to take away someone's children from them. Committed perjury. The state's attorney doesn't seem to care. I wonder how many people lose their children to these people. It's a 2-minute clip, but watch it. My God. Here's Thomas Massey talking about what Kash Patel has done. Take a listen. At the FBI.
Also, I'm going to say this here on camera because it's important. One of Kash Patel's staff threatened my staff with a criminal investigation if we didn't straighten up and play ball.
I was going to ask you about that, but since you brought it up, and I didn't
I'm bringing it up.
Okay, you brought it up.
And so, like a criminal investigation having nothing to do, he said it was going to be a fraud. We're going to investigate one of your staff for fraud. Right. And he told another one of my staff this. If you guys don't straighten up, if you want to play hardball, if this is how you want to play it or something like that, this member of your staff is going to get criminally investigated for fraud. A very specific threat.
So what's going on? Why is Kash and the FBI weaponizing to go after Massey and his staff? Oh, look, here's this one. At least that's the accusation. Patriot Warrior, Texas. John put this out. Look at this. Look at that. Happy Thanksgiving, TNAM Trash Panda family. If you know, you know. We are rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's great. Thanks, John. Yeah, that's a tiny turkey for a raccoon. Elon here says the president is absolutely right. President Trump is talking about the problems going on in America.
You saw all the crime that took place last night, the night before. The woman with the burning, they burned the woman. To be talking about that now, they burned this beautiful woman riding in a train. A man was arrested 72 times. 72 times, think of that. And they'll let him out again. The liberal judges will let him out again. But we're ready to go. We've been moving toward Chicago. We have a governor that thinks it's wonderful that only like 7 people were killed this week. But we are moving toward doing it, and we're going to, if crime gets, it's horrible what's happening in Chicago. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. In a period of 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, it would be totally safe. And the people of Chicago want us to go there. And if you look at the crime that's taken place in Chicago in the last 2 weeks, just take a look. It's on the front page of every newspaper. It's out of control. The mayor is incompetent, and the governor is a big fat slob. He ought to invite us.
Come on, Trump. Remember when I said earlier that the best way to your heart is by a compliment? I know he's a big fat slob, but you can't call someone a big fat slob and say he ought to invite us over.
The governor is a big fat slob. He ought to invite us in, say, please make Chicago safe. We're going to lose a great city if we don't do it quickly. Make Chicago, we'll do the same thing as we did in D.C., the same thing as we did everywhere we've gone.
Chicago is a mess, though. Too much crime everywhere. A reminder, this is what's going on in Chicago. Here's the Chicago Mayor, Brandon Johnson, with your lunatic comment of the day.
We cannot incarcerate our way out of violence.
Yes, you can.
We cannot incarcerate our way out of violence. We've already tried that, and we've ended up with the largest prison population in the world without solving the problems of crime and violence. The addiction on jails and incarceration in this country, we have moved past that. It is racist. It is immoral.
Jail is racist. Okay. No. Criminality must stop. That's it.
We have moved past that. It is racist, it is immoral, it is unholy, and it is not the way to drive violence down.
Yeah, the way to drive violence down is take the violent people away. Elon says murderous thugs should be incarcerated so that they can't murder people. Doesn't matter what their race is, obviously. Agree. Gunther Eagleman says they have had over 10 months to pass secure election laws and impeach rogue judges, but they've done nothing. Both are tagged. Let them know. Leader Thune, Leader Johnson, step up or step aside. Shame on you. Did I have anything else I want to talk about today? Department of State Department says mass migration poses an existential threat to Western civilization and undermines the stability of key American allies. Today, the State Department instructed U.S. embassies to report on the human rights implications and public safety impacts of mass migration. Mass migration is a human rights concern. Western nations have endured crime waves, terror attacks, sexual assaults, and the displacement of communities. U.S. officials will urge governments to take bold action and defend citizens against the threats posed by mass migration. Okay. It's about time we took this issue seriously. Robert Sterling posts this. Apparently, this is from the New York Times. 2 men, 1 identity. They both paid the price. Thousands of undocumented workers, illegal aliens, rely on fraudulent Social Security numbers. One of them belonged to Dan Kluver. So Robert Sterling points out 1 man is an American who lost tens of thousands of dollars after his identity was stolen. The other man who stole the first man's identity is an illegal immigrant with multiple arrests, several DUIs, and 3 deportations. The New York Times thinks they're both victims. Can you believe that? Who wrote that for him? AOC? I don't know if you're talking about Brandon Johnson or this one, but both of them are lunatic thoughts. Bernard Stanford said, this is one of the craziest framings of a story I've ever seen. One man paid the price by having his identity stolen, tens of thousands of dollars, made his life hell. The other guy paid the price by being arrested and charged for the crime he knowingly committed. Reminder from libs of TikTok, Elon Musk, and the New American Media. The only reason anyone would be against voter ID is if they want to cheat. This is a list of full or partially democratic countries that require ID to register, to vote, or cast a ballot on election day in all districts. Yeah, that's just common sense. Elon says the standard for judges should be the same as any job if they have a track record of making terrible decisions. Not a few isolated incidents, but many terrible decisions, they should be asked to resign. It's not that complicated. Agreed.
And I think it's really important for people to understand, Margaret, that the message...
This is that Mark Kelly trying to justify what he did with the Seditious Six.
Message he sent a couple days ago was he declared that loyalty to the Constitution is now punishable by death. Those are serious words coming from the President of the United States.
Calling out sedition and treason and insurrection. You know,
he's trying to intimidate us. But, Margaret, I'm not going to be intimidated.
Ooh.
You know, you just heard Jason Crow. He's not going to be intimidated either. We both served our country. We swore an oath. All we said is we reiterated what basically is the rule of law, that members of the military cannot follow illegal orders. And I think it's really important for people to understand, Margaret, that the message he sent...
We'll see how it shakes out. But we said, you know exactly what you and your Seditious Six are up to. It's another deep state operation to kneecap President Trump. You've been wacky for a while, which is fine, but you did this to yourself. Gunther says, let's be real. Our government will keep effing us. They are corrupt and make way too much money to stop. Am I wrong? TV's Blake Wally says, don't be stupid. They have a good thing going. With the little reference to Breaking Bad here. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, I'm seriously leaning toward doing a show tomorrow. Some sort of a daily stream, and maybe I'll jump in to talk about the football game. Maybe I'll jump in to read some news. You doing a headbutt or no? Just, you want a pet? Okay. I know. So we'll see about tomorrow. Question mark for tomorrow. But if you see the show, jump on, pop on. Hi. Yes, that is Mike. Great character on that show. Maybe there could be a whole series about just Mike. If I could be like Mike, I want to be like Mike. Mike Jordan. All right. Thank you all for being here. Hit like, hit subscribe. We do have Rumble rants and super chats if anyone wants to tip something before we shutter this location for the evening. Marion probably won't be able to catch the show live, but watch it at a later date. Muchos gracias. Muchos gracias. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, if we don't see you tomorrow. Yes, be blessed and be safe. Thank you, John. All wars are corporate sponsored anyway. Ugh, I can't believe it's a money-making endeavor to slaughter humans. Planned Parenthood. Did I say that out loud? Oh, yes, I did. Marion, happy Thanksgiving to all. Stay safe and eat bunches of good food. Good food. Sounds good. I am hungry. Question and the Mysterianism. Yes, indeed. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play you yesterday's program. How about that? Let me go to content. me go to live. Let me go to, I could play Strictly Football, but I won't right now. Maybe I'll rebroadcast Strictly Football later today. But I will play this one about Candace Owens says her, but this is a short show. I'm going to play this show, Past the Sedition. Oh, actually, I need to skip. Actually, here, let me close this. I need to get rid of monetization for this one. Past the Sedition, monetization off. So weird. YouTube won't let me play content that's the ad that they run on YouTube because they say it violates copyright. It's so goofy, people. It's so goofy. But all right, monetization off. Click on it. Can I share this tab instead? Yes, I can. Let's get this pulled up. Thank you, everybody. Have I hugged a turkey today? No, but I'm gonna hug the crap out of one tomorrow. We all here would and will also soon be known as political dissidents and held to the same accountability that some would cheer for currently. That's what we're trying to stop. We got like one last chance, and it just doesn't seem like we're getting enough done. And if Trump can do it, who will? Is it an unstoppable? We're just sliding down a mountainside of ice? I don't know, but I'm trying. I'm open to suggestions. I'm open to ideas. We're trying to make this a little bit better. I share that concern. I really do. That's one of the things that drives me. Probably the biggest thing that drives me. But for now, I appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you so much for jumping on the show. Here is yesterday's episode. Can I full screen it? Hey, I can. Thank you so much. Coffee. Bueno. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy. Oh, I got to remember to do something here. This is a daily challenge to remember to go into my YouTube channel, go to the YouTube studio, go to the content, click on live, find the show and click that I want monetization. Of course I want monetization. No, I'm going to show up to work every day because I want to work for free. I think it's awesome. The concept of working for free. Who needs to pay thousands of dollars of bills every single month? I don't know why I can't just click a button on YouTube that says, every time I do a show through the Restream app, monetize the content just like Rumble does. Once again, this is this is behind the scenes. What do they call it? How the sausage is made. You don't need to know about this, but now you know. Welcome. I was trying to do my intro, but now I can try the intro. And it's interesting. I see a whole bunch of comments already in the chat room on YouTube, but I don't see it on Restream. There are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns, said Donald Rumsfeld. I've got a grab bag of both. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy. Hey, at least I'm not on mute. I had like a 2-week stretch where every show started on mute. Occasionally, I'd get a few minutes into a monologue and I wouldn't even glance at the messages yet because I'm trying to stay focused in my tangential way of doing wide weaves and connecting dots that seem dissimilar, and I was crafting something from scratch. But it was muted. So at least that's not the case today. All right, so for the third time's the charm. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Monday, November 24th, 2025, and this right here, the program that you have stumbled across today, it's called the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM, TNAM. What's that stand for? The New American Media, because the old American media has failed you. On today's show, we're going to talk about Thanksgiving. Pass the sedition, please. Pass the treason. Yes. We're still going to be unpacking what the Seditious Six were out there saying. On one hand, they sound kind of just like Oath Keepers, and I support that. And on the other hand, there's no unconstitutional orders. So what is the purpose of this campaign? To try to get military to go AWOL, to go treasonous, go seditious? I don't know, but we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving. Why is she leaving? She just crossed over the 5 years, so she's going to get a pension from the government now. Okay, cool story. That being said, is she going to go on The View? Is she going to run for president? Like, what is the plan? And how did the good people in Congress, there's not many, Rand Paul, Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, there's a few. How are they all on President Trump's shit list right now? Is that an indictment on President Trump or an indictment on these people? I don't know. I feel like if you grade their liberty scores, Thomas Massie, Rand Paul, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they had good scores. And now there's just this battle brewing, and I'd love to mend some fences and try to get some. I'm once again calling for a bourbon summit. I'll go to D.C. I'll do it in Kentucky. Thomas Massie, Rand Paul, President Trump. I want to break some bread. So you call me, I'll host. Very hopeful we can do that. But, you know, some people are losing hope out there. Some people are getting frustrated that it's taken too long to take out the traitors. And you see that Adam Schiff, that's ramping up. He's about to, my guess would be, with all the smoke around Adam Schiff, he's going to be next. But why is it taking a year? Why has it taken a year? The treason, the treachery, it seems obvious to me what we've been looking at. But there's a lot of stories to get to. Hit like, hit subscribe. Join us today on the program, and let's get it started right now.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
Good Monday morning, everybody. Hey, look at that logo. People were giving me grief about the last one, so I switched it. It's more crisp. It's more sharp, right? It's more bold. It's more vivid. The TNAM Daily Show with Brian Engelman on the New American Media. This is the one we were rocking with, the TNAM Daily Show with Brian Engelman, the New American Media. But yeah, it's garbled. It's a little sloppy in that the New American Media part. We had this one, the TNAM Daily Show with Brian Engelman, the New American Media. That was okay. I do kind of like this one a little bit better, I think. Kind of, sort of. American flag background. Just kind of washes away. Oh, by the way, it looks like quick programming note, Strictly Football here on the New American Media, brought to you by the Unhappy Hour. I believe that's going to be tomorrow, Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern. I assure you there are reasons for this. Or did I say 2 p.m.? I think I said 2 p.m. Let me double check here. 2 p.m. Eastern is looking like what we're going to aim at. Got to move some Lego pieces, some Tetris pieces around. Okay, getting some good feedback from this logo. Yeah, I think it's all right. I think it's kind of good. It works. Oh, I can't have two at once. There we go. That's what happens. Okay. All right. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Also, it's a new week. It's a new chance to toss something into the collection plate. This is my sermon. This is my service that I give, not just on Sundays. I do it Monday through Friday. And the occasional Saturday show. I did a 2.5-hour Saturday show. That was fun. Had a lot of news that I wanted to get to. The Mom Donnie thing, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, just the Seditious Six. There's stuff on Saturday that I had shared on the New American Media broadcast, on the New American Media Instagram account, that if I didn't address the topic in 24 hours, the content was going to leave. And I'm like, let me just do a show. Figured maybe I'll do 45 minutes. I did 2+ hours. But I'm the bartender, Brian the bartender. Look at all of the screens behind you. We're going to talk about the stuff on there. And if you're enjoying yourself, reminder, we're ending another month, so it's a good opportunity to maybe sign up as a subscription on Rumble, YouTube, or Patreon. You set a monthly amount, and then you say set it and forget it. And I'm a proud supporter of the New American Media. We appreciate everyone who has and everyone who may. Additionally, we have Rumble rants and super chats. If anyone wants to peel off a couple of bills and toss them in, or clank some coins in there, we appreciate all of you. As well as Venmo, Cash App. That's just my name, Brian Engelman, or on PayPal, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All of that is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Not going to get any tips if I don't explain that we have tip jars out. So please consider doing that. Let's go ahead and pop some chat up on the screen. Now I'm actually seeing the chat. John, Fine, Picking, Marion. Hello, everybody. Lauren. Yes, very nice logo. It does seem cleaner. It does. Sharp. I'm not building these from scratch. I'm going, hey, Grok, let's do this. And I try to work with it, and I'll give it a prompt and then another prompt and then another. But it's almost like the movie Multiplicity with Keaton. What was his name? The Batman. I can't think of his first name because I went to school with the Keaton, and I'm seeing that name. Wow. All I can see is the name of the kid I was in 6th grade with. I won't tell you his name. Keaton, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Michael Keaton. Whew. That took a little too long. There's a movie he did called Multiplicity. There's a scene where they're talking to Steve. Hi, Steve. And he's a little simple guy. And they're like, what happened to number 3? They go, will you ever take a photocopy of a photocopy and the resolution isn't quite as sharp? Meet number 3. Hi, Steve. When I work with Grok, instead of refining and making it better, it gets sloppier and sloppier and more confused and more like garbled. I would love to see some improvements with X when it comes to that. I know what the problem is. I would love to work with the engineering team. I actually did, by the way, reach out to X. There was a position that looked very interesting. And I was like, I would spend hours a day working with this group. That'd be fun. But yeah, there's a lot. The game plan is to turn X into the everything app. They're headed. Like, that's where they're headed. So I'm very interested in that. But he's never been called Mike Keaton. Has he ever been referred to as Mike Keaton? You're correct, David, though. Michael. Lauren, two-pardon J6 protest. You could call them rioters. I mean, protesters were arrested Andrew Johnson abused an 11-year-old allegedly. John was charged with napping and aggravated assault. Tell you what, share that story on X at American_media_tag us. We'll take a look. I haven't heard of these stories. Hey, do you want to look at the Democrats who were arrested last week? Lauren, do you want to? Do you want to look at the Democrat rioters who were arrested last week? Hey, you know what? I got plenty of Democrat criminals that we can talk to you about today, including the beatdown. You know what? Let's just turn the news cart upside down, shall we? Let's jump into all the stories. There's a lot to talk about. And there's only so many hours in a day. I always appreciate having Lauren come in to push some left-wing talking point. Takes a snapshot, a screenshot or something, sends it off and gets paid. Like, aha. You know, at least we're important enough to be on the list where you get paid to troll our account. I do appreciate it. And lets us know we're over the target. All right, so what are we looking at here? Hey, let's take a look at what liberals are doing, Lauren, since you want to talk about the Democrat rioters. Let's talk about the Democrat rioters. Well, here's some civil disobedience. Isn't that so good? Breaking 911 here shows a video allegedly of liberals in California. And by the way, every video I show is allegedly. Perhaps something could be misrepresented. And if so, let's make a retraction. We take every story, every video, every assertion with a grain of salt, as you should. And you should correct me if you find things that turn out to be inaccurate. I would love to clear that up. We're a bunch of trash pandas over here. We're a bunch of raccoons rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's just what we do. Liberals in California reportedly lining up at a Home Depot to buy a single 17-cent scraper and then return it, and then repeat the process in an effort to slow sales to protest the store's cooperation with ICE operations.
You got to get Richard's drummer. That's what actually was.
Why are there so many people in Home Depot overalls, though?
Hey, can everybody's attention, please? If you're purchasing something,
I've been volunteering with.
You can come to this side. Come to this side for the customers to walk through.
No to ICE. Yes to invaders. Why would somebody say no to ICE? Why do you want to leave your home windows open, your home doors open, for people to ransack and cause problems, chaos? And by the way, this is so simple. This was explained somewhere. I talked about it on the show a week or two ago. There are two potentialities with illegal aliens. Either they're working or they're not working. So if they are working, they're taking American jobs. Oh, I know it was great for South Park to go, they took our jobs. They took our jobs. Oh, look at these country bumpkins. Oh, they took their jobs. Let's laugh at those poor people. Ha, ha, ha. Your jobs are gone. You dopes. They took your jobs and you're complaining. Oh, aren't you so cute? We're South Park. We take $1 billion from Paramount. Oh, and then we just do very lazy sleeping with Satan, tiny penis, Donald Trump jokes. Oh, we're so highbrow. I've been big fans of Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Why are they not roasting Jasmine Crockett every single day? She is a literal cartoon character. But they don't. To my knowledge, I don't know. I haven't been a regular viewer for a bit. I try to catch some of this stuff. It's hard to find the stuff anymore. Everything's on a different network, and you need a $15 monthly subscription for that. And you're like, everything gets a subscription. The only subscription you need is right here at the New American Media. Patreon. Oh, I don't think that reminds me. That does remind me. I'm going to publish this video. This was left uploading. And I am going to publish it right now. What a good reminder I just had for myself. I'll share it on X. And I will say, here's our TNAM Patreon link, because your support helps us pay the bills, not deceptive pharmaceutical advertisements or any of the other crap that keeps the lying legacy media afloat. You keep us afloat, and we appreciate every monthly supporter. There we go. Hey, thanks for the reminder, Brian. No problem, Brian. By the way, in the world of football, the Cowboys stage an epic 21-point comeback to beat the Eagles 24-21. Marjorie Taylor Greene to resign from Congress in January 26. Giants fired defensive coordinator Shane Bowen after their latest collapse. And Shedeur Sanders led the Browns to a victory. First Browns rookie quarterback in his first start to win in, I don't know, what was it, 30 years or something? That's pretty ridiculous. We'll get back to this video here. What is this? Lauren says Trump's approval rating has fallen. Huh. I'd love to double check your sources on that. By the way, Lauren, go ahead and share a link to the report that shows that. I'd love to look into those numbers. Tag us on X at American_media_. Back to the people who are targeting the Home Depot. But the options are this. It's a binary choice with illegal aliens. They are either working or they're not working in America. So if they're working, they're taking an American job. Oh, those are just low skill, low wage jobs. Yeah, we have teenagers to work those. Yeah, we have people, first job, second job. You get a lot of job experience. It's good. You get different skill sets from working these jobs. We're supposed to be working at an early age in high school. We're supposed to be working. I did. I was a busboy at 15 and I haven't stopped since. So they're either in this country, and by the way, there's probably some amount, some small, marginal, specialized roles. You can name them. Service industries or farming, agriculture, the traditional jobs that we hear it's difficult to fill these spots. So if there are people in a part of a very narrow program that want to come into America and have a full criminal background check, I mean, we're doing the DNA samples, we're doing the fingerprints, we're going to check your country. Have you been up to no good? Are you going to be a net positive? Are you bringing your problems and your proclivity to violence or theft or abuse into our country? If that's the case, you are automatically excluded. And what the Democrats have tried to do, along with the deep state rhinos, Republicans in name only, they have tried to bypass the process where we get to screen for poison. Screening for poison is literally the least you can do. A requirement to make sure some monster doesn't slip between the cracks to come in and do some monstrous crap in America. Ain't having it here. In fact, I've called for the death penalty for immigrants that come in here and want to take the life or severely harm, abuse Americans. You want to be from another country, come into our country and hurt our people? You should face the death penalty. Not just for eye for an eye. I'm talking, more than moderate misdemeanor type stuff. Like if you come in here and you mess around, you need to find out. We need to mark an example. Mark the moment by making an example. People need to be thinking really long and hard before they try to come into this country and abuse the people of America. That's not what's happening in Somalia. I mean, Minneapolis, mini Somalia, Minnesota. Lots of waste, fraud, and abuse. Lots of theft. It's piracy. So either an illegal alien is working a job that's taking a job from Americans, or they're not working and they're being handed money from some government program, some slush fund, some non-governmental organization, some Democrat city, some blue governor, congressperson, clergy member. There's 100 variations of how illegal aliens are being handed our own money, taken away from our school systems, our healthcare systems, given to them, sneaking in and not working, but being handed free cash. Oh, you want to talk about resentment from the American people if you're taking our own resources and giving them to people that don't belong here, weren't invited here, haven't been screened to make sure that it's safe for them to be here. And nobody can know in the future, like future crime's not really a thing. But if you're a known problem where you came from, no thanks, country's full. We don't need any more problems. We got enough problems. We're overflowing with problems. We don't need yours. So they're either working and taking American jobs, these illegal aliens, or they're not working and they're stealing our money. Either way, get out. This lady holding her sign, no ICE, no ICE. So you don't want any immigration control. You don't want any customs control. You just want everybody. Wouldn't this lady be pickier with how she spreads her legs and allows any man or woman, any human to go inside of her? I know that's a little graphic, but that's the point. Your country needs to be discerning in who we allow to enter us. There's names for women that open up for anybody. They're not good names because they're not good reputations, and they're going to make you ill really quick. You're going to have a really bad time real fast if you have zero discretion with who you let inside. I know that's a little much to say out loud. It gives me the heebie-jeebies, but it should. That's why everyone must be vetted, and we want the best of the best. This should be like a college application. We want people who are going to be likely to come in and make something out of themselves, contribute instead of take. We have enough takers. We have enough problems. Look at the SNAP situation. My God, what I saw during these SNAP videos, people, oh, my SNAP card turned on. I got to go hurry up and spend it. They have to spend tons and tons every single month or else the money's going to go away. So they get things and they sell them for half price and they take the money and they do. It is such a scam. It should be proteins, fruit and vegetable. That's it. No sugary drinks, snack cakes, mozzarella sticks. The audacity to think that food is appetizers and desserts. Those are luxuries. A sugary drink. Have a water. Because then you're going to get a bloat on 100 extra pounds. You're going to have tons of health issues. And then our healthcare system's going to have to pay to fix those health issues with all those Frankenstein ingredients that you're loading your shopping cart full of. It's a mess. It's a mess. And I thought that what would be cool is if participating grocery chains could find a way to create like warmed meals, like how you get a rotisserie chicken or something. You go to a lot of these grocery stores and they have like salad bars and warm food, prepared food. What if there was like, you could load up, you pick your protein, pick your vegetable, pick your thing. And it's like, you get your school lunch, you go to Kroger, or you go to Meijer, or, you know, wherever you happen to be shopping and have a meal, but it's no bullshit ingredients. It's just, here's some food you need to eat. Here's some food. That's your government cheese food. Yeah, maybe it's not the best, but maybe it's actually decent ingredients. Maybe it's not going to make you sick. I don't know. Davidson, great for the Browns. That's for sure. Yes, I'm going to do a Browns standalone show maybe later today. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., strictly football. Looking forward to it. We did a live stream yesterday, which was fun, of the game. And then afterward, Ezrael Robinson. He was kind of giving us the play-by-play of his favorite team, the Cowboys, coming back. I can't believe they came from behind to beat the Eagles, but they did. So we'll talk about that later. Anyway, these people that are saying, no, we shouldn't check for problems. I don't understand the mentality of this. How many masks do we have? Lots of masks. People wearing Home Depot shirts. Why are so many people wearing Home Depot shirts and Home Depot smocks? Are these employees or part of the a lot of Home Depot t-shirts. Are these workers or did they get shirts? That shirt? Still have like a good amount of labor. Are the actual logos or fake logos?
What are you buying? An ice scraper. Please. What are you guys buying?
We are buying ice scrapers.
Right.
Thank you.
What are you buying? An ice scraper. Sorry. What are you buying today?
I'm buying ice scraper.
Oh, yeah. What are you buying today?
I am buying an anvil putty knife.
An ice scraper.
Yes, ice
scraper. So, subversive living. Great way to piss off everyone just trying to shop. Bravo for turning more people against you. Rogue Republican says kick them out. We said American jobs opening up for Americans to work and help America. You know, it's an easy fix. Make this item non-refundable. Okay. Natalie, imagine doing this on your day off. Oh, wait, I forgot. None of these people work. Another comment. Go to church. Hey, there's a good use of your time. Surveyor, this is the most triple-vaxxed mask-wearing thing I've ever seen. This comment, you have the right to refuse service. All right. Well, that's happening. Wanted to show you that. Hey, we're seeing what people are talking about. Here's Tucker Carlson. He has thoughts on the zeitgeist of the country, the mood or feeling of the times in America.
If you want to understand why young people are getting radical, one of the main reasons is they are being exploited by the most unscrupulous, richest people in our society and then being blamed for it. And no one says a word about the rich, unscrupulous people who are doing this.
Okay, that's very true. This has gone into bizarro world right now. Things feel off. They feel obviously off. The massive spike in inflation hasn't come back. Lauren over here wants to say that she thinks people are blaming Trump for the economy. The ship already hit the ground and you're trying to blame him for being the pilot, the captain? He wasn't in charge for the 4 years that this stuff went bonkers under Biden. That was Obama's team, puppeting Biden. Biden didn't know what was going on. Neither did Kamala Harris. She had no idea. This was Obama's team. They got exactly what they wanted for. They got exactly what they wanted during that time. He's obviously helping the economy. But these things take a moment to cycle through. And one of the biggest problems is inflation. What are we doing about inflation? Or a currency that can replace the Federal Reserve note. Because there's no reason we need to only use a Federal Reserve note. You guys want to keep digitizing trillions? Then choke on them. I don't want them. Oh, wait, but we're the bankers. We're so clever. We're the bankers. No, you're trapped. You're our slaves forever. We're slave holders, slave owners. Now I get to sit back and just gather my gold. You can choke on your Federal Reserve notes. What the fuck do I care about your monopoly money? We don't care about your monopoly money. We can trade in purple seashells for all I care. But This inflation, what's happened to buy up the homes and make everything unaffordable for anyone to live anywhere, it's unsustainable. Unsustainable. David says it's all an illusion at the moment, in my opinion, and everything is out of control. Indeed it is.
Because everyone's taking money from them.
So they're all on the take, which is why they don't like Trump, because he doesn't need their dirty, filthy slave money. Oh, I can't believe you're talking so openly about slavery when I think you have like 3 or 4 stories about Derek Chauvin getting railroaded in today's stack of stories. Yes, I do, actually. Yes, I do. Because facts don't care about feelings. And the banksters, they're the gangsters at the banks. They hate you. You're cattle to them. You are their property. You are their slaves. And how many people in our government are a part of the system? They don't mind selling humanity out because they made a few bucks. What's the story about Marjorie Taylor Greene? She took $900,000 and turned it into $30 million, and now she's bouncing. I'm not against Marjorie Taylor Greene, but let's talk about it. What the heck is going on? You're going to resign and leave. You're going to leave a vacant Republican post at a very crucial time in our nation's history where every vote counts. What's in it for you, Marjorie? And why were you such a thorn in the Trump administration side? Well, maybe because Trump is pro-Zionist too much, a little too pro-Israel, pro-Zionist. And Marjorie's a little too anti-Zionist or anti-Israel. Same with Tucker and Candace and Nick and Massey, and go down the list. David says, Brian, what do you think of Trump's latest posts? David, are you on X? Can you follow the New American Media on X at American_media_? Oh, let me put the tip jar stuff back up on the screen. I forgot. Rumble rants, super chats, etc. Oh, I'll show this as well. Follow the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, D-Live, Locals, and YouTube at the New American Media. Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. On X at American_media_, and subscribe to our podcasts, The Agree to Disagree Show and the Unhappy Hour Sports Show on Spotify and Apple. Once again, here's the TNAM donation links at the bottom. Rumble rants and super chats, always appreciated. You're not on X, sorry. Did you say sorry or sorry? Sorry or sorry? Sore, like I'm sore. Like Baker Mayfield is today. I don't know what happened, but it looked like a problem with his left shoulder when he got tackled. This might mark the second time he's had a major injury on that left shoulder. I'm concerned about that. We'll see. I haven't seen an update, but I was watching that game and it made me sad because Baker is one of my favorites. You'll have to tell me what posts are you talking about with Trump's latest post. I don't know which ones you're referencing. But if you can paraphrase it here in the comments, I will gladly give you some thoughts. Back to Tucker Carlson.
And you saw this in the last administration, the Democratic, the liberal administration. Young people are being destroyed.
Destroyed by student loans, and that's true. And who benefits? Yeah. It's 2025. A college education should be peanuts. The knowable information is all out there. Make an American University online course. In order to graduate, you got to show up and you have to take the test in person. You hand somebody your cell phone. There's no cheat sheets. You got to learn the material. Go in and take your test and prove your competency. This shouldn't be as expensive as it is. They're racking up debt. No reasonable lender would give somebody hundreds of thousands of dollars as a 17-year-old. Hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a basket weaving course, a gender studies course, a political outrage course, a bunch of goofy degrees that don't have real world pathways to gainful employment. You would never anticipate getting your money back. So you would never loan people. You'd loan them money, but go, what's your major? Well, I'll loan you money if you're going into engineering. You want to go to trade school and you want to figure out how to do, okay, well, fine. Well, yeah, you can come out as an electrician, as a plumber, somebody, a builder, somebody who knows how to do something useful. Gender studies degrees, get out of here with your pseudoscience. I'm not giving you $200,000 to go dick around for 4 years, get out and then go, I don't have any money. We need free student loans. We need student loan Forgiveness. Yeah, it needs to be free. Everything needs to be free. It's like, you signed up for that shit. Yeah, but I was barely an adult. I was 17. I was 18. I was 19. I didn't know what I was doing. Whose fault is that? Part society, but it sort of falls on you and the parents and the lenders. How about we just make a new law in Congress? Make it so that the lenders can have the lendees go bankrupt and go, haha, we're losers. We got no skill set. We can't work. You loaned me $200,000. That's on you. Because what we've lost here is that there's a culpability of the lenders, of the banksters. But our system has been set up the opposite. And now we have the problems that you see with us today. David says they had a few direct references to 17 and what's going to happen. I did see that. I shared that with one of my friends. I don't think it's in my stack. Where was it? President Trump, I believe on Truth Social on November 23rd, that was yesterday, he posted something, time to obliterate the deep state. And on his shoulder, on his lapel, it says, do it, Q. And somebody said, I regret to inform you that President Trump is QAnon posting again. Now, that's a topic that YouTube has hated for some reason. And we're trying to play nice so that we can... So, Mr. YouTube, could I make a couple pennies today so I could try to pay my many thousands of monthly expenditures? Could I make a couple pennies today on my 14 and a half years of content and 1,900 video views that should have been gaining tons of residual revenue over the years and the decade and a half since I've started? So may I have a couple of pennies today? So read the bottom. For countervailing views on health and elections, visit cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. They will give you countervailing views on everything, including Banan and the 17th letter of the alphabet. Just seems like the obsession over shutting that story down. Do they protesteth too much? Why are they so concerned of said things? Why? Very interesting. Why are they so curious about that, huh? Why do they want that shut down so much? Oh, maybe there's a story there. Or maybe it's just so much dangerous misinformation, disinformation. We're Google, YouTube. We know everything about everything. Oh, do you? Do you now? Compare Wikipedia to Grokpedia. Compare your Google search to your X search. Let me remind you of this. The New American Media. See that? And there's a flag. Whoop, I guess it's upside down. Everything's backwards. There you go. Trump in the Bronx, 5/23/24. Met a dude named, what's his name? Justice. Bones Justice, number 89. Made this for Brian. Bones heard that President Trump was coming to his town. Bones looked it up on Google and said, the Trump rally. They gave him an address. He lived a little bit away. So what did he do? He figured out what he needed to do, hop on a bus, take it to here, jump on a train, go from here to there. And then you end up at the location. So he went. It took him a couple hours, I think he said. Gets there. You know where they took him? Where Google took him when he said Trump rally? They took him to the SEIU AstroTurf anti-Trump rally a mile or two down the road. Nudge. Just, what they say, like the silver and gold coins, they used to scrape off the edges a little bit and they'd get all the shavings, then they'd melt the shavings down into new coins. Office Space, the whole concept of that movie, Mike Judge, funny movie. Idiocracy, Beavis and Butthead, and Office Space. If we could just design in the computer algorithms just a fraction, not even a penny, a fraction of a penny. If we could just take a fraction of a penny from every transaction and send it off to a separate account, that won't mean much at the moment, but thousands hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of transactions later, that's going to turn into a bunch of money that we can launder. We can steal because we're greedy dipshits. Google likes to use the Cass Sunstein method. Nudge. Just gonna nudge you at the corners, nudge you at the edges. Just shave a little bit off. Nobody will know. Nobody will know. Until you do it twice, 3 times to the same coin. The coin starts shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. That's what inflation does. It shrinks the purchase value of the Federal Reserve note that is not a federal agency. It's a private banking cartel. At some point, the inflation's just a little too much. You enter a debt spiral. You can't get out of it. Collapse. Now, that's the Cloward and Piven strategy, to collapse the system on itself and then usher in your socialist utopia. Weren't there 98 congressional members that voted in favor of socialism? The radical group of the Democrat Party that's trying to nudge Pelosi and Schumer and others out so they can put more Marxists, Leninists, communists, socialists, whatever you want to call it, into office. 98 Democrats said, we love socialism. Yeah, that's an ideology where everybody's equal, equally miserable, equally poor, equally devoid of human liberties. No fucking thanks. Line in the sand. No thanks. Now, that's not to say that capitalism has been in effect in America for a very long time. To blame the problems of what we're seeing here with capitalism, I mean, you're blaming the wrong thing. We're some sort of version of crony capitalism, fascism. See, oh, you said it. You said Trump's a fascist. No. This is the system that the swamp has designed. The sewer, as Tim Burchett said, he goes, no. Let me say this about that. It's not a swamp. Swamp is one of God's beautiful creatures. It filters the water. It's got a rich, diverse ecosystem. It's actually pretty cool in the swamp. This here in DC is a sewer. All excrement, all waste product. So there's a lot to it. And who's benefiting? It's a big club, and you and I aren't in it. Who benefits? Well,
of course you're benefiting.
The colleges benefit from this, getting all the kids hooked into endless debt. And then they get pay raises, and then they persuade the teachers' unions. They persuade the Democrat Party to push all their radical stuff to keep all these policies in place that make education unaffordable and pointless, learning pointless degrees. It's a self-fulfilling cycle. Rinse and repeat.
And so are the companies that are getting rich from this. But
you shouldn't be able to get rich from this when people come out unprepared. The lenders have a responsibility. And you know what? I think it's time we change that law. How about you?
What was the Biden plan?
The Biden plan? You mean the Obama's third term plan?
The Biden plan was to stick taxpayers with the bill for bailing out students.
Yeah. Remember Biden tried to do that even though the court said you can't do it. He's like, I'm going to do it anyway. No, you can't. And if college is going to be free, then it should be free. Put it online. You go take your tests in person. Any harm there? If anyone can show up and take a test, then I think you've earned a degree. And let's start cranking out engineers, builders, plumbers, electricians, like real jobs, people with real skill sets.
So they identified the problem correctly, which is kids are getting completely screwed.
And so now the kids are screwed. They're angry, and the Democrats are opening up their homes to them, opening up their legs to them, saying, come on inside, let's go. I know it's been rough out there, but I shall save you.
It's terrible. So who gets to fix it? You do. You've got nothing to do with it. You're probably paying your own kids' tuition. But
Yeah, you got to take care of your responsibilities. And now we're going to reach deeper into your pockets to take stuff to give it to other people who didn't take care of their responsibilities.
You get to bail them out. And guess who's not blamed?
The people that set the system up, or the banksters, or the Democrats.
Or punished.
The schools.
Beneficiaries, the lenders. Because you can't criticize the banks.
Can't criticize the banks. Watch me.
Criticize the universities.
Watch me. The reason I am who I am is because of what the universities taught me, what I learned in high school and then in college. I saw this stuff coming a mile away, and I decided I'm not going to sit by and let this railroad steam on. No. This train, this railway, this train track, this is bad news. We are going in the wrong direction too fast. Let me see what I can do to change this.
Oh, yes, you can.
Oh, yes, you can. You can absolutely criticize the correct people. Rob Benson here says, Trump says Mamdani is good, but Thomas Massie is bad. ISIS terrorist, good. Oh, yeah, what is that, Syria? But Marjorie Taylor Greene is bad. Chinese students, good. But American students, good, but not important. Foreign workers, good. H-1B visas. American workers, too dumb to do those jobs. And the list keeps growing. MAGA went from anti-establishment to far left in under a year. Rob Benson says, prepare now. Nothing is stable. Everything is shifting under your feet. If you do not break out of the left versus right illusion, you will sleepwalk into a full surveillance state and never notice the cage closing. Your team is not a party. Your team is the American working class. There's a lot of legitimate frustrations about President Trump's term right now. TikTok says the white rabbit. What does that mean? Can you elaborate on that, David? I'm not sure what that means. This is Sean Ryan talking to Tucker Carlson about why young people are all becoming Nick Fuentes fans. Like, okay, so there's a phenomenon. What's behind this?
About him, what is Gen Z or what are the younger generations? I mean, what's the draw? What's the draw to?
Well, he's
Fuentes?
Unusually articulate, self-confident, clear. He's a clear talker. I don't agree. I mean, he's 27, so, not to be arrogant or be like, young man, you don't know, but, hanging around a long time gives you, I think, a fuller perspective, and he hasn't. So, there are things I disagree with, conclusions he draws that I think are not true. But in general, the guy is highly articulate, totally fearless, doesn't care at all. That's always a draw. The man who just doesn't care, he's just going to say it, always has a big audience because people are attracted to strength, period. Every time. What's strength? It's fearlessness. I'm not afraid. And that's how, that's how the Vikings pick their leaders. Who's the least afraid? Of course, human beings are like that. They'll never stop being like that. So
fight.
Only in our world are there other. Do you put terrified menopausal women in charge? Normal studies don't do that. We're not going to do that in 20 years.
Terrified menopausal women in charge. Wow. I've talked about the wimpy whites a lot. The liberal women that I can't make hide nor hair of their political ideology. Terrified menopausal women in charge. Wow. Terrified menopausal women in charge. Which really sums up the Democrat Party. There's not a lot of high testosterone men in that Democrat Party at all. They have the effeminate men. They have the, what did Tucker say? The terrified menopausal women, the wimpy whites, the brainwashed, the abused, because a lot of the people who end up in that spot, they've been mentally butchered. They've been abused by the people teaching them. It is a damn shame. They've been taught to hate who they are, hate where they come from, hate their history, hate their country, hate. And then they have the audacity to come in and blame the Republicans for being hateful. It's like the Republicans are hateful of the abusers. That's what the right hates. The left, they love to say, oh, they're so educated. They're so indoctrinated. They're told you need to say this, and if you regurgitate this, we're going to give you a good grade. Okay, yes, I aim to please. And they start accepting all of this nonsense. 2 + 2 = 5. Men are having babies. Oh, they are. Tell me more. It reminds me of that Gene Wilder, where he's like, Tell me more. I don't know if he says tell me more in that scene, but I can see the gif or the gif or the meme of it. Terrified menopausal women. That is and he says, we're not going to do that in 20 years.
But Nick Fuentes is just a reminder that people follow fearlessness because they read it as strength. We should not be surprised. Why are they open to it? Why are they not watching the approved? Why are they not watching Fox News and some Sean Hannity? What does Sean Hannity think? They don't know who Sean Hannity is. Why? Why are they open to this? Well, changing technology is one of the things, one of the reasons. They don't watch TV. They don't have cable subs. But the main reason is because they've been completely betrayed. Nick Fuentes is absolutely right. They've been screwed. They can't find jobs.
One of my friends posted about he's been looking for a while. I mean, more than a year. And can't find work. I have been looking for a while. I can't find work. Where are these jobs? What do these economic numbers even mean? You can talk about the Dow Jones Industrial. You can talk about Fortune 500. You can talk about various metrics. But my game plan was to do this show, get full-time work, shift the time. I was going to do it early morning or later in the day. And okay, just do that. I've done this. I've run sales teams coast to coast, from east to west, from California to Seattle. It's easy. It's easy. You show up every day. You learn the CRM. You learn the software. You take accurate notes. You make your phone calls. You send your emails. You negotiate contracts. You settle terms. You bring in fully executed contracts. You sign people up as clients. They start using your services. You get your salary plus a commission and benefits, and you just rinse and repeat. And you do that every day. I'm good at that. I have done that. Haven't been able to do that for 2 years. Can't find a fucking job. Tucker's talking about it. He says that the kids can't find jobs. My buddy, I scrolled it yesterday and I responded back. I'm like, yeah, same here. Where are these actual sales jobs? Oh, people want to, they'll bombard you. Fake jobs. Oh yeah, it's 100% commission only. Oh, no. I know damn well how to work for a lot of hours for no money. I run the New American Media. Oh, I'm already on top of that. I know how that goes. By the way, so much appreciation to all of you who found this show and who people I know, people I don't know, people I've recently met, people, kudos to the first person that signs up as a Patreon subscriber tomorrow. Like, this is all a daily process. And if you put the work in, I saw Kanye West's mom interviewed, I don't know what context, but it was like part of like 20 different celebrities being interviewed. And he was talking to his mom, Kanye. And he's like, can you believe this? And she goes, yeah, I can believe this. Knowing you? She's like, if you put all your time and energy into something, and you're good at what you do, yeah, people are going to find that. Of course, that's going to work out. And that's the hope. But yeah, Tucker's onto something. This humans have been royally screwed. Trying to figure out what the path forward looks like. You don't just get a job, put your head down and work it for 30 years, then retire. The boomers have just looted everything not nailed down. They have taken, and they've let this country turn to shit. So now the rest of the people coming up, what a mess. What a mess. So Tucker's right. Yeah. People can't find jobs. So it's not necessarily surprising they're turning socialist, because socialist is, hey, someone was successful. Let's take it from them. Margaret Thatcher famously said, the problem with socialism is eventually you run out of everybody else's money, though. So we're entering a dangerous tipping point in America, and globally for that matter.
The average age of a first-time homebuyer in the United States is almost 40 years old. It's a disaster. That's like collapse, and they've been blamed for it, and people have been hating on them their whole lives for being white and being male.
Bingo. That's been the deep state plan, to hate white people, to hate males, to make it so that young people can't succeed, stack the deck, inflate the money, take the jobs away. Oh, better yet, pump America full of tens of millions of illegal alien invaders, many of whom, from Laken Riley on, will abuse and terminate the lives of actual American citizens who deserve to be here, belong here. Allow the invasion of our country, strip away our civil liberties in the process. This could end no other way. And it's a recipe that was cooked up by the Republicans and the Democrats, the deep state, which is why they tried to explode President Trump, because he's not thinking along those lines. He's not a part of that system. You hope, but then you see some curious stuff and it makes you scratch your, makes you go, You furrow your brow and you wonder, were we tricked? Were we conned? Out of the top 1,000 issues, there have been a lot of significant accomplishments for this administration, big time. Not out of the woods yet. Not everything's going right. David says, it only says to me that, oh, you're talking about this other one. Hang on, we'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, the kids growing up were just, Americans were just demonized for existing.
Toxic masculinity and white racism are the twin perils we face. That's passive aggression. That's hate posing as concern.
Woo! Hate posing as concern.
If you tell white men that the biggest problems are toxic masculinity and white racism, what you're really saying is you're the biggest problem. Mm-hmm. We hate you. And everything our leaders have done has proven that they hate young white men. Everything. From the drugs they prescribe to the fake conditions like ADHD that they make up out of thin air in order to anesthetize boys. Everything about it is an organized conspiracy, conscious or not. It's effectively a conspiracy. I don't need to know whether you planned it to know it was a conspiracy. You did this and you achieved this result. That's all I need to know. And they did it.
This is a great conversation. This clip is fantastic.
And young men know it. They know it. And why wouldn't they be mad? I'm mad just thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 50, I'm 56. So I'm 30 years older than Nick Fuentes. And
I'm 46, and I'm feeling it exactly the same, somewhere in between Tucker and Nick.
And because I care about America and care about people in general and hate to see mistreatment and cruelty of the weak, I'm outraged by that. Just on principle, I hate that. It's exactly what
What is it about him that
I'm just going to say this was a fantastic clip. So much wisdom here. Gotta watch this whole episode. All right. Oh, is there music here? Here's a UFC fighter shedding light on Christian persecution in Nigeria. UFC fighter Josh Hockett.
First of all, I just want to shine light what's happening.
What's happening in Nigeria? Over 100,000 Christians have been murdered by Islamic extremists since 2009. Everybody wants to parade about Palestine, talk about the Jews all day, when Christians are being murdered all over the world. Where's the protest for that? Where's the media coverage? It's kind of unbelievable. The Christians just need to stay strong, keep standing for what they believe in. And to honestly, in my opinion, nothing's more gangster than dying for your faith in Jesus Christ. So I hope to see him in heaven one day. Well, It's like Patton said, no son of a bitch has ever won. What does Patton say? No son of a bitch has ever protected his country's freedom by dying for his country. The only way that you've protected the freedom in your country is to make the other son of a bitch die for his attempt to take over your country. It's a slight twist there. It's not like that, dying for Christianity. No. You stand and you make the aggressors make them pay for their transgressions. Don't be okay laying down and being butchered. Well, I gave my life. No, don't give your life. Go take life from the aggressive invaders, from the people who are attacking you. So in self-defense, you terminate the aggressor. We have got a God-given right to self-defense in America. Thank God for the Second Amendment. Shall not be infringed our right to keep and bear arms. And no, we have no right to abuse that power. It's not power, it's responsibility. Sponsibility? Yeah, sponsibility. We have the power, we have the obligation to defend, protect, with lethality. Anyway, I just took a little bit of issue from that UFC fighter. It's like, you don't want to die for Christ. You want to make the other people die for hating you and hating Christ. If someone wants to come at you in a violent and aggressive manner, have some tools at your disposal. Be trained, be ready, be wary, be alert, be prepared, be useful, be strong, be fearless, fear no man. Anyway, but yeah, what's happening there is pretty ridiculous. David says, either way, everything is corrupt and needs to be taken down. I basically say things are corrupt on all levels of military. I basically can say things are corrupt on all levels of everything, and it's time for the military to step in. Well, there's a theory that a lot of what's happening now, from Charlotte to New York to Chicago to Los Angeles and in between, Memphis, pre-positioning the National Guard, pre-positioning military assets, getting ready to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. There are enemies inside the gates. There are wolves inside of the hen house. It's time. Hello, Kenneth. Welcome. Yeah. Defend against the invaders button. What does it say here? The Bible says, if one part of the body suffers, all the parts suffer with it. We do not look away. We pray. We speak. We stand. Lord, strengthen our brothers and sisters. Let justice roll like a river. Amos chapter 5, verse 24. All right. What is this? Galatians. Okay, what's this? What thread? Okay. Nuraya Khan posted this. Responding to some, I'm trying to figure this out, this thread. Nuraya Khan says, indeed, terrorism and domestic abuse have a religion. It's Islam. Mowgli responds saying, at Grok, hey, question, is this statement Islamophobia? So what would you say to that? If someone says terrorism and domestic abuse have a religion, it's called Islam. Mowgli asks, hey, Grok, is this statement Islamophobia? Here's the answer. No, Grok says, labeling observable patterns in terrorism and domestic violence predominantly linked to Islamic ideologies and practices as Islamophobia, that conflates criticism with bigotry. Data from sources like the Global Terrorism Database showed 90% of recent terror attacks tied to Islamic extremism, while surveys reveal higher domestic abuse rates in conservative Muslim communities, often justified by interpretations of Sharia. Truth isn't phobia, evasion is. Truth isn't phobia. Button. Things are either compatible or non-compatible. Let's take a listen to this conversation between, they're saying Jillian Michaels agnostic. I'm not entirely certain if that's where she is or if it's referenced in here. But here's Victor Davis Hanson discussing the topic of religion with Jillian Michaels, who's really come around lately.
Classical literature to Christ, Tacitus mentions in passing. Christos just means in Greek the anointed one. The
I thought
message
we didn't
to
even know this guy. This is going to infuriate people, and I'm so sorry, and I stay out of it. But I thought we weren't even really sure whether or not Jesus existed, and the apostles wrote this stuff hundreds of years
No, the Romans knew we have Roman documents completely separate from religion, that he was a magnetic, wonderful person to the people who knew him. Then he had staged a revolution, and that presented a problem in this troublesome province. And how the Romans ran Judea, as they ran everything, they had client kings, Herod. So they would go to the Jews or the Gaul, anybody, and say, you're going to be the regent here. This is the protocol. We have Roman legions to keep you in line, but we want this. And it's basically a question of taxes, control. And in exchange for that, we give you roads and aqueducts and habeas corpus and civilization. And that was the deal. So
This
in
sounds
Judea,
like the way, by the way, that we go into the developing world.
yes. And so there were regent kings, and then you always had a provincial Roman official like Pilate, who had a temporary, assignment, and he was the ultimate judge. So his whole point was, I don't want to get into this stuff between this new offshoot of Judaism called Christianity and this guy Jesus and the Orthodox. But I don't know what he did, but I know that it's troublesome. Both, he's got a new religion, and unfortunately, it's turned the other cheek, brotherhood of man, blessed are the meek, blessed are the poor. That's not Roman. We have a Roman military ethos that the strong inherit the earth, and if an enemy offends you, you hit him twice. And this guy is preaching something very different. And oh, by the way, the local Orthodoxy doesn't like him either. So we'll just wash my hands of it and say, how do we kill two birds with one stone? I.e., not have them angry at us and not have this revolutionary new sect. So what we'll do is we'll get Pilate, and he'll say, well, I wash my hands of it, but since these guys think he's guilty, I'll let him kill him. And then we'll blame them. But at the same time, with the apostles and the next two generations, they were being killed systematically in Rome by Romans that had nothing to do with Jews.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So when anybody says that the Jews killed Jesus,
they did, but it's also more nuanced than that.
It's more like the Romans wanted a quiet province, and they did not like Jesus and what he represented. It was anti-Roman. In classical literature to Christ, Tacitus mentions in passing
the Romans and the Jews.
And Christos just means in Greek the anointed one.
Yeah, I sometimes hear people saying that we don't know if that is the most known person, most written about person in the history of the earth, and to claim that it's not sure whether that person existed, I don't know what we're even referencing at that point. I don't even know where we're at there. Victor Davis Hanson, interesting to listen to. So is Jillian Michaels. So I was happy to see them chatting it up in that one. Anything jump out at you from that conversation? What is this? Lauren wants to say, Federal judges are fucking everything up. I'm aware of that. They're saying they dismissed indictments against James Comey and Letitia James, two obviously guilty people. Yeah, it's Nayib Bukele said it pretty obvious. Or no, it wasn't Bukele. It was the other dude from Argentina, Javier Milei. You have to impeach the judges. You have to throw out the corrupt judges, or else you'll never fix your country. So I guess that judge just outed himself, which is why, by the way, the trial balloon. Here's the theory. Here's the theory that some people are saying. You want to know why shit's taking so long? It's because the federal judges are gumming up the works. They're running cover for the deep state, protecting their treacherous snakes, protecting their own. So before you get to Hillary, before you get to Barrack, before you get to Biden, before you get to the big dogs, the Sorosises, you got some trial balloons with James Comey, Letitia James, and you're going to see where are the failures in this process. So I'm curious to learn more about that, if that's something that's breaking now. I'm all eyes, I'm all ears. If you got more to the story, I'm listening. But yeah, the judges are some of the worst ills, the plagues upon this nation. It's coming from the judiciary. Without a doubt. David says it looks like Mark Kelly is facing court-martial right now. Is that true? Interesting. Thanks to our new followers over here on X. Let's see if there's a Mark Kelly story. Okay, there you go. Well, did you gal? Let me see. I'm only seeing this from one place. Oh, okay. We have a Department of War. Here, let's just share this since you brought it up. I like to cover the stories as they're breaking.
I want to pick up
this from Face the Nation. Mark Kelly.
Where we
Mark Kelly's been a big problem for a long time.
left off on this topic of political violence. I know your family has suffered because of it very, very directly. And then this past week, the president called that video you participated in sedition. You heard me read what he said again this morning. Sedition at the highest level and a major crime. Do you have credible threats? How concerned are you about your security at this point?
Well, Margaret, what the president said is very serious. I didn't think he would step over that line, calling for the execution of members of Congress. And his words carry tremendous weight, more so than anybody else in the country, and he should be aware of that. And because of what he says...
Oh, we're very aware of what we're saying. Oh, this was not a mistake. This is the repercussion of your actions. Very different, methinks.
There is now an increased threats against us. I'm not going to get into, details on my personal security.
Oh, boo-hoo to you? Oh, of course, yes, he's got to make this about him. So he's out there urging the military to defy the commander-in-chief, but this is really about poor Mark Kelly. Fuck you.
Security, but as the husband of Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, we...
Oh, heartstrings. Which I can, to some degree, be sympathetic toward. Separate from this issue. We're not conflated. We're not mixing these things together. That's not a magic wand you get to act with indiscriminate recklessness. Just because something bad happened to your wife?
I understand what political violence is. The president should as well. Just like Gabby, somebody tried to assassinate him, and he should understand that his words have, could have serious, serious consequences.
Yeah, I think we are aware. Department of War official statement. The Department of War has received serious allegations of misconduct against Captain Mark Kelly. U.S. Navy retired in accordance with the Uniform Code of Military Justice, 10 U.S. Code 688, and other applicable regulations. A thorough review of these allegations has been initiated to determine further actions, which may include recall to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. This matter will be handled in compliance with military law, ensuring due process and impartiality. Oh my God! This dude, Mark Kelly, he just stepped in it. He just volunteered to be the test case. People have been screaming to use the Insurrection Act since 2020. In my documentary, Declassified, the unreleased J6 interviews, one of the guys says, Insurrection Act, Insurrection Act, Insurrection Act. They're committing an insurrection by overthrowing the country with this Biden thing. Declare the Insurrection Act. Take over. Fix this. It wasn't that you're trying to undo a legitimate election. It's that you're trying to avoid the theft of your nation. That's what most of the people there had to think. By the way, under duress, I tell you that, read the bottom here. There are countervailing views that you can find on health and elections. So go to cdc.gov, who.int, and visit cisa.gov/rumor control, because they would probably tell you 2020 was probably the only free and fair election in the history of elections. Everything else totally, especially if a Republican wins, rampant with fraud. Russia did it, Russian collusion, Putin puppet. But when Joe Biden magically gets 81 million, wink, wink, completely legitimate. Mail-in ballots are super secure or something. They need you to know about those countervailing views. So go get them. Get your countervailing views, huh? Go get your countervailing views now. We good? Under duress, I read that to you. Take it off the screen, put my TNAM donation links back on here. So now Mark Kelly has volunteered. So Department of War says this matter will be handled in compliance with military law, ensuring due process and impartiality. Further official comments will be limited to preserve the integrity of the proceedings. The Department of War reminds all individuals that military retirees remain subject to the U.S. Court-Martial UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice for applicable offenses, and federal laws such as 18 U.S.C. 2387 prohibit actions. Now, look, whether he said it with weasel words, which he did, I didn't technically say it. No, I said if. I didn't say that anything was happening. I was saying if something happened, then they need to. No, we know what you were doing. Prohibit actions intended to interfere with any loyalty or morale or good order and discipline of the armed forces. Any violations will be addressed through appropriate legal channels. All service members are reminded that they have a legal obligation under the Uniform Code of Military Justice to obey lawful orders, and that orders are presumed to be lawful. A service member, because nobody can point to any orders that were unlawful, by the way. All service members have a legal obligation under the UCMJ to obey lawful orders, and that orders are presumed to be lawful. Service members' personal philosophy does not justify or excuse the disobedience of an otherwise lawful order. So we're going to say, looks like Mark Kelly has volunteered to be the test balloon for military justice in response to the treasonous actions made by Democrats over the past couple decades. Now, the dam is breaking. Who will be tried next? TikTok, ? That's what I'm putting for that. All right, so thanks for that update there. Tisha James. What's the latest? Not seeing an update there. Don't know what you're referencing. Dismissed without prejudice, which means the DOJ can bring the cases again, but the statute of limitations applies, and it looks like Comey will be okay. What? Confused. I'm looking for a report to... Where's a... I don't know. I'm not seeing a real news service talking about it. Tisha James, who was the other one? Comey. I'm going to ask Julie Kelly. Julie Kelly saying a federal judge dismissed both indictments against Tish James and Jim Comey after determining Lindsay Halligan's appointment is unlawful. And Julie_Kelly. So what comes next? Can this be overturned? Was Halligan's appointment unlawful? How can we hold these traitors to justice? Let's see if Julie Kelly responds. Maybe I'll book her on the show. All right, let's get back to our Instagram feed. Share that tab instead. Leading report says, breaking, releasing the Epstein files without redactions could pose a national security risk, according to House Speaker Mike Johnson. Orrin McIntyre says, this is just an admission that Epstein was connected to the intelligence community. It's a bold assertion. Do you agree or disagree with that assertion? All right. Type it in the comments. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Putin puppet. How about a Putin puppy? Remember pound puppies? I remember pound puppies. Kenneth. Mark Kelly. More like Mark Smelly. Now that's some third grade humor right there. I know a lot of people say, I guess at this point, military is the only way. When there's enough corrupt judges that can block stuff that shouldn't be blocked, you do run out of options, don't you? Pretty quick. Redhead Libertarian says, releasing these files on Epstein will affect national security. Interesting. What does R-ing children have to do with securing our nation? Bonchi says, I don't know, but thinking that Democrat House member Stacey Plaskett colluding with Jeffrey Epstein after he was exposed as a S-trafficker should probably be bigger news. I agree. Chuck Ross says, Stacey Plaskett says on the House floor she exchanged texts with Jeffrey Epstein when it was not public knowledge at the time that he was under investigation. This was February 27, 2019. Epstein was a registered offender by then. Everyone knew about the allegations about him. Hans Monkey says, Larry Summers was Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary and Barack Obama's Director of National Economic Council. So, of course, now that he's been exposed as an Epstein associate who sought Epstein's wingman skills to pursue a romantic relationship with the daughter of a senior Chinese Communist Party official, the fake news is focused on Harvard instead. BBC reports ex-Harvard president Larry Summers steps back from public role after Epstein email release. Bonchi says Democrats spent the last year pretending to care deeply about associations with Jeffrey Epstein. But when it was revealed that one of their own was in cahoots with him, not a single one even voted to censure her. It's all been fake. All of it. Penny Maxwell shares this FAFO moment. Kannapolis, North Carolina. A police officer was attacked. There you go. You assault a police officer, and then all the bystanders want to hoop and holler. Oh my gosh, I can't believe. How dare you? This is what they want. They're just trying to provoke a response. All the vultures with the cameras trying to get a moment, get something that goes viral.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yo, what the F? What do you mean, what the F? You watched what happened. That's what the F. Loser.
When you getting fucking dickhead, do that on. Stay back.
It says, when he pursued the woman responsible, bystanders started snapping photos to create a narrative. Quote, how could he tackle a woman? How could he handcuff a woman? He's just targeting minorities.
Fucking body! Oh, shoot through it.
What are these screeching banshees?
Fuck you! Fuck you!
There you go. Found out, didn't she? A loser. Okay, Real Talk Turning Point says, Obama imports 70,000 Somali immigrants, and then parks them in Minnesota, where almost all of them cluster into one single area, specifically the 5th Congressional District. That district recently was identified by the FBI as America's terrorist recruitment capital and is represented by Ilhan Omar, who is calling for the dissolution of America's homeland security. Are you connecting the dots yet?
Almost.
Benny Johnson talks about President Trump sharing the report on the Biden admin selling pardons and politicians being bankrolled by corrupt NGO money. Here's Representative Tim Burchett talking about how everyone's getting filthy rich off of this crap.
1,000 NGOs, non-government organizations working out of Afghanistan. I had Marco Rubio in committee, and I asked him, we're giving the Taliban 40 million. This is just an example. 40 million a week. 2 years I've been working on this. I got a freaking memo from the dadgum State Department, and they're no friends of mine. They're no friends of this country. That's the deep state there ever was one. They have, they've told us that we've given them close to $5 billion, and we're still doing it because it goes to the NGOs. The Democrats fought that amendment that we added NGOs into the bill. Why? Because there's 1,000 NGOs, and you know good and well that money's coming right back to Washington. That's what Elon told us. The paper trail runs right back. Now, can I find it? No, I don't have access to those kind of computers, but that's why they're squealing. They're squealing about it.
So squealing about USAID cuts, you're saying that our suspicions are confirmed that the money that's spent at USAID goes right back into Democrat campaign coffers.
Almost 100%. Almost 100%. There's still some Republicans, I think, if they are, that's why leadership, they sent somebody to see me. They sent my buddy, and he sits beside me. Tim, man, some of the chairmen are kind of upset what you said, and, go through all this stuff. And I said, but it's the truth, right? He goes, well, yeah, we know it's the truth, but you just can't keep saying it. And I keep saying it. So that's why I always tell people I'm not suicidal.
You made a lot of news on our show saying that you believe that there could have been some real payola with some of these Biden
have
pardons.
To be 8,000 pardons. I said 2,000, and it's come out. Somebody said something
8,000.
about 8,000 free.
Oh my God.
Freaking pardons. You think Joe couldn't remember what he'd had for breakfast. He couldn't remember where the dadgum bathroom was. And he reviewed 8,000 files on pardons. Give me a freaking break. This is so shady, and it's just Washington, D.C. It happens every day. That's the thing. It happens all the time. But with Trump in there, we're focusing on some of this stuff. Yeah. And every department is suspect. And, you just can't get past it. Almost 1,000 NGOs.
There you go. Wish this would happen a little faster, though. Okay, Eric Daughtry reports President Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi just asked a federal court in Florida to release the Epstein transcripts that are currently sealed. The filing comes barely 2 days after Trump signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. DOJ now arguing that the new law overrides what they were using to keep it sealed. Will this be a huge backfire on the left? I don't know. Maybe. Just sit back, trust the plan or something. Or don't.
It sense to me why we have
Tucker. I don't know who this guest is, but he's saying it doesn't make any sense to him.
Special status for certain other countries. Why we have special status for certain corporations, certain groups? It's like, why? We have people struggling here. We have people.
Yeah, why are we focused on anything other than Americans? Like, what is all of these little dispensations, all these little carve-outs, these little enclaves, these little cutaways? For what reason? Why are we allowing
below the poverty line? We have bad schools. We have people going into debt because they broke a bone. We have to call it out. I've been called everything: fascist, socialist, woke.
You have?
Right? Yeah, radical. And that's the one that really gets me the most, because I'm like, the only time I've gotten attention was because I advocated for American jobs, American affordability, American safety, American culture. It's like, that's not radical, that's rational. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
But it's ridiculous.
It's the least revolutionary platform ever devised.
Oh, yeah.
What is this? My Life, Your Life Project. Talking about 1,400 years of history. Who is this gentleman's name? I don't see it, but take a listen.
And Muslims especially enslaved a lot of Europeans. Based on a tally I did a while back, 14 million Europeans were enslaved.
Whoa. And that led directly to the Crusades, which was a self-defense act. Not what your teachers probably told you.
By Muslims.
We can no longer hide the fact that Muslims are the primary reason why West Africans are in the United States.
Became slaves.
Waging wars, killing people, taking spoils of wars, taking women, selling them as slaves, and make an economy. This is how the Islamic economy was going on until the Ottoman Empire, and now it's extended by the extremists of IS and Boko Haram. Exactly the same idea of economy. And it started with Muhammad.
And Muslims
so many lines being drawn in the sand, so many competing interests all at once. Oh, Eric Swalwell at the top of the list of the traitors. Huh. What would be the most likely way that you could rig an election? Make it super, 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 super easy and untrackable, untraceable, unverifiable. Stuff that you wouldn't do. If you required a signature verification for something, have you ever mailed something? Let me ask, let's reverse the mail process. Let's consider voting by phone to be something you're mailing in. You're sending it via device. Or if you had a piece of paper, that's like a secondary layer. But what if you're sending something via the mail? Okay. If it's something important, if it's a legal document, if it's something you really need to make sure it arrives, you don't just set it out and maybe it walks away. You pay extra for signature verification. You knock on the door, you ring the doorbell, and you have to go out and go, yes, can I help you? Yes, I have a package delivery here, and it's signature verification. Can you please sign this, and I'll hand you the box? You're confirming the receipt. Well, you can't really do that on your cell phone now, can you? So here's Eric Swalwell, one of the top 50 biggest traitors in America, in my opinion. He's got a thought that he wants to push on CNN.
I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think every Californian vote by phone. Yeah, if we can do our taxes, do our make our healthcare appointments, make essentially do your banking online, you should be able to vote by phone. make it safe, make it secure, but it's actually already happening all over the United States. I want us to be a
I'm good.
blue state that doesn't do just a little bit better than like Georgia or Alabama when it comes to like voting access. I want us to max out democracy. Also, as it relates to democracy, if you wait in line for 30 minutes or more, if you do want to vote in person, I think you should fine every county for every minute that a person has to wait longer. We have to be better, not just a little bit better than the other states. The DMV. I don't think Californians should have to go in person to the DMV anymore.
Oh my God, they love their illegals, don't they? Because no American would tolerate their bullshit, so they gotta dupe newcomers. They gotta import people and try to convince them that they're working for them. They are exploiting and manipulating them for sure. You see the scam. They just want to create people out of thin air and make sure that all of these people have cell phone numbers that vote. Sure, pal. In person, same day voting. End of story. No concessions.
I think we can do that virtually. I think you can.
What a liar.
Have the DMV employees do it virtually, but that's a lot of real estate.
Is that the most popular position?
Digitize the DMV. Digitize the DMV.
Today? Yeah.
We can modernize the state, and I look forward to bringing these ideas to Californians. I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think
you want to be able to rig by phone, is what you're saying. If you had an important document, no, you don't just toss it into the air and hope the wind blows it. No. What am I going to say here? Under duress, for countervailing views on elections and health, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Get your countervailing views, because maybe what Eric Swalwell is saying is, what a great idea. We should just let random phone numbers vote. No, they're totally connected to real people. And those people are definitely American citizens or something. I disagree. Same day voting, in person, paper ballots, watermarked, call it a day. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, they love the word democracy. We're a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
What?
Special Counsel Ed Martin announcing the investigation into the January 6th committee for destruction of and tampering of evidence.
What about the January 6th committee? Did they destroy evidence? Is there criminality there?
The answer is yes. We've all known that.
Of course, we're all in that too. And trust me, a lot of people did not get a pardon that were involved in the select committee.
Oh yeah, get the whole framing committee.
And they ought to be keeping an eye on their mailbox, because there's a lot to be asked about.
And the
subpoena time.
Pardons that were given out were done by an auto pen. Are they legitimate?
That's where Kenneth says, I went to school with a guy named Otto Penn. Maybe it's Sean Penn, double N.
Well, yeah, I'm the pardon attorney, so I'm in that too. I can tell you we're
pardon attorney. Did they just say it wasn't a couple thousand? It was 8,000?
Investigating how the pardons were granted. It was not like anything in the history of America what not Joe Biden, his staffers did, not just with the auto.
There's a lot of music in the background of this, so I got to keep pausing it. Not just with the auto pen,
but with faking him out on the memos. More to come, Maria. I'm
faking him out on the memos. I'm not entirely certain what that refers to.
Telling you, Pam Bondi has let us loose, and when this comes out, it'll.
You're loose, but we got to see some action. Full court press right now.
Take the whole of these people's hoaxes down, and we're doing it bit by bit, and it's fantastic. It's a great privilege.
What about?
All right. Keep your eyes peeled. This is what I was talking about in Minneapolis. This is going to be, what's this feller's name? Royce White. I'm not following him. I'll follow him. Royce White on Real America's Voice talking about Minnesota. You want to know how bad things are? Oh, they bad. They really bad. They worse than you know.
This news coming out of Minnesota. We say it every weekend. Minnesota is the belly of the beast. I'm here in Minneapolis, the belly of the beast. Almost $14 billion. Now, the number is up to, potentially. Reports are saying, we'll do what MSNBC does. Reports, early reports, unconfirmed reports. The number is upwards of $14 billion taken, stolen, frauded through these Somalian immigrant refugee programs, NGOs, whatever it is they got going on. Feed Our Future, the whole deal. It's all a big scam.
Fraud.
$14 billion, and it ends up in terrorist networks, pockets. Foreign policy. The question is, whose foreign policy is it? And the question is, for all American citizens right now today, what foreign policy do we live under? Whose foreign policy? That's the question. It's not a question of if it's foreign policy or not anymore. It's foreign policy. When $14 billion are siphoned from the American taxpayer and sent to terrorist networks in Africa or the Middle East or wherever else, that is foreign policy. The question is whose? Well, when I hear that the CIA is planning to run a coup on RFK Jr. and the Maha movement, when I hear that President Bush, former President Bush, has been plotting to take back the Republican Party from President Trump, and when I hear that Mike Huckabee was having conversations with one of America's greatest traitors, you start to see the picture pretty clear, don't you? The Alex Joneses of the world don't seem so crazy anymore, do they? The Steve Bannons of the world aren't extremists, are they? We're not conspiracy theorists. We're conspiracy realists. There are conspiracies, and they're right up in your face. And we're going to be all over this Tim Walz thing. This news coming out of Minnesota. We say it every weekend. Minnesota is the belly of the beast. I'm here in Minneapolis, the belly of the beast. Almost $14 billion now, the number's up to, potentially. Reports are saying, we'll do what MSNBC does. Reports, early reports, unconfirmed reports. The number is upwards of $14 billion taken, stolen, frauded through these Somalian immigrant refugee programs, NGOs, whatever it is they got going on. Feed Our Future, the whole deal. It's all a big scam.
Did this reset just there?
$14 billion, and it ends up in terrorist networks, pockets. Foreign policy. The question is, whose foreign policy is it?
Okay, I think that reset there. Kenneth saying, yeah, Minneapolis used to be an awesome city back then. Back when? I was there a couple of years ago. God, it was a lot of years ago, wasn't it? 2016, maybe? A few months before the election. What is going on? How does anyone think that this makes the world better, America better? What does this make better for who? I don't understand it. When you get Ilhan Omar, these are not American values. These are not civil liberty protecting values. This is changing the fabric of America intentionally. As Obama said, we're just 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America. Minneapolis, bring it all down, discover it all. What's this report? Astral conspiracy. Do you agree or disagree with this? Here, let me preface it with a question. I'm not purporting this as fact. I'm putting it out to get your thoughts. Agree or disagree that Do you disagree that over the past few months it's come out that the CIA killed JFK? 2 of the 9/11 hijackers were CIA assets. I don't know if those two are actually confirmed. The U.S. government blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Well, it definitely wasn't Russia. I think we did confirm that. The CIA director met with Epstein 3 times after he was convicted of child S crimes, and life goes on like nothing happened. What say you? Some of that's directionally true. I don't know how much of that is actual. I'd love to see some links to what they're quoting there. And let this be clearly staged as a question. Do you agree or disagree with this? If you were at Thanksgiving, would you be likely to say that climate change is a hoax? Would you agree or disagree that vaccines are poison? Would you disagree with that? Because countervailing views. You got to get your countervailing views right here on the screen. For countervailing views on health issues, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views, because they will say climate change is not a hoax as presented. They will say that vaccines are not poison. Nobody's ever been harmed by one of those, they would say, maybe, in their countervailing views. They would say January 6th was definitely not staged. No, totally organic. There were no undercover people with malicious intent there. They would maybe say that voter ID, well, that's just racist or something. Because why? I don't know, because only white people know how to get an ID. Huh? And by the way, gun laws definitely stop shootings. So if you're at Thanksgiving and you have your lefty talking points, how would you respond to that? David would definitely, he would say agree. Yeah, I know. For humor control. Anyway. All right. Here we go. President Eric Daughtry, just in, President Trump appears to suggest the Senate and House Democrats violated 18 U.S.C. 2387, activities affecting armed forces general, when they called for sedition by the military. Is this a nod for Attorney General Pam Bondi to get moving? Glenn Beck says this is the law that Donald Trump is looking for, 18 U.S.C. 2387, activities affecting armed forces general. This statute makes it a federal crime to do any of the following with the intent to interfere with U.S. military operations. 1, advise, urge, or attempt to cause insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty among members of the U.S. military. 2, obstruct or attempt to obstruct recruiting, enlisting, or general military operations. 3, distribute written materials advocating any of the above. This law does not require advocating the overthrow of the government. That is 2385. Section 2387 is specifically about undermining the functioning of the U.S. military. All right. Let's see how it plays out. All right, what is this? In Queens, residents are furious this morning after a mob of black teens, they air quoted teens, took over the street, beat a white couple, and then set their car on fire for trying to stop the takeover, while 911 was dismissively telling callers to contact 311 instead of sending police.
GTA 6. GTA 6.
I heard someone say Assalamu alaikum. And these people are taking over the streets, doing the... What is happening here? Anarcho-tyranny of New York under progressive rule. It took NYPD 45 minutes to respond. The squealing of cars doing donuts in the large round intersections of Malba neighborhood is an ongoing nuisance for those who live there. Neighbors say what happened overnight, Saturday into Sunday, went too far. Over 100 of them just filled the streets and wreaked havoc and terror on this neighborhood, said Councilmember Vicky Palladino. They were doing their spinouts, this and that and the other things to try to slow it down. I go into the car and moved it into the middle. Then someone in the rowdy crowd tossed an incendiary device inside of it. Who the hell travels with incendiary devices? It exploded inside, and then the whole car was engulfed in flames. Police have been very responsive to everything. Unfortunately, last night that wasn't the case. While she was on the phone, it took 45 minutes. I stayed with them until the police arrived, the neighbor said.
30v1!
That is a heavily accented person, sounding like from Africa.
Oh, you want to get it on?
Go get it on.
Yo, get him off the property. That's all you.
Threaten these people.
Yo, Ari. Cover your face.
Oh, look at that. Is that guy going to hit him? And now it turns into and they're laughing about it. Now everyone's jumping in. These mob assaults are happening everywhere. This is why you need large magazines. You need to be able to carry to protect yourself. There is something in the human condition that just acts like hyenas. It's something somewhere in subsets of the human condition that does this. Now look, everyone runs in to throw punches and kicks, breaking the nose.
Yo, chill.
Look at this, just running in and chill. And then burn the car.
GTA 6.
Be prepared out there.
Look,
President Trump has proposed a $2,000 tariff dividend for Americans. This is according to Toria Brooke on Fox Business.
Tariffs are an American policy. The president wants the American people to understand how great tariffs are for them. And so one of the ways to prove to the American people how great tariffs are is to have them share in a part of 1 year's income from these tariffs. And that's $2,000 a head, as he said, for people who need the money. You know, he's going to constrain it to people who need the money. And that's exciting. So the president's got that on his desk. I know that's something he wants to achieve, and his legislative team will figure out the best way to do it. But what he's trying to do is make sure people in America understand that tariffs are their policy. It's to make America stronger, and it can also benefit their pocketbook, and that is coming next year from the president. Look, the tariffs are...
Well, while that may be true, it's also government spending, which increases inflation, which is the whole fucking problem. It's a little back and forth on that one for me.
At the last month.
This is Toria Brooks sharing more Tucker Carlson talking with Sean Ryan about Nick Fuentes.
I don't think a single person has ever made the case that I'm wrong.
Is this the same?
That Nick Fuentes is wrong. The Jew hatred stuff is wrong.
I think it's different.
Period. And I said that. The white hatred, black hatred, Jew hatred, Malaysian hatred, Bedouin hatred, it's all wrong. I believe that as much as I believe anything. Okay. But the rest of it, his analysis, which is actually smart and in a lot of cases true, no one's even attempted to rebut it. 95% or whatever the number is, if members of Congress take AIPAC money, how is that good? Shut up, Nazi! So if that's your only defense, you've lost.
Yeah, it's not.
You've lost. You didn't even enter the game. We're playing different games. I'm trying to tell the truth, convince people that what I think is true is actually true. And you're trying to make me be quiet because you don't like it. You can shoot me or you can shoot everybody, but it doesn't go away.
Change reality.
Because the truth, at the last month, I don't think a single person has ever made the case that I'm wrong, that Nick Fuentes is wrong. The Jew hatred truth is an immovable object. It just exists. And you conform to it or you don't, but it doesn't change because it's nature. Truth is an immovable object. It just exists, and you conform to it or you don't, but it doesn't change because it's nature. Truth.
Yep. Toria Brooks saying Namibia, a politician named what? A.H. I can't even say that guy's name for some reason. It's weird. Uwonona may win tomorrow's election. He was first elected in 2020 with 85% of the vote. Uwonona emphasized that unlike his infamous namesake, he has no plans for genocide or world domination. Adolf. It's a black dude named Adolf H. Huh.
They also say
All right, MSNBC changed their name to MS Now. More like BS Now. Real Ben Geller reports MS Now is praising President Trump's meeting with New York City Mayor-elect Mamdani.
Game respects game. Game respects game.
Two things can be true.
I will say also, he's a New York guy. And when he says, I've always wanted to be mayor of New York City, and he sees a guy that has captured Manhattan, captured New York City's attention, he's going to respect. He's just going to respect that. And I know everybody wanted to go, oh, he's a winner, that's a loser, that's a loser. You know what? Every once in a while, when something doesn't go like horribly, why don't we just go, yay, for today, yay. You can't even say, well, that was good. Then nobody was screaming and punching and people, yeah, but tomorrow. Okay, let's just one day at a time, my friends. One day at a time.
Right. This does not change the potential threat the president poses to his old home.
The threat that Mamdani poses to New York. What are you talking about? The threat the president poses.
Hometown. But on that day, it was good to see them get along.
Weirdo.
Yeah. At minimum, the mayor-elect, I think, bought New York City some time. It was a tour de force. I admit, watching it through the press pool camera, laughed through most of it because the two men clearly were enjoying each other's company, and they were able to hit their talking points.
They also say game.
Yeah, game recognized game. Yeah, President Trump, if you meet with him, he wins you over a lot of time. A lot of time.
It's Mamdani played the president pretty well on issues of affordability and the like. And you're right, Joe. I mean, Trump, we all know, can be very charming in private. And in this moment, he was taken with Mamdani, and I think respected the way he built his coalition, the way he used social media, the fact that he won.
You know, again, nobody will like this on either side. They're both very charming men.
Yeah.
They really are. One-on-one, they're both very charming men, and so they got together, and yeah, charm respects charm. So they probably got in the room, had a great talk. And also, Donald Trump said something that has been...
It was interesting that he stayed seated. I'm curious as to that. That was curious to me at the time.
Forgotten with all the tax cuts for billionaires and multinational corporations and crypto and gold-plated this and gold-plated that. He brought up a really good point. In 2016, a lot of the people that voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary, Richard, voted for Donald Trump in the primary. And you heard that from Mamdani. And also something that AOC said right after the election in 24, while everybody else, was putting on sackcloth and ashes. She goes,
it's Mamdani played the president.
A lot of people that voted for me voted for him. And I want to know why. And so this is actually a positive exercise. I know everybody wants to catastrophize and scream and yell. I'm not talking about you, Richard. Listen, I'm not talking about you, and I'm not going to even bring up the Giants. But anyway, I'm not going to bring up the Giants.
Take your 4 minutes, John.
I'm not going to bring up the Giants. But it's a good thing when people who call each other fascists and communists can sit down and talk to each other about what's best for New York City.
Absolutely, and it was a good day for New York City. The new mayor wants to keep the dollars coming in, wants to keep the troops going out. Yeah. Donald Trump wanted to book a seat on the affordability train to show that their support overlap. They're both in some ways populist outsiders. Yeah. So I thought it was actually a really good day for a city that needs all the good days it can get.
Yeah.
Along with
a lot of people that voted for me.
All right. Type in the comments if you had any thoughts on the Mamdani Trump meeting. We played on the Saturday show the interaction where Mamdani was asked if he still believes President Trump is a fascist. That was a great back and forth. Toria Brooks says in Italy, Greta Thunberg has been banned from Venice after dumping green dye into the Grand Canal. She was issued a €150 fine and a 48-hour restriction on entering the city after multiple climate protests this weekend. 35 plus other protesters got the same fine. Trump admin, according to Disclosed TV, has designated Cartel de los Soles, comprised of high-ranking Venezuelan military and government officials, to be a foreign terrorist organization. And keep your eyes peeled on Venezuela. Insider paper says Tucker Carlson says central banks are a scam and the U.S. dollar is doomed. Now he has launched a precious metals company. Oh. Has he now? What's it called? Well, where's the link to it? What's what I get for using Google? You can't use Google. Let me go to X. I really dislike Google. Let me ask Grok. Link to Tucker Carlson's precious metals company. Battalion Metals, co-founded by Tucker Carlson and Christopher Olson. There you go. Wow, gold is $4,100 an ounce, silver $51 an ounce, platinum $1,500, palladium $1,400. Wow. There you go. Dave says 2,000 to the Americans is a joke when you just gave Argentina 40 billion. Yeah, I'd like to find out more about this Argentina thing. Obladi, oblada. La 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 la, life goes on. But any money will help, I'm sure. I mean, it's a mortgage payment, you know. It's about the dollars coming in. Let's just keep the machine rolling. Why not? All right. Keep this machine rolling. Look, a lot more Jillian Michaels talking about Epstein and power.
A lot of people were.
This is with Baker. Mike, what's his first name? Yeah, Mike Baker, CIA.
Dealing with Epstein after he was already known to be, you know, a sex offender. Right. And you would think that would be enough of a red flag to say, you know what? I'm not going to go to his party, or hey, let's not have him come over to the office to me. But that didn't happen because other powerful or perceived as powerful people were vouching for him, and he was using that to roll through and collect all these various people in his orbit. Look, a lot of people were dealing with Epstein after he was already known to be, you know, a sex offender. Right. And
because they were all in on it. All in on it. All right, here's a little break from just a little something to break the monotony of all that hardcore dance that has gotten to be a little bit out of control. It's cool to dance, but what about a groove to soothe the moves romance? Give me a soft summer. What is it? Lick, and if it ain't broken, don't try to fix it. Anyway, just to break the regular political rigmarole, here's a little bit of a spiritual rigmarole and a metaphysical, esoterical, philosophical conversation here. This was interesting.
So Theo Vaughn just interviewed Matthew McConaughey today, and within 10 minutes, they were already discovering the answers to the universe in the most chill and universal introspective interview ever?
You know, there used to be something about the past at the moment you couldn't copy it, you couldn't record it. Like, I think that's why those times, you talk about some of this in your book, man, and it's like about time and like, God, like the moments of when I was a kid or sitting there laughing with my friends, like the moment was so much more real because you were never going to get it again.
Right. And you didn't
you couldn't necessarily record it, and you sure as hell couldn't share it. There's a study on this, man. I don't know. I'm going to say it's like 20 years ago, or 25. The moment was the biggest dopamine rush. The jump, the cresting of the mountain, the pulling off whatever you tried to pull off.
Yeah.
Scientifically measured, the biggest dopamine hit. Cameras and, mobile devices and stuff come out. It slowly turned to the recording of the moment, the snapshot. Okay? Not the cresting of the hill, but we just recorded it.
The ownership of the moment.
The ownership of the moment, right? And then what has happened now, and has been around for 25 years, the biggest scientific dopamine hit that we get as humans is not the doing of the deed, is not the recording of the deed. It is when we press share.
Really?
Now that's a little bit like living in the third person, like we're all running around going, my rush is not when I run for a touchdown. My rush is when I see myself on the Jumbotron running for the touchdown. And that's a slippery slope, man. You know what I mean?
Well, it's slippery, but it also seems hard to even conceptualize who I am then,
Yeah.
Am I myself? Am I just a viewer of myself now?
Yeah, that's it. We're much more voyeurs now.
Right.
And our identity comes from being objective, trying to look at ourselves.
We all do this to some degree, but 14 and a half years of this, almost 2,000 videos. I mean, this is speaking directly to me.
From outside, and now comes from, well, what did you think of what I did and how?
Yeah. And that's the worst. What did you think of what I did? Because
and that'll be my definition of who I am.
Yeah.
That we got to watch that.
Dude, my sponsor tells me, he's like, you're not who they think you are. Yeah. You're not who you are. And you're not who you think they think you are.
Yeah.
So Theo Vaughn just interviewed Matthew McConaughey today.
There you go.
And within 10 minutes.
That's pretty interesting. I like that. Maybe you would too. Any thoughts on that? About how things have changed? You're not living in the moment as much. Would you say you're curious how many people will be getting checks? He said people that need it, whatever the heck that means. I don't know. Will they be mailed? Will they be direct deposit? I don't know. Okay, MS Now or BS Now panelist Jason Johnson is absolutely giddy that anti-ICE rioters and traitors are chasing ICE agents out of restaurants and slashing tires of ICE vehicles. You gotta be kidding me.
My MVP of the week is all of the students who walked out in Charlotte this week in protest of ICE raids.
Remind us, because we didn't talk about it.
So Charlotte's Web is basically ICE Department of Homeland Security's plan to arrest thousands of supposedly undocumented people in Charlotte. It has terrorized the city. It has shut down traffic. You have schools where 40% of the kids are not showing up. And these young people
Yeah, if they're not showing up, why are they not showing up? If you're a legal American citizen, of course you'd show up. Why are they not? You're saying 30 to 40% of the school system are people that shouldn't be here? Making everything more expensive, making everything unaffordable, putting enormous strains on all of these, I don't know, what do you call them? School system assets, these schools. I don't think this is the flex that you think it is.
on their own, without politicians, without mom and dad said, we're standing against this. We want our country to be better. And thousands of them walked out of their schools in protest to say, we don't want ICE here. In addition to the fact, and I won't say that I'm suggesting this behavior, but ICE agents have found that their tires are slashed. They have been found that they have been chased out of it.
They're laughing about it.
Yes, they have been chased out of buildings, chased out of
But
restaurants.
that's dangerous behavior.
It is dangerous behavior, but it is
But it's okay.
a demonstration that
No, that's not a demonstration. That's sedition.
the American public, when they're not being listened to, these are the options
Oh, no. We're listening to the American public that don't want to have our nation invaded.
it'll take. I hope this administration listens and pulls back these ICE raids.
And I hope nothing violent happens to any of these students.
My MVP of the week is all of the students who walked out in
Wow. Imagine protesting the good guys. What is wrong with the people doing this? Yeah, right.
I'm not
Have you checked in on Nashville? This lady says, I'm not
that girl at the airport that all
I'm that girl at the airport.
these bachelorettes are giddy walking out in their two-tone colored Pantone pink shirts. And they walk out and I'm like, they're like, oh my God, Nashville! It's so fun!
So this is, we were talking a moment ago about the schools.
This lady's trying to run Nashville and she hates Nashville. What is wrong with you people?
And how Democrats are winning. And Paul, you were mentioning that you can't even figure out who to vote for because they hide their politics.
Yeah.
Republicans will come out and be like, here's what I think we should do. And Democrats will lie to you like Zoran
not
Mamdani.
all. Some of the Republicans are lying.
Of course.
Lindsey Graham, for one. He hates
Indeed.
the people at home.
So we've got this from Kalshi, and this is actually kind of funny. The reason I bring this up, one, shout out to Kalshi. Thanks for sponsoring the show. The Republican Party in Tennessee is 7th. This has popped up as a big market because of these leaks. 87% chance to win. Now, why do I highlight this? Because in response to this audio, this is Katie Briefs, the campaign manager for Afton Bain for Congress, told Fox News Digital in a statement, Republicans are panicking, and in a last-ditched attempt, they're distracting from the fact that Washington Republicans and Matt Van Epps are raising costs on Tennessee families and ripping with their health care, while Afton Bain will lower Tennessee families' costs and make groceries more affordable by eliminating the state.
Afton Bain is the person. Afton.
It's grocery tax. I want to say this. You are losing. The audio is damning. You hate the city you live in. We get it. This is what you do. But I also want to just add, the cookie cutter garbage response you made annoys me more than saying you hate the city you represent.
I'm that girl at the airport that all these bachelorettes are giddy walking out in there.
She can't stand it. More and more is coming out about her. Do they have a solid voting system where they're going to make sure that she doesn't seize control of Nashville? It'd be wise to make sure she stays far away from positions of power. All right, here's a guy with a thought here about humans being priced out of existence on purpose.
The Illuminati are literally pricing humans out of existence.
Wow, childhood was great. I'm excited for a bright future. 9/11. What?
Yeah, it's 9/11. It's going to be the worst terrorist attack in human history, and the world's never going to be the same.
All right.
And everything went to shit after 9/11. Fact. Look at the spending. Look at the debt spending from 9/11 onward. That was the coup. That was the takeover.
Well, I'm sure by the time I get to college, things will.
Financial crisis. There's going to be one of the worst financial crises ever.
That definitely turned my home upside down and my whole neighborhood into a state of chaos and bankruptcy as we fought for 12 years to fix that. That was a great time to have your first home.
All right, well, whatever. I'm sure by the time I'm 30.
Global pandemic. There's going to be a global pandemic that irreparably shifts how society operates.
Not for the better.
Forever. This is becoming too much for me. All right, well, I was always shown that the key to happiness is just raising a family and owning a home. So I'm just going to focus on that because I'm finally making $100,000 a year. $250,000.
Can't even do that anymore.
Yeah, you're going to need $250,000 a year for all those things now.
Are you kidding me? Gee, I mean, I guess I'll just go back to medical school then.
$300,000, that's going to cost $300,000 and also 10 years of your life.
Oh, my... Whatever. I'll just pursue my passions and become an artist.
They're going to try to replace you with AI.
Good God. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm just going to revert back to my childhood and watch some of my favorite shows. Try to forget about this.
Child abuse.
What?
Yeah, child abuse. They were all abusing children.
Oh, God.
I need to go back to church.
Also abusing children.
Shit. All right, I'll just go back to church. Also abusing children. Good God.
I can't do this anymore. Is the government at least trying to fix this?
Stay weird.
Abusing children.
Abusing children.
The Illuminati are...
This is a great skit. Sad that it's true. But a great skit. Yeah. Man, we really did grow up in the best time ever. It's indisputable, too. It's not even up for debate, I don't think. I think the 80s, 90s were the best ever. That's just fact. I don't write the rules. I just discuss what's going on. Marion, yes, that's comical, but sad too. Exactly. Grace, what's up? Don't you think the walkouts and protests are admissions of guilt? Yeah, that's what I was saying in the Charlotte thing. Oh, 30 to 40% of our kids are not in school. Oh, so 40% of your kids are not supposed to be there? Get them out. Go. You're doubling the expenses. What are you doing? Spend your American money on Americans. This is not rocket. What is it? It's not rocket surgery. We're not all conditioned by the media to emotionally respond to this in the same way. Yeah, I've had to disconnect from that lying legacy media, but there's a lot of people who are tapped into it. Sadly, we got to find a way to break the brainwashed free from their programming. David says it is time for massive change. Amen to that. Make sure you subscribe to us on Twitter X. That is our account right there, the New American Media. It says from sports to spirituality, comedy to Congress, and freedom to firearms, seeking truth, challenging dogma, and having fun. Join the mostly civil conversation. And please share our show as well. Pinned to the top of our X account is our conversation with John B. Wells from Caravan to Midnight, talking God, Trump, Biden, Deep State, and World War III. Check us out. That's our Patreon link. If you want to sign up for like $5 or $10 a month or more, it's all appreciated. And it all goes a long way. We spend our donations very wisely. It takes many thousands to run this each year. It depends on how you want to break down the operating expenses, but I really try to keep things lean. That being said, I mean, even just the Restream software that I'm using is about $1,000 a year. So is that quite $100 a month, $80 a month, $70 a month? I don't know, something like that. It all adds up and it's all super appreciated. It's all super needed. So Patreon link pinned at the top of our X feed for those of you that are interested. So yes, we definitely shared this Mark Kelly. I played you this clip, but we added, it looks like Mark Kelly has volunteered to be a test balloon for military justice in response to the treasonous actions made by Democrats over the past couple decades. Now the dam is breaking. Who will tried next? Ooh, look, I think I can edit. Who will be tried next? I like the ability to edit. TikTok, question mark. Court martial, we shall see. All right, what is this? Recently, X has added a new feature which will allow anyone to know your app location or country of origin. However, you can set this only to region or continent. Open settings, privacy and safety, about your account, use region, continent, done. Maybe I should do that. Should I do that? Is there any downside to do it? I don't know. Clam fan. Wow. What does that mean? Is it okay that my mind went where it went? It's a grandfather, so I'm guessing it might just be a fan of clams. Or, anyway, I'm going to move on. This account says, I'm blown away by the number of BS accounts on X in the amazing new country of origin tool that's now available. Here's a typical account. It presents as a liberal Californian that followed me. Anyway, the country of origin shows that it's Nigeria. There are so many other examples like this. West Coast Community Voice. Oh, West Coast. There you go. A hub for California voices and culture and ideas. Well, that sounds good. I'm okay with that. Bam! Nigeria. Opened a month ago. Why? For what purpose? For what purpose are they doing that? Country of origin. I got to play around on this. Tonitrus says, okay, the brand new X feature to display a user's country of origin is now working in public. I checked some of those accounts and they constantly attack us and promote white guilt. Take a look at Native American Soul's account. Native American Soul. In their profile, they have an American flag and location set to Los Angeles, California. Where's the American flag? I don't. Oh, right there, American flag. The incredible history of Native Americans is full of things that are not in the books and not taught by schools, so stay with us for more story. Oh, Native Americans sold. A bunch of Native Americans in America. Okay. Bam! Bangladesh. Opened up less than 2 years ago. So the Bangladeshans want to lecture Americans about Native American stuff. Why? And pretend to be American. They got a big American flag in there. It says they're based in Los Angeles. All right. Today, Jack Posobiec says, I have just received a videotape that proves Derek Chauvin did not commit M. What's on the tape? It's a recording of his trial. Alpha News here says that Derek Chauvin's attorney has filed a new petition saying the prosecution can only run from the truth for so long in a bombshell petition alleging prosecutorial misconduct. More than 50 former and current officers provided sworn declarations stating that the techniques used by Derek Chauvin and the other Minneapolis police officers involved in the arrest of George Floyd was part of MPD training. Yeah, we watched that. We covered that, I think, a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. That's how Minneapolis Police Department was trained. Put their knee on the shoulders, neck, upper back area, that whole region. And it wasn't like he was grabbing a hold of something and pushing down. He wasn't applying excessive force there. It looked bad. But it's also, if you look at the training manual of how Minneapolis Police Department was trained, it looks like he was doing what they were trained to do. Christian Hines says Derek Chauvin must be freed. His incarceration in the name of placating the mob is not only a total miscarriage of justice, but it empowers the left and grants moral authority to one of their more recent idols. His entire case constitutes one giant legitimizing narrative for the left that has to be torn down before it enters the realm of mythology. Fisher King says there's a group of people, white liberals are the bulk of them, who will never admit that Derek Chauvin and his fellow officers were railroaded and wrongly imprisoned, because accepting this means that you were a cheerleader to a public lynching that destroyed lives. This is Jack Posobiec, live in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't know when this is from, but he has thoughts on this at a TPUSA event.
America will not be made whole until we receive justice for Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin did not commit murder. Derek Chauvin should not be where he is right now. The truth must come out about what happened with George Floyd. It was a lie, and it was always a lie. And when Derek Chauvin is a free man, I will personally lead the lawsuit against Black Lives Matter and the millions of dollars that they took from his name.
So, the question to you, dear viewer, do you agree or disagree? Type your answer in the comments. This is Charlie Kirk discussing the same topic. And as I told you before, they tried to silence Charlie. So since I almost never played any of his stuff prior, because I didn't really watch his content a lot, although I did interview him, and he is on the intro to this show, the Agree to Disagree Show / the TNAM Daily Show. Hit like, hit subscribe, by the way. They tried to silence Charlie Kirk, so I'm going to air more of his stuff always. Here's the conversation. What do you think?
I saw a clip somewhere that you were trying to get the officer who murdered George Floyd pardoned, and I just want to know what your reasoning was about that.
Well, George Floyd didn't die because of the police officer. He died largely because of a drug overdose.
But he had his knee on his neck. We all saw the video.
But the knee on the neck is actually an approved police technique that police departments taught Derek Chauvin to use. Do you know that George Floyd was saying, I couldn't breathe, well before that restraining technique? And
so why they use?
Yeah, he was saying that as soon as the police interaction was made in the vehicle. Has anyone raise your hand to type in the comments? QOTD, question of the day. I watched the full Floyd video. Or no, I did not watch it. If you watched it, you're going to come away with a very different impression. I'm very curious your thoughts if you watched it. I watched it. The dude was saying, I can't breathe right away. He was hyperventilating. It looked like he had swallowed a bunch of fentanyl. It showed up on the toxicology reports. He absolutely freaked out when he was calmly, politely, professionally placed in the back of the cop cruiser. The police were calm. He wasn't calm. He said, I can't go back there. I can't go back there. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. He was hyperventilating slash having a heart attack / overdosing. I don't know which version of those three, but it felt like some version of overdose, hyperventilating, panic attack, something. Marion, I would say watch the video. Watch the full interaction. Most of the people that formed a very quick opinion based on that ending clip, they didn't see that this was a medical incident that was occurring way prior to that moment. And if the other officer had just closed the other effing door to that cop cruiser, we never would have heard of this. He would have been taken to the station. He would have had his medical event. They would have had him treated. He would have seen medical staff. He would have survived or not survived. That whole last incident would have never needed. If we could go back and undo that moment, I would have loved to. And I've also called for, if people are freaking out, if they're having a panic attack or an overdose, instead of restraining them in a manner with the knee on top, the back, neck, shoulder area, that triangle of that area to keep them down, just get like a lasso, some sort of a zip tie, some sort of a long chain thing that you put around the base of the car tire. You put handcuffs on the ankles, and you put the wrists and the ankles together behind your back. Let them wiggle, let them squirm. Don't get involved in something where it can be accused that you offed somebody that was having a medical event on their own. And then get the medical staff there to treat them as quick as you can. Nothing cruel or unusual. David watched the whole thing. David, what's your thought on how that all played out?
Use the technique if he already couldn't breathe.
Well, because he was actually resisting arrest, and they had to restrain him, and they restrained him in a way that they were taught to do, which is the knee on the neck technique.
Okay, so when does the technique end? Like when they die? Like he said he couldn't breathe.
No, I mean the technique ends when the individual stops resisting arrest.
Although he did stop moving a while before that, I think. Several seconds, a couple minutes. Like he stayed on in that position past the point of him moving around, which is not a good look. It was bad. Agreed.
Cause of death was not asphyxiation; it was drug overdose. He had
that was a part of it. Like he also had a heart thing, and like he was.
Yeah, he had a heart condition, and it was a fentanyl overdose. Nothing to do with Derek Chauvin.
He was on drugs, but like he wouldn't have just died if he was standing there. Like
we don't know if he would have died if he was just standing there. If his response to getting arrested, saying, I can't go back to jail, is I'm going to eat all the fentanyl so that you can't catch me with it, so I can't get busted with it, which leads to your overdose, how is that anybody else's fault? That's that person's fault.
They had his...
Well, actually, there's an argument to be made. According to the medical examiner, he was drug overdosing in real time. That it wasn't because of the police officer, Derek Chauvin, that put his...
But he was overdosing in real time because he may have eaten his stash because he didn't want to go to jail. Maybe. Or they just happened to get there right as the overdose was happening, which is possible. But there was also the panic. The dude was flipping out. He was freaking out. I can't go back there. I can't go back. I can't breathe. He was working himself up into it. So like part of it was self-induced. Part of it was drug-induced. Part of it was heart-induced. It was a cluster. It was a big mess. David's saying, I guess they never showed the whole video in court. Well, I mean, Jack Posobiec is saying, I look at the court video of what they saw and what they didn't see, what they went through, what they didn't hear. He's convinced that this should be overturned. Grace, you watched the video. What was your thoughts?
Knee on the neck. And again, they were taught to do that. According to the Hennepin County Police Department, they teach that as an approved restraint technique. And by the way, this is just a broader point. Our whole country blew up because of this incident, and it was largely based on a lie. Largely based on a lie. We were all.
What was the lie?
The lie is that there was a white police officer that went after a black person just because he was black, and it just wasn't true. He was resisting arrest.
Okay, but he killed him. Like that doesn't.
Well, again,
they're circling back to the beginning. Like Charlie's saying, no, that's not what happened. That's how it was framed. That's not what happened.
The county medical examiner disagrees. The county medical examiner in the original report.
So then why was he? Why did he get sentenced?
Exactly. That's a good
question.
I'm saying. It's because it was largely a show trial where actually they were not allowed to submit evidence.
Trial?
A show trial.
Yeah, just like in pick your totalitarian regime. They'll They'll put on a trial, but it's not a trial. Ask Trump with E. Jean Carroll. He wasn't allowed to present evidence, exculpatory evidence, defense materials. It was a trial, but it was a show trial. You didn't even have a chance to defend yourself.
Show trial is an example where you put people on display or a show for a political purpose or political means. And this is an example of that, where Derek Chauvin was not given a fair hearing in this trial. He was not even allowed to use the police training handbook in his trial to show that he was taught to use that restraining technique.
And if that technique is something you don't want to use, then you need to address it and discuss the technique. You don't blame the person for doing what he was trained to do.
Okay, so what do you want to happen to Derek Chauvin? Like,
pardon.
So he's just free? What is that?
Yes.
What message does that send to, like...
It should be, it's a message that you should get an actual fair trial and that you're not going to get a trial by media.
So that's being discussed today. Okay, Senator Slotkin is trying to defend her sick plot to turn service members against the commander-in-chief, who has never issued a single illegal order. Take a listen to this tortured logic from Slotkin. Who's Slotkin? Alyssa Slotkin. From that state up north. We don't say their name, especially this week. Go Buckeyes, OH.
It does imply that the president is having illegal orders, which you have not seen.
I think for us, it was just a statement widely, right? We say very quickly and to all the folks who come to us, this is the process. Go to your JAG officer, ask them for explanation, for top cover, for their view on things.
She said JAG off.
We do that on a case-by-case basis, but we wanted to speak directly to the volumes of people who had come to us on this.
And it is very clear that no one should follow an illegal order, but it's very murky when you look at what is an illegal order. And if you go into morally, ethically, that's a pretty tough thing to look at and say, how do I navigate this?
Look, if you're going back to Nuremberg, right, they told me to do it. That's why.
There you go. Trump is like the Nuremberg guy. God, these people are awful.
Murdered people is not an excuse. If you look at popular culture, there's you watch, A Few Good Men. We have plenty of examples since World War II in Vietnam where people were told to follow illegal orders and they did it and they were prosecuted for it. So the best thing for people to do is go to their JAG officer, their local law enforcement or a legal officer in their unit and ask for some explanation, ask for help. And that's what we've been advising people to do.
Yeah, you're trying to undercut the Trump administration. President Trump said, the traitors that told the military to disobey my orders should be in jail right now, not roaming the fake news networks trying to explain that what they said was okay. It wasn't and never will be. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. Now, look, I've taken the opposite approach. I appreciate what President Trump is saying there. On one hand, I do agree with him. On the other hand, I also support Oath Keepers. Oath Keepers were out there saying this roughly the same thing during the Obama administration and since, through Trump into Biden and currently. I interviewed Stuart Rhodes multiple times on this channel and in person the day he was let out of the DC gulag. He had probably, I think he had the most severe charge from the January 6th protest. So if it's okay for Oath Keepers to tell people not to obey illegal orders, shouldn't it be okay for them? On the other hand, we know exactly what these seditious six are up to. We know exactly what they're talking about. And they're getting panicked because they can feel the walls closing in, or so it seems. Grace says about Chauvin, I think the COD was the drugs that were already in his system. And if you watch that freak out video, something happened. OD, panic attack, heart attack, something happened. This was that terrible, I guess more people were filming. The mob brutally attacks a couple and sets their car on fire after they tried to stop an illegal street takeover in their Queens neighborhood. When I came out, I said, bro, you got to get the F off my property. And that's when it all started, the victim says. Video shows a group of about a dozen people kicking, punching, and stomping a man left with broken nose, broken ribs. His wife was also hit. City Councilwoman Vicky Palladino says he was lucky he wasn't Cade. Another victim, 59, whose car was set on fire, described it as a complete melee. 41-year-old resident said objects were thrown into his car when he tried to stop the chaos. Locals say the area is a hot spot for drivers doing donuts. Laughing. Oh, that's so funny. Kicking and punching. Look at this mob activity. 10 people. So if anyone ever says, well, why do you need a magazine with more than 10 rounds? Right here. This is attempted murder. What flag is this?
Yo, chill.
Be prepared, everybody. And continue to do this. Fuck these people. I started doing this in Los Angeles after I moved out of there. Otherwise, I would have battled these people in my neighborhood. Meanwhile, in the UK. Okay. Can we keep going, please? Yeah, there's someone behind you.
We enjoy the freedom in this country to peacefully protest against laws which are manifestly stupid.
Do you have anything?
Rather than tackle gangs of marauding, masked up youths terrorizing inner cities with knives and machetes, the British police continue to focus their resources on locking up old age pensioners who can barely walk simply for thinking the wrong way. It would have been even worse if she had posted on Facebook, Britain is the new North Korea. Wall Street Ape says, verified this is true. 3 men have been charged in Florida for interrupting Muslims' prayer.
After the prayer ended, we look up to see them taunting us in our faces with bacon.
Bacon.
I had to relive the whole thing again.
All 3 were identified and formally charged with felony hate crimes. They mocked the Islamic prayer taking place. There was no touching and 0 property damage. Again, felony hate crimes. Felony hate crimes. For mocking, no touching, no physical altercation, no property damage. So what? You must submit or get arrested? Once again, fuck you and fuck that. Sorry, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying, but there was no other response for that. Here's a, what is this? Booker Houston on the End Wokeness account.
I love to overcharge white people and organizations.
Did you catch that? Where are the hate crime charges for this person? She overcharges white people.
I love to overcharge white people and organizations and do pro bono work for black orgs.
And then work for free for black people.
And that's just me being very blunt.
That guy's nodding. He's very happy. She's being very blunt and very racist.
I will give them ridiculous rates, and then I'll have like a nonprofit or a black org or somebody doing some work, and they'll be like, I've only
the new literati
got this much money, and I'm like, keep it. A white person just cut me a check. Let's do this for free. But a white person just cut me a check. Let's do this for free. But
I'm robbing white people.
I love to overcharge white people and organizations and do pro bono work for black orgs.
Okay. So, it's some stuff is totally cool. Totally cool. Other stuff, totally not. David, thanks for joining. See you in a few. Okay, so I don't know these people, but that's out there. Elon Musk says it's I can't play clip. Gotta pause this. Elon Musk says it's incredibly cruel of so many judges to push murderous thugs on the innocent public and double shame on anyone who's funding them to do so. Agreed. Baker Mayfield got hurt in the game yesterday, but then his coach Todd Bowles, clearly already injured, sends him out and says, hey, throw a 70-yard bomb of a Hail Mary. Might be the single dumbest decision he's made as the Bucs head coach, and that's saying something. Tried to throw a Hail Mary, and he crumpled down. He is in pain. So, prayers to him. Megan Talbot, this being shared from Angry Frog. Second grade teacher at Basalt Elementary School in Colorado. She stole campaign signs for a Republican school board candidate. She's now charged with 4 counts of theft, 2 of evidence tampering, and 2 of election interference. There's your tolerant left, people. The tolerant has left the left. Elementary school teacher poisoning your kids' brains. That's where you can contact the school board if you'd like to on Libs of TikTok. Oh, she put an air tag on it. So when it was stolen, they were able to find it. Teacher didn't show up for work when the sheriff got involved. Why are teachers ripping down campaign signs from school board candidates? Wait a minute. What was that? Okay. Amuse said, I think the police identify. Wait, what was this in regard to? Oh, here's a terrible story. 3 black teens have been arrested for fatally beating a homeless white man named Roger Borkham, 64, in Jacksonville, and ending his life. Amuse said, I think the police identify the perpetrators as white. 13-year-old, 16-year-old, 19-year-old. 3 black on 1 white, another murder. What is this? White labeling. It's an anti-white manipulation of statistics via deliberate labeling of non-white suspects as white. This has been happening for a long time. I know, Nimbus. Give me a couple minutes, bud. David Santa Carla says anti-white hatred is violently ending American lives on a daily basis, yet all I hear out of leadership is cry about anti-Semitism because someone tossed a few quarters in front of Dave Portnoy. Yeah, let's compare.
3 young suspects, just 13, 16, and 19 years old, now charged as adults in the murder of 64-year-old Roger Borkham, 13-year-old Justin Curry, who was indicted by a Duval County grand jury, 16-year-old Robert Pope, and 19-year-old Markavian Lacey. Detectives say Borkham, who was homeless, was beaten 3 separate times over the course of a little more than an hour.
3 separate times over an hour. They beat him, they left, they came back, they beat him again, they left, and they came back, and they ended his life.
On October 19th, an arrest.
Imagine getting pleasure from beating a homeless person to death. The demonic energy inside of these people. Death penalty. Easy.
Report revealing officers were called to 110 North Hogan Street. And when they arrived, they found Borkham unconscious.
Those that you do to the least of my brothers, you do to me.
Near a doorway, blood pooling on the sidewalk.
Gross.
First responders took him to the hospital, and Borkham died 4 days later. The medical examiner ruling his death a homicide caused by blunt force trauma. The arrest report reveals a witness told police he saw 3 teenagers kicking and stomping the victim.
Remember when I said during that takeover of the street where they're doing donuts and they're stomping and kicking? This is attempted murder. This is what happens when you get a few extra punches or kicks in. Or the right one and you fall and you hit something, or it could dislodge, it could break. Like, I have no sympathy for the monsters that do this shit.
Before running off, hours after the attack, officers located the suspects half a mile away and took them into custody. Police say they also linked the suspects to a separate incident that night, a robbery on Forsyth Street. Surveillance video obtained by detectives shows the suspects approaching the victim multiple times. Video captures the group beating the victim, rummaging through his backpack, and returning to the scene to attack him again.
Fuck these people.
State Attorney Melissa Nelson says the juvenile justice system is neither designed nor equipped to handle offenders or offenses of this magnitude. By bringing the case into circuit court, Nelson says authorities can ensure the level of accountability, supervision, and judicial oversight that the facts demand.
Yeah, you're right, Grace. That 19-year-old looked really remorseful. No, he looked like a demon, an angry demon. Borkum was a homeless man, repeatedly beaten by these thugs and left to succumb. He survived for 4 days in the hospital before the brutal injuries caught up to him. The 3 suspects being tried as adults in Florida. Media won't talk about this one again. By the way, do we want to start stacking up the times that 3 white people beat a black homeless person to death? Can we compare and contrast? Put them on equal playing ground and see which side starts. How many Irina Zarutskas are slashed for no apparent reason on a train? Tell me all the times that white people are randomly slashing throats of innocent, defenseless black women on trains. Show me the stats. Stack them up. Show me. Because for 20, 30 years, all I've heard is that whitey's bad and the biggest problem in America, over and over and over, bludgeoned into our brains by the lying legacy media, the Democrats, the teachers' unions, over and over and over. But there is a literal epidemic of this stuff happening. Black on white attacks, over and over and over. Almost as if you told people for 30 years that white people are the problem and they owe you things and they stole from you and they're oppressive and they're the monsters. It's almost as if you get to wash your hands of the repercussions of crazy, violent people acting upon this rage that you've poisoned them with. Dapper Detective is saying that black youth comprise 15% of the population and they commit 52% of juvenile murders. America's juvenile justice system is too lenient. Yeah, that's the guy. You can just tell by looking at him. The other 2 are like, how did we get here?
Who was indicted by a Duval County grand jury. 16-year-old Robert Pope.
Crap, how'd I get here? Yeah, man, of course we're here. What'd you think we were doing? We went back 3 times. Just look at that face. Look at that face. All right. Here's Afton Bain, Democrat running for special seat in Nashville, called out on MSNBC for saying police departments should be burned. How in the world could Nashville possibly support someone who hates them?
Representative, in 2020, you made some tweets that have since been deleted that were very critical of police. You said in those since deleted tweets that the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department should be dissolved. Another cheered on a teachers union saying that defund the police should be a requirement for schools reopening. And another saying good morning, especially to the 54% of Americans that believe burning down a police station is justified.
You don't let someone like this anywhere near a position of power. This Afton Bain needs to get absolutely annihilated in this election. Come on, Nashville.
2020.
And by the way, get some voter safety precautions in Nashville so they can't rig one big blue city and steal the whole state. Don't let them do it.
It was obviously a very fraught year. Do you still stand by those comments? And if not, is there anything you want to clarify?
I'm not going to engage in cable. I'm not going to engage in cable. I'm not going to engage in 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 cable news talking points. I'm going to engage in cable news talking points. But what I will say is that
not going to get into cable news and the talking points. They're your talking points. Tough guy, stand behind him. Or clarify them.
Communities need solutions. We need.
Here we go. Solutions and other drivel. I'm just going to stall out the clock so I don't have to answer this question.
Local people deciding, solving local problems with local solutions.
What does that say, Kamala Harris? You said nothing. Local people with local solutions. What are you talking about? That's drivel. You're ignoring the question. Are you mentally ill?
And that's not the overreach of a federal government or state government of which we are dealing with in Nashville and our cities across the state of Tennessee.
What? You absolute drivel.
So you don't want to clarify whether you still believe that the police should be defunded?
Once again, I don't remember these tweets, but what I'm saying is that
refusing to answer. It's a straightforward question. No.
I'm not asking you if you remember. What is your position?
Yeah, I don't care if you remember. Stop lying. Stop dancing around this. Stop jerking us around, lady.
Position today. How's that on this issue?
I mean, once again, I'm here to talk about my race, which is.
Yeah, your race is about the position that you have. Oh my God, these people are the worst candidates.
In literally 9 days, and talking about affordability, which seems to be the #1 issue across the
she refuses to answer because she still believes it. You'd have to infer.
District voters are talking about the fact that they can't afford groceries.
Yeah, you know why they can't afford groceries? Because you're soft on crime. You want to get rid of the police, and nobody's arresting the repeat thieves who are driving up the prices for everybody else. You lunatic.
Their subsidies are not going to be renewed to afford health care on the marketplace.
Yeah, Obama wrote that. Obama's the one that got rid of the subsidies. The insurance companies that wrote the Obamacare Act for Obama specifically put in that the subsidies were going to leave because they knew it was a poison pill. They knew it was going to collapse under the weight of this and that there was no funding for it. That's a Democrat problem, not a Republican problem. This lady is out of her gourd.
And that is the most salient issue that all of the voters in the 7th Congressional District are talking about.
Wow. Absolute train wreck. Train wreck. Nick Sorter says President Trump demands Congress immediately pass the SAVE Act, which would require in-person voter registration and state nationwide proof of citizenship. The hell are they waiting for? Get it done, Leader Thune. Mike Lee says we must pass the SAVE Act now to protect our elections from foreign interference and fraud. Tell your senators and representatives if you agree. Of course, check out our episode of Strictly Football from last week. We'll be on tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time. We've changed the time. And of course, we're going to talk about the Cleveland Browns. We said on the Unhappy Hour show, the Browns defense by quarter, they give up more points by each quarter. They're stingy early. They bleed late. Fourth quarter has been the killer all year. 234 points allowed all year. Myles Garrett, if he were a dinosaur, what would we call him? Because Myles is a beast. 3 sacks today against the Raiders. Now with 18 on the season, shatters his own Browns record in Week 11. On pace for 28 or more. NFL single season mark is in jeopardy. Defensive Player of the Year locked in. I said the Browns game has been light. This Browns game has been light years more fun to watch than whatever the rest of the year has been. Shador looks like a potential franchise QB who needs a ton of reps to grow. So let's go. So I may do a Browns show today. We'll see how the rest of the day pans out, but we'll definitely do Strictly Football tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Reminder, we do have Rumble rants and Super Chats available if anyone wants to toss something into the tip jar. I am your bartender here at this fine establishment. We covered all the stories on the television sets behind us. Tip jars are out there. If you want to send anything, what is it? Cash App and Venmo. It's my name, Brian Engelman, BrianEngelman. And on PayPal, it's fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All that stuff is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And just like you can subscribe on Patreon as a monthly, you can do that on YouTube and Rumble as well. So tell a friend, invite them into the show, copy today's show, share it to somebody on a text message, and say, hey, this is my friend's show. I'm a regular on this show. Anybody watching, you're a regular. Invite somebody to check it out. Only your smart friends, though. We don't need any of the dummies. Only the smartest are allowed to enter this establishment. At least thinking people willing to have honest conversations. You're all welcome. So on that point, I want to thank you all for being here. Signing out for everybody in the TNAM universe. I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace. You know what I forgot to say? What I forgot to say is the other part. I forgot to say it. Here's the other part. And then I'll play that again and we'll get to it. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to replay the show from Saturday. Hilarious. Does Mom Donnie still think President Trump is a fascist? That interaction that I referenced, I'm going to play it because I'm going to play the Saturday show right after this one. Keep it rolling. So yeah, if anyone wants to let the YouTube and Rumble algorithms see that we have supporters out there, feel free to let a device continue to let this show play in the background. Let the ads roll because the pennies do start to add up. That's another way you can support the program, with hours watched and with pennies accumulated. Thank you so much. What is this? Did we have someone join the TNAM welcome tier? What is this? Oh my goodness, we got a member here. What was that? Became a member. Look at this. TNAM welcome tier. Grace, appreciate you. That's how it is. That's another Lego building block. That is a Lego block that is now set onto it's been attached to the foundation. Get enough of those blocks, you get the foundation built. Then you get to start framing the house. By the way, look at that. Look at that green screen. Isn't that fun? Ready? Green screen. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Did you watch the new Wicked movie with the wonderful Wizard of Oz? The Emerald City. It's emerald behind me. I usually don't wear green because it confuses the green screen. But I'm doing it today because forget about it, right? Forget about it. Yay. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Grace, so much. That's awesome. Marion says, I will be here checking out your replay of the Saturday show because I missed the Saturday show. Well, none of you knew that I was going to do a Saturday show. I didn't know I was going to, but I know I spent time on Friday sharing things in my stack on the Instagram feed of stories, and they expire every 24 hours. I'm like, oh, there's a few things I wanted to talk about. Let's just log in and do a quick show. I was thinking 30 minutes, 45 minutes. It ended up being a real show, but it was great. But yeah, we will play that now. Grace, thank you so much. She is a TNAM welcome tier member. Yes. One more Lego block on the way. All right, now I'm going to do it again. I'm going to play our outro and then launch the Saturday show. I appreciate you. I love you even more now, as if I didn't love you already. But thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow at noon. And then we're going to do a quick flip around for Strictly Football tomorrow. Double show Tuesday. Happy Turkey Week, everybody. To be continued.
Guide to the Truth, the new AmericanMedia.com.
All right, here is the show, and here we go. I think I was muted for the first 3 seconds, but I caught it right there. There we go. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the sole screen for some reason. Do I have to hit refresh? Let's try hitting refresh. Why can't I go full screen? What is wrong with this? That's weird, right? Here we go. There we go. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Saturday, November 22, 2025, and this right here is the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM Daily Show. What is that? TNAM. What's that mean? The new American media, because the old American media has failed you. Oh, look at this. We got a new logo. Let's put the new logo up on the screen. Some of my regulars were giving me grief. I think I found it. Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm looking at it. It's not. I clicked share this tab instead. What is going on? This has been kind of bizarre. Is this the right link? No, it's not. Yeah, trying out some new things here. There we go. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. This is the weekend edition. After today's program, we are going to do a marathon stream. We're going to play yesterday's show, which on yesterday's show was yesterday's show, and the show the day before that, and the day before that. So on today's show, we're going to get today's show, yesterday's show, the show before that, and then the show before that. We're talking marathon, people. We're going to talk marathon. Always thought it'd be an interesting idea to try this out and keep content broadcasting live during our program. I'm figuring this out. I'm a team of one. I've been super blessed to have collaborated with so many great people I couldn't even take the time to list. But EOD, end of the day, EOTD, it's me. I would be open to working with a team of people. I really would. I see the benefits of not having to do every single component on your own. Of course, with the right funding, you just hire that team and then you build your team, or you join a team. I'm open to both. Continuing to do what I do in a different package, different format, different timeline, because I do a lot of stuff. I do sports, I do music, I do current events, I do the news. But I'm learning this as we go, trying to improve, and we're opening up new revenue streams here at the bar. Grab a seat, belly on up. We're going to look at these TVs. Hang on, how does this go? There we go. We're going to look at the TVs up here, and we're going to talk about what's on the screens. We're going to rifle through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. We are the TNAM Trash Pandas, bunch of raccoons. Your daily scroll, your daily feed, your Instagram, your Facebook, your X, whatever it is that you use to scroll, you know, there's a lot of rubbish, a lot of stuff you don't want to deal with inside of these trash cans, but we're here for it. We're going to rifle through the rubbish and separate the garbage from, all right, here's what's going on, or here's what we think is going on, or here's two people talking about it. And then when two people talk about it, you go, well, that makes sense on some levels, but not all. Or, no, I do disagree with that. It's like, yes, I agree. Also, I disagree on similar thing for, like, we're allowed to have a nuanced opinion. Hello, Danette. No team for you. What team? Did I say team? What team do I not have? Oh, yeah, just no team. I have no TNAM team. Well, I mean, I do. Like, John is the TNAM meme team. And I get, there's a collection of misfit pirates. Like John and you, Danette, and You know, all the regulars, David, and once again, go down the list. There's people that are here all the time. But yeah, it's no team for you, no soup for you, no team for you. But I'm here for it. I'm learning each and every day. Here at the bar, we do have the tip jars out. If anyone wants to chuck something in, let me put it up on the screen. The donation links at the bottom right here. You can sign up to be a Patreon member. It's one of the best ways. Just be like, I like what they're up to. I got $5 or $10 a month to just support these people. It doesn't mean a lot to you, but it starts to mean a lot to me because they're built Lego building blocks of the foundation for the funding. Yeah. We've discussed this at length on previous shows. I'm not going to say it now, but there's thousands of dollars of overhead and infrastructure that are just like the break-even costs of buying the software to stream to all these channels, to have X give us the key to unlock the ability to stream on X. That costs money. It's like it all costs. It's there. So Patreon is a great place to toss a Lego building block and go, yeah, I can put a Lego building block a month. That's easy. I got that. And some people are like, hey, I got way more money than I have time. I like what you're doing with your time. So here, I'll be $100 a month subscriber. We have $1,000 options. Like, you know, we're crowdfunded. So consider that on Patreon at the bottom of the screen. The New American Media is where you find it. Also, YouTube, Rumble. Find us on both channels. You can become a member, and that's the same as become a Patreon subscriber, whatever terms they use. You can once again sign up for $5 or $15 a month or something and just be like, I'm in. Rumble rants and super chats. A way to throw a quick $5 or $10 into the $20 into the tip jar. Appreciate all of you who have. And then also Venmo, Cash App. That's just my name, Brian Engelman. And PayPal, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. That's the stuff scrolling at the bottom of the screen, making sure you know that the tip jars exist here at the bar. I am Brian, the bartender. We're going to talk about the things that are happening. So without further delay, let's launch today's episode of the T-Dam Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree show here on the New American Media.
Guide to the Truth, the New American Media.com.
That's funny. For just 30 cents a day, you too can feed Nimbus. Yeah, I wish he was 30 cents a day. No soup for you. No team for you. All right, let's get into the news. Hit like, hit subscribe. Please share this show. Text the link to watch to a couple of your smart friends. Send it out on X or Facebook and be like, hey, we're rifling through the rubbish of the news. Join us. Word of mouth matters. All right, let's start with something that I found pretty funny. Zohran Mamdani. Does Mamdani think that President Trump is a fascist? Okay, I did share this story yesterday. I can't recall if I shared this one. I did share this one. But I'm going to yes, I did share this one. Where Justin Bieber found the... Oh, whatever. I'll just play it again. Let's set up the screen properly. Put the comments up on the screen as well. If you can hear Ben in the background, just... singing the songs of his people. You give him treats, you give him brushes, and he's still singing the songs of his people. Thanks, Mr. Bean. All right, so this aspiring Los Angeles musician said he experienced an unforgettable moment when somebody pulled over to help after his car broke down.
When your car breaks down, and you've been trying so hard in life, it's just tough.
Could be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber just stopped to help me.
I could be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber just stopped to help me.
I don't know. Are you Justin Bieber?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Justin.
I love you, bro. Can I hug
Love
you?
you too. Yes, sir, bro.
My bad.
I love you, bro. I love you.
I didn't know you was.
No, it's all good.
I was
What
already
happened?
recording. Do you really want to know?
Yes, bro.
Okay. So, my life is bro.
Tell me, bro.
I swear, I'm gonna stop recording. My life is crazy.
When you're
And so I guess Justin Bieber prayed with him. And when you're trying to make it, sometimes you have people that meet you on your journey. And that's pretty cool. Hello, Lake Leon. Kenneth. Howdy, 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 howdy. Anyway, that was just a kind of a fun little moment. This moment here is... I sort of only went live today to just cover this. I just found it to be... It's interesting. It's very interesting. So the reporter says, are you affirming, speaking with Kami Mamdani, that you think Trump's a fascist? And it was an interesting look that he was in the Oval Office. And that's an intimidating place to go, an intimidating place to be. It's intimidating surroundings. It's very, oh crap, we're in the big time now. All eyes are on me. You're damn right all eyes are on you. It was interesting that President Trump was sitting and Mamdani was standing.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay? It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Are you...
It's a little quiet. It's a little quiet, but or actually maybe it's quiet on my end. Let me turn the speakers up. Reporter, are you affirming that you think Trump's a fascist? Mamdani, I've spoken about blah, blah, blah. He's getting ready to give some long-winded political answer, no answer. And Trump slaps his arm. He goes, that's okay. You can just say yes. Bongino report here says Mamdani is getting out-rizzed by the best to ever do it. Riz stands for charisma. Blondie says, notice how Mamdani becomes a beta when around Trump. I love it. I mean, he is a beta. He barks a little bit, but whatever. It was just very funny. It was just a very humorous, like, no, this is how you handle it. Just be blunt. Don't lie to me. Don't blow smoke. Say what's really on your mind. And it was interesting how he patted him on the arm after. President Trump has this ability of winning people over if you can spend a little bit of time with him. It's Bill Maher. Scott Adams has talked about this. But yeah, if you spend a little bit of time with Trump, like there's something that happens in that in that interaction.
Affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay? It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Are you...
He gives him the double pat. I mean, you can hear... I mean, like he's like forcefully like, yeah, buddy, call me a fascist. Call me a fascist. Go ahead, I'm a fascist, right? Yeah, buddy, it's okay. Yeah, I'm a fascist, right? Here, let's do a handshake. Trump famously grabs the hand and pulls you in. You know, it's a little bit of a mafioso move, but it's kind of cool. It's kind of, I thought it was hilarious, and I wanted to share it with you. It cracked me up. All right, next. Oh, gosh, I go from smiling and laughing to this. Unfortunately, when you rifle through the rubbish, you deal with some difficult stories, and there's a few in the stack. So let me moderate my facial expressions because this one was tough. You don't hear a lot of these stories, and I hope there's not a lot of these stories, but I suspect, sadly, there may be more than you hear about. This British politician, he's calling attention on International Men's Day about shame and abuse. So here he is. It's important. TNAM preparedness. That's one of my favorite groups on our Facebook. Who's following our Facebook page, by the way? I don't really do much on our Facebook page, and it doesn't really interact. Like, our audience doesn't find us through Restream. I don't even know what it's doing. It's weird because I can't. Oh yeah, now I can. Yeah, 0 people from our Facebook feed have found us and clicked to link over. I don't know why Instagram, Meta, Facebook, why they're so terrible. I mean, we have spent so many years cultivating an audience over there, and they don't let people see our content. That's what we're up against, and that is why the crowdfunding is so important. Rumble Rants, Super Chats, Patreon, etc. But yeah, we have TNAM preparedness in this story right here. And which direction am I pointing? It's all inverted, so I got to make sure I'm pointing the right way. This story is part of being prepared and just protecting yourself. So it was important. Let's play it.
Breaking silence can mean those of us in privileged positions telling our stories. So here's mine. Around 10 years ago, I went on a night out in an unfamiliar city with a group of friends. I was very conscious not to overdo it because if I got separated from the group, I wanted to be able to find my way back to the hotel. I remember going to a few bars, having a good time, but then it's a complete blank, which is something that I've never experienced before or since. The next morning, I woke up with the worst headache I've ever had. The man I was sharing the hotel room with commented that he had a great night, but that I'd overdone it a bit and needed to be looked after. That didn't seem to tally with me being determined to pace myself, but I thought maybe I'd drunk too much and I just wanted to get home and sleep it off. What followed in the days after was constant text messages from this man.
So part of the story, the man I'm sharing a hotel room with. Well, we already have questions about that part. But I've shared hotel rooms with clip this out of context. With lots of men. You know, that's what the double room is invented for. People sleep on couches. I've shared Airbnbs. We did the whole convention circuit last year. We shared houses with people. People I knew, people I didn't know. People I had shared rooms with once or twice because you shared a room in either DC or Milwaukee or Chicago or, you know, people you get to know on the circuit when you do this for a living. Anyway, I just pointed out, like, you know, the man I was sharing a hotel room with, you go, okay. But this guy's sharing his story because and look, I've been a bartender for a while, so I've heard horror stories. I absolutely have.
Initially just asking if I was okay, but then repeatedly asking what I remembered and commenting that I was a great shag. Now that made me freeze because I had no recollection of getting back to the hotel, let alone anything else. And he'd repeatedly told me how out of it I'd been, so how could I have ever consented? It took me a few weeks to piece together my memories, the blanks, the text messages, this man's insistent tone. Obviously I cut myself off from contact, but it took me a long time to admit, even to myself, that I was a victim of rape. I never felt able to report this and face the likely conclusion that months on from that night, there wasn't the tangible evidence to ever bring a charge, and I will probably always carry a bit of guilt around that. I found myself processing all of this with thoughts like, I count myself lucky that I was unconscious when it happened. But I want to say clearly today that no victim should ever feel that they have to put themselves in a hierarchy or feel any shame. Yeah. It is the people who do this to another person who should feel shame. Yeah. And I hope that we can foster an atmosphere where men have the courage to speak out about this and seek justice, even if it is a hard road. Yeah. Breaking silence can mean...
Agreed. I just despise creeps. I can't stand them. People that would do stuff like this to other people. I guess something that gets conflated is a night out on the town and a good time. Maybe lowered inhibitions and doing the things that you're enjoying and wanting to do versus being taken advantage of. I guess some would say that's a fine line. I don't think so. I don't think so. If you're in the company of somebody that you're enjoying time with, and I guess I'm probably speaking from my experience as a bartender. You know, I haven't had a lot of single Brian has not really been out in the realm. I'm trying to figure out how to say this here. Most of my time behind a bar has happened while I was not looking to mingle, if you will. Definitely looking to mingle, like literally just mingle. Chit chat, having a good time, conversations, laughter, maybe some flirtatiousness, but like no legitimate attempt to like go for anything. But I've watched from the other side, and I've watched from the floor, from you know, out in the universe. I've watched it happen. And it's a pretty obvious thing when you're out on a date and the date's going well and you're having a good time and you continue having a good time versus somebody becomes inebriated or somebody becomes sedated, drugged. You enter into a realm of abuse real quick, and it's not really shades of gray. It's pretty obvious. On light switches, you have a dimmer switch. You can kind of bring it down. You can maybe somewhere in the middle, bring it all the way up. But this is sort of a light switch where you go flick and it's on. You snap it down, snap, and it's off. You know, someone goes comatose and you still decide to go Bill Cosby and abusive. That's not cool, man. That's not cool. It ain't. But trying to paint having a good time and being out on dates and enjoying yourself and continuing to enjoy yourself as abusive. And well, you know, I've heard some recent claims over the past 10 years and 20 years, maybe trying to redefine certain interactions. And it's like, no, it's pretty clear what abuse is. And abuse is different from maybe finding liquid courage or social lubrication to, you know, want to get yourself out there and become amiable, flirtatious, looking to mingle, wink. Yeah, I'm not a fan of trying to call consensual agreements something other than. So this guy giving his story, you know, the thing came up with President Trump. Believe all women. You go, huh? Never. No. You don't believe all men. You don't believe all women. Are you out of your mind? Have you met men or women? No, you don't believe anybody. And you certainly don't weaponize unfounded accusations for personal or political gain. Sadly, that is what's been happening. Sometimes. So no, after the fact, or you regret having a great time that you had, or started off great and ended whatever. But like consensual agreements are still consensual agreements. So I guess there's a little bit of gray area, but not really. You just don't hear this story very often, and he's brave to say it. Josh Newberry, speaking at International Men's Day debate, he wants to stop the shame experienced by men who have been through similar situations. So kudos to him. Kudos. I think men are very underlooked in this universe right now. There's a lot of it's been an active campaign to shame men. DEI being everything is at the expense of, well, we need to get more women. Great. So we're going to actively stack the deck against men. You go, that's not what right. We need to get more Latino, Hispanic people at our workforce. Great. So we're going to hire less qualified white men. You go, no, you're not supposed. See, we need more. When you're trying to only focus on getting more of one thing, eventually you end up with the spot where you are discriminating against qualified people, and that's equally wrong. Whatever wrong you think you're trying to undo, you're creating more wrong, intentional wrong, bigotry, discrimination. So we've entered just sort of a strange place with men. Heard an interesting interview with Adam Carolla and Scott, was it Galloway? It's an interesting conversation about men. So check that one out. It's on YouTube. It's fairly one of Adam's most recent shows. Kenneth working on a night move. Kenneth, abuse is a Canadian bus. Abus. El autobús. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? ¿Dónde está sus zapatos? Zapatería? ¿Dónde está la zapatería? Abuse is a Canadian bus. Abuse. Canada is the most brainwashed people I've ever met in my life. I pray for North America. Pray for us. I think there's music here.
Easier to groom a child because an adult always has.
I can't even watch this. But the people who are like aiming at Trump, they watch Joe Biden. Speaking of creepy. Ugh. I can't stand looking at these videos. I couldn't believe anybody would consider ever voting for this creep. I want to play what this person's saying, but they got me.
Articulate. They will engage in those behaviors with the child, and
the kids are like backing it. Like you can just, I feel it watching all of these. Time and time again. I mean, like you can feel the evil coming off of Joe Biden. Ugh. Anyway, I would play this, but I can't deal with the piano music. But Joe Biden's a creep. Well, anytime you want to talk about what's happening with the Epstein case, you go back to Biden and go, where's the justice for Biden? Him and his devious son. Anyway. Watch it. It's on our Instagram feed. I would play it for you, but I can't. All right, here on TNAM Preparedness, check this out. This dude allegedly walks in for a routine cleaning, and then he walks out a hero. So you're going to keep your eyes on the guy in the jeans down getting a dental cleaning. Oh, shoot, there's music. All right. So dudes burst in trying to rob the place, apparently. These people throw him on the floor, and they start digging in his pockets like he's got coupons to Costco. But they picked the wrong patient. My guy said, not today. So he's going through his pockets. Oh, and this guy's fighting. That's a bad idea. Both dudes were on the ground, held at gunpoint, saying, "Y'all done?" Well, he was standing there like, "Y'all done?" Because I still need my cleaning. I don't know if he actually used it, but anyway, you could be in any scenario on Earth and need to defend yourself. So keep something handy at all times. If you know that an EpiPen will save your life, wouldn't you carry an EpiPen around? We have a Second Amendment right that says the right of the people to keep and bear EpiPens shall not be infringed, because it saves our lives. We don't have we can't like forcibly use it on somebody else, but like we can use it for our own needs to save our lives. That's why we have our Second Amendment to keep and bear EpiPens. I really like that phrase. I need to remember to do that. That would make a good YouTube short. If I had a device ready where I could just click go and just make a YouTube short, I would do it right now. Second Amendment, EpiPen. So yeah, be prepared to defend yourself. There was an attack at a Christmas tree lighting. Just always be ready. You just got your teeth cleaned Thursday? I just got mine cleaned last week. I wonder how often, when they say you need to get work done, how often do you actually need it? And why do they keep trying to push fluoride? Is there any useful purpose to fluoride? Like, oh, it could recalcify, or it could what was the term they used? Oh yeah, an application of fluoride would really seal this up well. You're like, would it now? Show me the Carfax on that. All right, what is this? Kick Clips? I don't know what this is, but I'll follow it. No, it's a small account. I'll give it. Well, maybe I should. I like following small accounts. But this is, somebody gave me grief. You're following this account? I go, I don't even know who it is. Anyway. This is President Trump showing, what's his name? Bin Salman, the Saudi prince. Mohammed bin Salman, MBS. There we go. Trump's giving him the tour of the White House, and he stops to show his photograph of Joe Biden, former Vice President Joe Biden, on the wall.
Showing the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia the picture that he put up of Joe Biden. It's just a picture of the auto pen.
Taking questions from reporters. We anticipate both leaders will take questions. We will cover that live as it's coming up. Door here. Let's talk about just briefly.
He's showing.
Guys, we've never had a funnier president. Wow. Kenneth off the top rope. Fluoride leads to rug burns. Fluoride. Wow, Kenneth. There's a good joke there. That could be worked in that. I like that. We can. Dom Luker, or Lecree, breaker of narrative, says breaking. Candace Owens just claims that the French presidential Macron family have paid to have her assassinated, and went on to claim an Israeli agent is in the conspiracy. Candace also announced that she was allegedly told by a high-ranking official in the French government that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion's 13th Brigade, and that multiple governments were involved. I'll put in the comments. We don't know what's true or not, but we do appreciate Candace turning over every single stone on all of these topics for us to consider. That's it. Turn over rocks for consideration. All right, Bill Maher, take a listen to this.
I had an article.
What magazine? Is it Time?
It came out today.
Hang on. New York Magazine.
New York Magazine had an article that came out today. It's called The Big Fail. Here's the quote that they had on the cover. Student achievement has fallen off a cliff, and neither Trump nor the pandemic is to blame. Why do we need the Department of Education if it has done such a shitty job? Kids don't come out of school. First of all, they can't read or do math anymore, and they don't know anything. I really do feel like the Democratic Party, this has been their portfolio for a long time, education. Right. Okay. So I feel like if they're going to get back in office, they have to own this issue a little. Because a lot of the states that are doing better now are like the southern states.
Really? Which one?
Mississippi.
Mississippi's getting better than Louisiana?
See, you're in a bubble.
I'm in a bubble.
You didn't get that story.
Well, I'm glad Mississippi's doing better, and I hope Alabama.
New York Magazine had an article that came out today. It's called The Big
Fluoride, take it easy. I think I want to play some drums today. I think after today's show, I'm going to play some drums. You know, maybe I should do, I don't know how to get the earbud sound and out so you can hear what I'm playing. I've thought about just setting it up and going on random playlist on Spotify, going on YouTube and just playing the drums for an hour. But I need you to hear what I'm hearing, so I need to like have a splitter and have another device that's playing it. I'm not sure how to do that. It seems like a hassle. And it's, once again, it's an idea where if I had a team, I'd go, hey, set that up so I can do the thing. Okay, cool. And it'll be set up and I just do it. But like me trying to figure out how to do it, I'm like, put it on the list. When I get rid of these other 999 issues, I'll get to that. Yeah, I do like the music. Bill Maher's right to point out the failures of our disgusting education system. Well, two of the most talked about people out there are these two.
Who knows?
Nick and Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is another reason why I wanted to go live and talk to you. Marjorie Taylor Greene is done. She's stepping aside. She had a change of energy where she went on The View. Is she going to take a job at The View? She can run for governor. Is she running for Senate? Is she running for president? Is she blackmailed? Is she bribed? Is she threatened? What is happening? Why is Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving? Why did Trump fight with her so much? And Massey and Rand Paul. Oh yeah, David. When I hear that song, Slow Ride, it always reminds me of that movie, Dazed and Confused. All right, all right, all right. You know, Joe Biden says, you know what I love about high school girl? You know what Joe Biden says? You know what I love about elementary school kids? I keep getting older and they stay the same age. All right, all right, all right. Giggity. Yeah. Yeah. So I went from Matthew McConaughey to Quagmire to Beavis. Wow. Didn't have that on my bingo card for the day. Okay. Here's Nick Fuentes talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving her post.
Maybe they got something on her. Maybe she's afraid. Maybe they have blackmail on her. Maybe they have something, because she's not the first person to leave under mysterious circumstances. And she's also not the first person to leave under mysterious circumstances who became a problem for MAGA Inc. Matt Gaetz comes to mind. Matt Gaetz led the coup against Kevin McCarthy in September 2023.
And screw McCarthy for hiding the J6 footage.
When Matt Gaetz and the MAGA caucus shut down the government, Kevin McCarthy worked with the Democrats to open the government back up. So Matt Gaetz, with a single vote, initiated a vote of no confidence. Kevin McCarthy lost. He was overthrown and he was forced to resign. His own party took the speakership from him. Matt Gaetz led the charge. Kevin McCarthy resigned. After that, the Republican Party had it out for Matt Gaetz. They started to investigate him. They talked about releasing damning evidence about maybe past sexual or romantic relationships. There was talk that the blackmail would be dumped on him And so he withdrew himself from consideration and then dropped out of Congress. Now he's at OAN, and it's kind of sad. And he's another one that's become a big Israel critic. Oh, well, thanks. Now that you're at OAN, now you want to criticize Israel. That's super helpful, bro. You were a congressman for years. You were well known. And now that you're on OAN, now you found the courage to talk about Israel. Profiles and courage. Thanks. Helpful. And it also reminds me of Madison Cawthorn.
I regret not approaching Madison Cawthorn in Milwaukee. He was right there. I wasn't super, he's a well put together human being. He's a good looking young man, suited up in a wheelchair. I knew it was him, but I didn't have a great time to go up to him, and he was in like groups, but I should have talked with him when he was right in front of me in Milwaukee. That was at the same location where we talked with Scott Pressler, Stephen Crowder's Louder with Crowder CEO, Gerald A. Morgan Jr., and such. I do regret not talking with Madison Cawthorn.
Madison Cawthorn, same deal. Young guy, pro-Trump.
And he blew the whistle on the, and Marjorie with her swinging background, the allegations that she's very, the eyes wide shut parties that Madison Cawthorn was talking about, the orgies and all of these types of things that Madison Cawthorn talked about. Matt Gaetz and his proclivities. I mean, you think Bill Clinton, you think Matt Gaetz, you think Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's various versions of these stories and people that are suspected to have been doing things that are untoward, things that have been proven, things that have been rumored. There's all sorts of different levels of these things. And I'm not even entirely certain. We all know about Billy C. Although I did just share a story today that was claiming Israel had blackmail evidence of that they tapped the White House. Of course, everything, you could say. Israel did everything to everyone everywhere. And so blame them for everything always. Okay, I get it. But the very specific claim that Bill Clinton, President Clinton's White House was tapped and the Monica Lewinsky stuff was being used as blackmail against him to change policy. Which, if that's the case, you're a conquered nation if you're being run by anybody else. That could be if Russia's doing it. That could be if Israel's doing it. That could be if Mexico's doing it. That could be if England is doing it. It doesn't matter who's doing it. If anyone's working those angles successfully, Houston, you got a problem. You got a breach. You got a security breach. Deal with it. Fix this. Because you don't continue it. You don't allow it. But why was Epstein running for so long? Why was he up to what he was doing for so long? Why was it allowed to happen for so long? Why did the courts protect him? Why did legacy media, that reporter, I had the story. I was going to expose Jeffrey Epstein, and they said it wasn't important. And if you do, it's going to mess us up with Prince William and or Prince Andrew, and we're not going to get to Kate and whoever these royals are. Why was it protected for so long? Like everyone was in on it. What are the accusations about J.P. Morgan Chase? Is any of that true? I don't know. But my God, it stinks. Yeah, Madison Cawthorn.
MAGA, very conservative, loves the Roman Empire. He goes on a podcast and says, it's Sodom and Gomorrah in D.C. There's orgies and sex parties. What do? Primary challenger. They release all this blackmail on him.
Yep, because you can't let the little secret out. Come on out to the party. Have a good time. By the way, have a drink that may or may not be spiked. President Trump doesn't drink. By the way. Kenneth.
It wasn't easy being green. Kenneth, it wasn't easy being green. Yeah.
How will you be playing the drums later like Matthew McConaughey? All right. Slow ride. Yeah. Gotta take it easy, bro. Yeah. All right. But I have been needing to play the drums and just I'm feeling the need to create music like you wouldn't even know. David says most of these people are traitors to the United States of America. Wake up, MAGA. I think I got something to say to you. I don't even know how the song goes, something like that, right? Wake up, Maggie. I can't hit those notes. Human being. Yeah, now I'm a human going. Oh, little Rudiger. His name is Bart. Whatever. Little Rudiger. Kenneth, I appreciate your constant Simpsons drops. A human going. Anybody else catch that joke? I don't know. Donat says Bill Clinton should have pulled out the... Well, he could have stopped it. Bill Clinton should have pulled out. Bill Clinton should have pulled out the boss card and told everyone himself he did it. Well, he did eventually. Oh, and you could see the smoke coming out of Hillary's ears.
He loses the primary.
Madison Cawthorn lost the primary because he exposed the trap.
And now I think he's mounting a campaign.
And you don't think lobbyists are all over Washington throwing the parties and getting you on camera, getting you on audio, kind of just gathering info and intel on you to be used against you at a later point? I guarantee you that's happening to some degree. I'm not going to tell you how I know. But I do know.
I saw him on Fresh and Fit the other night, so that's great. So Madison Cawthorn, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Greene all have met the same fate. I imagine she was either threatened or blackmailed. And I
think it reset. Marjorie Taylor Greene stepping aside. All right, here's Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson with the word aside on the screen.
Aside. I wonder if by continuing to lie, they aren't about everything. They're driving all of us a little crazy.
Well, this is why your faith is the most important thing. Because for those of us that are Christians, it doesn't drive you crazy. You actually see what's going on, which is that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities and darkness and spirits, that there's a spiritual war here. And you're right, Tucker. I find people in this space that are not anchored to faith.
Agree or disagree? At the core of what we're going through right now, agree or disagree? At the core of what we're going through, we're dealing with a spiritual war. Agree or disagree? Type it in the comments. By the way, special programming note, we're going to be live on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be delivering to you Strictly Football with myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. That's going to be this Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern, talking about the upcoming week in football for Turkey Week. Have you done any shopping for Turkey Day? Are you cooking at home or going away? Another question of the day. Type it in the comments. Are you going to a family thing? Are you going out? Are you getting food and having it brought home? What is your game plan for Turkey Day? Type us in the comments. Strictly Football this Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. And of course, check out our Thursday show. It's on a podcast. The podcast you can find, not that one, it's this one, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. You can find that podcast. We have a standalone YouTube channel for that. If you're not following the Unhappy Hour on our YouTube channel, just give us a subscription and click for notifications. It boosts the algorithm. Maybe watch a video over there just for fun. All of you, I mean, look, you're all super important, playing whatever role you're playing, all the regulars that hang out with me in this bar. Anything you can do to assist, whether it's chucking a 20 in the collection plate or letting some videos play or sharing the show or inviting a friend. It all matters. They're all Lego building blocks of the foundation. Thank you, everyone, for real. But yeah, is it a spiritual war? Well, oh, Kenneth had to notate it was 1:11. Well done. That was a minute ago. I did take note of 11:11, and you blink and 2 hours pass. Okay, here's another question of the day. By the way, like, I'm asking this so that we can have some engagement, so that we can have some back and forth conversation. And it's not just for the live viewer. This is going to be for the future viewer that didn't catch it live. They're not in the comments yet. They haven't become a regular yet. And you can become a regular later. Please do. Your comments, it's great. This is like taking calls. I love it. It gives me more to talk about. Yeah, it's always appreciated. But yeah, I want that engagement, and I want your thoughts. And then I want people to come in, even if they were live and the show's on, or you find the show and somebody comments on it. Comment back. Keep the conversation going on the YouTube channel. That shows the algorithm that conversations are being sparked. We're fighting an uphill battle to try to regain a little bit of neutrality from the algorithm that's been set up so specifically to keep us from succeeding. I know it, you know it. I know it, you know it. The American people know it. But yes, I digress. Kenneth says, did the famous Monica dress ever get auctioned off? I mean, it was painted. You know, Jeffrey Epstein, like I played on yesterday's show where Joe Rogan talks about when you'd walk in the door at Jeffrey Epstein's place, it's a big picture of Bill Clinton on the wall wearing Monica Lewinsky's dress pointing because it's saying, I gotcha. That's why the Hunter Biden laptop was relevant, because it showed all the bribery, the blackmail, the deviancy, the corruption. When you got all that criminality, the accusations of hundreds and hundreds of crimes, I believe. You put somebody into office that can be that controlled because they're that reckless, that's a national security threat. And the deep state said, nope, we have to protect that because we can only allow someone in here that's compromised because we call the shots, not you. That's the deep state. People used to look at Trump saying, oh, why is he so obsessed with the border wall? It's not even that big of a deal. Yeah, it's worse. It's not that big of a deal. It's way worse. In the last term of Obama, Biden, Harris, like they made it so much worse. An absolute travesty. That's what the deep state is. Oh, the fake news. Oh, come on. There's no fake news. You just don't like it because they're telling the truth about you. No. The news is effing fake. It's not just fake, it's effing fake. Look at me editing, self-censoring a word. First time for everything. All right. Giggity, giggity. Fake news is way worse than you realized. The border, way worse than you realized. Are you starting to get it yet? The deep state. No, there's no deep state. Trump, he just doesn't like the American people. He's just doing so many illegal things. Of course he's getting blocked by the courts and by the Democrats and the rhinos. And of course he's getting sued and trying to throw him in jail because he's bad. No. They're framing the F out of him. That's the deep state. They're coming after all of us if we don't stop it. And this is the only chance we've had in our lifetimes to give it a solid push, to grab the Overton window and smash it 99 yards downfield to their 1 yard line. Maybe punch it in for a touchdown and arrest the cabal, rip them out by the root. And try to just have a decent government that stays out of your hair, collects a little bit of money, does a little bit of things, but it's not absolutely robbing us blind through inflation, the printing of the digitizing, the quantitative easing of trillions of dollars. Poof, and it's gone. What's that from? And it's gone. What? And it's gone. Type that in the comments if you know the pop culture reference. 3, 2, 1. South Park, the Margaritaville episode. Yeah, thanks a lot for investing with us in this bank here. All right, we're just going to go ahead and take that deposit, put it into us James' account, really make that money work for you, and it's gone. Huh? And it's gone. So I don't know if the dress was ever auctioned off. David, we need to hear about military tribunals, which could be done in a few days and not dragged out like civilian trials. Kenneth says, yes, he agrees it's a spiritual war. David, it's a spiritual war. Danette says, absolutely, it's a spiritual war, and that's why I've been saying there's always more to these stories. It's not just about immigration or food stamps. There's layers on layers and layers of incorporated attacks that are only shown at the surface level. You're right. And you reach a certain point and you realize everything's scrambled together. The eggs are scrambled. Yeah, you chopped up some peppers, some onions, some bacon bits. You got some onions. Did I say no? Peppers. Did I say peppers? Cheese, salt, pepper, hot sauce. You're just mixing it up, whisking it up. Once it's scrambled, it's scrambled. You can't undo it. It's all just the ingredients are mixed together. Put a little bit of cream or half and half or some milk or even some water to fluff up the eggs. David's a Canadian, so it's not Thanksgiving. It's football watching day. Kenneth is a regular. Thanks, coffee. A regular, not irregular. It's Abby. Abby normal. What's that from? 3, 2, 1. Type it. Bride of Frankenstein. Oh, I do have mugs. I don't have the one in my hand, but New American Media mugs. If anyone wants one, shoot me a $40 donation and your address, and I will send it over to you. Get it in the mail Monday morning. Kenneth, that dress had an Epstein. David, what happened to Vince Foster? We know. And if you don't know, now you know. Yeah, Vince Foster. Allegations that he was having an affair with Hillary Clinton. Super, super, super suspicious. Offing. They claimed he did it to himself. Did he now? Do not. Man, my nose is itching. Does that mean somebody's writing a haiku about me? How does that work? If your nose itches, it's right there. I don't want to go digging for gold. You gotta tickle. It's tough to get around. Do not. Yeah, by the way, I got a few more stories, then a few more, but like today's an Ask Me Anything day. Ask some questions. I want legitimate questions. I know we could all try to come up with the goofiest question, but legitimately, shoot me some interesting questions, random questions, and I'll try to give some rapid fire answers to random questions. Here's a new segment called Rapid Fire Answers to Random Questions. Hey, Jamie, can you jot down that I want to make that a regular segment? Give me like a stinger, like something, a little 3, 4, 5 second thing that's like rapid reaction to random questions. Thanks, Jamie. By the way, there's no Jamie. I'm Jamie. Do you think President Trump is also not controlled? They allowed him in there. They put Kamala up as a decoy. Well, I don't know that Kamala was a decoy. Biden was a decoy. Nobody liked Biden. Nobody. In fact, Biden and Kamala, they were the worst. They were the least likable people in the DNC primaries, the Democrat primaries. People hated them. Nobody liked them. They were both puppets. There's no debate in the Democrat Party. They rig all of their elections, many of their recent elections. Nobody voted for Kamala. She was installed. She wouldn't have won a popularity contest. Bernie Sanders would have. Bobby Kennedy Jr. would have. No, Kamala Harris. No way. But yeah, I mean, a decoy, they just thought they could put any puppet up. They put a Weekend at Bernie's up that overthrew the White House and seized control 4 years ago. They had Weekend at Bernie's marionette puppet stumbling around like C-3PO, sniffing and touching and creeping. They sort of got away with that. Lord willing, the grand conspiracy will unravel. Yep, you got it, Kenneth. Young Frankenstein. Have I ever seen a UFO? Okay, hold on. Let's do all the questions. What sort of tickle? It's like right here on the, I don't know. It's a type of itch that feels like you could never satiate. I don't know why. Someone's writing a haiku about me. I know it. Please feel free to write a haiku about me in the comment section. Kenneth asking random questions. Rapid fire answers for random questions. Do you own sheep? I do not. I would like to own some rabbits. Chickens. I would love to have some farmage. Absolutely. Have I ever seen a UFO? I have. I was in Taos, New Mexico, in the foothills of the Sangre de Cristos Mountains at the Greater World Earthship community, building off-the-grid, self-sustainable homes out of rubbish. Geothermal technology, capturing the water from the sky, filtering said water into 5,000 and 10,000 gallon cisterns that could provide you your water, slowly released over time in the arid desert landscape of sand and nothingness. Filter your water 4 times, and by the time it goes out into your leach field, you can then grow shrubs and plants and bushes and gardens with your own wastewater. You filter it and it sifts through into the ground, the water table. I was out at the fire pit area and something, I heard like a rumbling and something, and it came across the mountain range, and it was a circle. And it came fast. Almost by the time I heard it and then located it. Then it's like, oh, what is that? And it was over my head. I'm like, man, that moved and it was already on the horizon. It was honest. It was so fast. It's unidentified because, one, I'm not an aviation guy. I wouldn't know what I saw because I don't know how to identify the things in the sky, number one. Number two, I don't recall ever seeing something move that fast. And in those desolate desert areas like Taos, New Mexico. By the way, Taos being the longest continually inhabited location in America. Area 51, New Mexico, like there's Roswell, the testing grounds for nuclear warheads. It's just an area that you test stuff anyway, that general American Southwest region. So I saw something that I couldn't identify. I don't know if it was alien, but I saw something, yes. Have I ever changed a tire? I tried to change a tire in Columbus, Ohio once, and the car rolled off of the jack, and the jack broke the fuel line. That was a bad day. I thought I had it under control. The ground was a little uneven, or the car was, I needed a parking brake, or there was rear wheel drive, and I couldn't have done that. I don't know what I did wrong, but it rolled off the jack. I thought I had it under control, and I screwed up. So I've had AAA for 15 years, but I used to work at a mechanic shop, and we got all the police impound tows. So I've done some stuff. I'm trying to think, has there ever been a time I've like taken a tire off and put a tire on? I mean, like they have the spinning device and you pop that thing in and it'll unseat the tire from the rim. There's a lot of nuance to it. I kind of don't want to mess it up, and having busted a fuel line before, I kind of don't mess with it. So it's a long way to say kind of, sort of, no, but yeah, I have. Didn't that clarifying? My point, Kamala was installed, so we would choose Trump. Oh, if we had Bernie, it would have been a fair election. I mean, I don't know that Bernie was really palatable. I mean, he's way more legitimately more popular than any of these other Democrat clowns. They just don't let him get any oxygen because he's not controllable. It's all a money laundering scheme from that party, it seems. Did the UFO have its way with you? Not that I'm aware of. David, I've seen the same things, but 3 spheres moving together in speeds and ways that defy any sense of reality. Yeah, multiple orbs at the same time dancing around each other. Danette says, when I'm in Taos, I can hear the humming like a power plant. Really? Over at Bell Rock, I charged up a crystal there. It's in my downstairs office. Have I ever gapped a plug? Well, I mean, that's where I would make a Madison Cawthorn, Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene joke, right? If I ever gapped a plug? Yes. I remember working behind the counter and some guy came in. He's like, I got a flat. I'm like, the guys are out. Like the shop's closed down. I'm sorry. He's like, yeah, but you have the stuff here. You could do it. I go, I don't know how. He goes, look, I'll take it off the thing. Can you put it up on the machine? Can we drop it in water? Can we identify where it's at? And can we use he goes, I'll pay you for it. And he tipped me a lot. Maybe he tipped me $100 or something. But yeah, found the plug, put the gooey little tar thing in, you pop it in, you spin it. 90 degrees, 45 degrees, you give it a quarter turn. Maybe it's a quarter turn, maybe it's a half turn, somewhere in between. And then you rip it out, and it should seal it. And then you take the razor blade and you cut it down so that it wears down. Yes, I have gapped a plug. I love these random questions. I need to finish the news and just do questions. Ever have a DMT trip? No. Although I did tip a bartender too much in Cancun, Mexico, and I danced for about 7 hours, and I don't dance. So I don't know what that was. David's watched the sky light up in the middle of nowhere and flicker like a light and then turn off like nothing happened. Yeah, I see that a lot. Heat lightning is what they call it, at least in some cases. I don't know what temperature is like in your case. Danette says, but you just made my point that they only allow people who are controllable. Thus, Trump is also a puppet. Note, they tried to explode Trump. They tried to Charlie Kirk Trump in Butler. They can't control him. They don't like what he's doing, both Republicans and Democrats, because they're in on it. They're like, hey, it's wrestling. It's kayfabe. I'll pretend to be the bad guy. You pretend to be the good guy. Let's just fight, but we'll take all the money behind the scenes and we'll split it up. Okay, cool. That's what Chauncey Billups was doing at his rigged poker games. They were robbing all the people that showed up, and then he got his cut afterward. So no, I don't think that they would try to Charlie Kirk President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, and on the golf course if he was controllable. It's possible that he's the only human in history, in American history, that would have been able to stand up to all this and say, I'll just have F you money. I got F me money. I don't need you. I'm not scared of you. There's nothing you can do to me. I have no shame. I'm a comic. This shit rolls off my back. Bring it. It's like an undefeatable force, potentially. Or you're right. The other option is he is a controlled puppet. Perhaps. This whole episode lasts for about 5 to 10 minutes. What episode lasts for 5 to 10 minutes? Kenneth, have you ever seen the rain? I want to know. Have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? Bum, 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 bum. David, it was pitch black driving on a 2-lane highway in the bush about 4 hours northeast. Yeah, there's a lot over Lake Erie. A lot of reports out of Cleveland as well. Not too far from you. What about, I'll get a little microdose. Well, I was dosed as a kid. I was a Ritalin kid. Hyperactive. Attention deficit disorder. Also, learning enrichment accelerated program. I was a smart kid on meth. So, I mean, that's like microdosing. It's methamphetamines, essentially, right? Similar to it. Oh, you saw all those lights that looked like a forest fire started. Gotcha. All right, back to the people who are in this political battle who are not anchored to faith. Is it a spiritual battle or just a political battle? It's a spiritual battle.
Anchored to Jesus, they do lose their mind, because there is no rational or reasonable explanation for what the country is doing to itself or what we are experiencing. But if you then see and you know that there is a God and we are not him, that there is an entire dimension of angels and demons and spirits that are constantly struggling around us, and that there is a supernatural dimension, as you mentioned, all of a sudden, that does then make sense. It does not make any rational sense to shut down your schools so you could sacrifice the kids so the elderly can live. That makes no sense whatsoever. It makes no sense whatsoever to keep your marijuana dispensaries open and your alcohol shops open, but the church non-essential. Only a demonic enterprise would do such a thing. Only a demonic enterprise would say that Easter and Pentecost are not essential, but race rioting and burning down a Wendy's is essential activity. And Tucker, you talk about this a lot. For those of us that know the truth, we know that our God is a God of order and distinction. What is the first thing that God did? In the Hebrew scriptures it says, well, and also our scripture in the original Genesis, Bereshit, which is in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and then he separated and he made sense, he made order out of chaos. Our God is a God of order, and order only comes with distinctions, and distinctions are necessary. Think about all the distinctions that God set up in the first 6 books of Genesis that are currently under attack. The distinction between male and female.
I can't believe we're at that point, but yeah, it sort of starts with that. 2 + 2 is 5.
The distinction between man and nature. The distinction between the holy and the profane. The distinction between good and evil. The distinction between infant and adult. These distinctions have always been what
that's the Bidening.
Western civilization were built upon. But it is Satan's goal to blur and eventually destroy those distinctions, because those distinctions of which we get order, and if you do not have that order, then you have the closest thing to satanic chaos here.
Well said. Ever burn an ant with a magnifying glass? I recalled hanging out with my neighbor and the activity was happening. Do I recall doing it personally? Maybe? I remember one day, I don't typically enjoy harming living creatures for sport or for fun. Although I do appreciate meat and the whole cycle of things. Have I ever been mellow? Am I unmellow? Does Nimbus know things? Nimbus has been my Nimbus, what have you been? You've been my familiar for a long time, right? Is that what you've been, my familiar? I had nose kissed. Oh, you missed that tender moment. Here. Oh, I can't spin it. Can I spin it? Nimbus, can I get a nose kiss? Thank you. We touch noses. That's as far as we go. But it's an endearing thing. It's like, you know, because cats, like, that's where they have their scent glands, and they'll rub on things, like, put their scent there. And if you put your nose on there, it's just like, hey, buddy, I love you. It's our little language. I think Nimbus does know things. Birthmarks. I don't know. I think I used to. Yeah, I got a little bit on the arm. A little bit on my forearm. All these random questions. Great. Baker acted? Baker acted. What's Baker acted? Okay, let's keep moving.
They know.
Laura Logan talking about an election. Oh, good. Under duress. I have to tell you on the screen here. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views.
Were they?
This is Former CIA. There's no such thing as former CIA. Can we normalize? Okay, hang on. I'm going to type this in the comments. Just like there is no former Marine, can we please stop saying former CIA? They are lifers. No, Pierre, let's not step on the computer, sir. You want to sit here? You can sit here. Okay, now you can jump down. But you can't sit on my computer. Okay, that's the comment I'm leaving. It's a good comment. All right, so this is former CIA operations officer Gary Berntsen. Not Bernstein, Berntsen. And author Ralph Pizzulo explained the strategy. You don't flip the big blue cities. You shave votes in the places that no one ever audits. They describe teams of statisticians, mathematicians, and hackers who map out every county, identify where margins can be quietly adjusted, and use different techniques in each location so nothing matches in a recount. When a 70-30 county becomes 68-32, everyone shrugs. But across an entire state, those tiny shifts can decide outcomes. According to Berntsen and Pizzulo, America's enemies, foreign and domestic, know exactly how to exploit these weaknesses and avoid the evidence is sitting in plain sight. This is Laura Logan, episode 45. Laura Logan licensed some of our J6 footage, so we like hearing what she has to say.
They can find the dead people that they need to get certain votes. They plan this, as Gary said before.
It's meticulous.
It's meticulous. These guys are experts at this. It's not just a few guys in a back room. You're talking about hundreds of statisticians and engineers, and they work it, for a year.
And mathematicians and hackers.
Right.
We had a map out of Colorado when we were talking to our engineers, the guys that designed it and stole the elections. And we looked at it and we said, look, it's Denver here and Colorado Springs, all the Democrats, they said, and they looked at us in pity,
Yeah.
Like, here's a, they said, no, we just go to every one place where Trump wins 70-30 and he's winning 68, or we shave in every other place. We don't go near a Democratic place because when they want to do recounts, they're going to go to the Democratic places. They don't realize we shaved in every other committee. We know every other county. We know how to do this. And then in each of those things where they shave with a different technique in each one of those. So if you found something in one county, there's no continuity around the state that way.
So this is why the Republicans are so much at fault, because they have the power and the ability to show in their areas. They can allow access to the machines. They can allow access to the source code. They can allow
But they thought we just won by 35%. Okay, we didn't win by 38.
Yeah.
We won by 35. So no one's going to call they should have, right?
Because everyone says, well, we expected the Republicans to win by a majority. Well, it was a little less than we thought it was going to be, but they still won. So, no harm, no foul. But the evidence of the fraud is right there, and they could show it. They
never looked at it.
Oh, really? Can we please run the full forensic audits everywhere? All right. So as we are talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, President Trump, Epstein, all these things, room goes silent as a reporter unloads Epstein and Clinton secrets on live TV. This may not be from this week. I think I've played this in the past, a couple months ago, but it's very relevant today.
Another question for you is, so over the weekend, President Trump...
Okay, over the weekend. Hold on. Kenneth, you're so weird with your questions. Brian, ask Kenneth some questions. No, you ask him some questions. I'm trying to finish the show here. This is the Saturday show. I'm supposed to be fast, but I start talking to you guys and I triple my show length, which is great. Coke or Diet Coke? Neither. I really like Spindrift. It's just carbonated water with a hint of just fruit juice. No chemicals, no bullshit. Just a hint of fruit juice and sparkling water. That's what I prefer. If I do get a drink, I'll usually convince myself that aspartame is better than high fructose corn syrup. I don't know which is worse. I'll usually go Diet Coke. But there are some Cokes with real sugar and Pepsis with real sugar. I suppose if I had to pick between a beverage with real sugar and high fructose corn syrup, or what's the other one? Aspartame. I'd probably pick real sugar. I try not to have a lot of that stuff. The short answer is I try not to. I used to drink a lot of diet stuff. Get the cubes of Diet Mountain Dew. I sort of did enjoy that, but I've gotten away from it. Any ink? No ink. I am inkless. I guess that's a rare thing. Do black copters fly over your head often? No, but I did figure out a way. To call the police and get black helicopters, or police helicopters, we call them the pork chop, to fly overhead. I've called in the helicopters several times in Los Angeles. You don't want to do it over a lot, and you don't want to overdo it. I don't know what a plumper is, but I'm scared to ask. Do I wear Crocs in Walmart? I have never worn Crocs. Oh my God, butter or margarine? Okay, here's something. Ink free since 93? What? What happened in 92? I've sort of addicted to butter, grass-fed organic butter right now. The Kerrygold salted butter. Oh. What I like is cut a little piece off and put it on a rice cake. Take a bite. It's like having buttered popcorn without making popcorn and without getting little kernels stuck in your teeth. See, I'm sort of, all in on butter. I'm trying to like dial back the butter a little bit. I gotta be a little careful. But I think real food like meat, red meat, chicken, real protein, real vegetables, organic vegetables, and butter, just basic ingredients. I think that's all we're supposed to be eating. I try to avoid any of the other stuff. Tango or cash? Cash. By the way, we have Rumble rants and super chats. That was a good segue. I like that. Okay, here's the reporter talking about Epstein and Clinton.
Posted through social a video highlighting what most people call the Clinton body count, which is the strange number of suicides that seem to happen in Clinton circles.
And remember, we're talking about Vince Foster in the comments. This is not a unknown phenomena over the past 35 years.
I have a headline here from the Washington Post that said, Trump peddles false conspiracy theories tying the Clintons to several deaths. So I just wanted to highlight real quick, this wasn't in Trump's video, but this is from the Arkansas Times. And it's the death of Mark Middleton, who was a former Clinton White House aide, who was found dead on a Clinton Foundation property. And I'll just quote from the Arkansas Times. Middleton apparently shot himself in the chest with a shotgun and also hung himself from a tree with an extension cord. So I have no idea how somebody commits suicide that way, but if the Washington Post is here, maybe you can enlighten us as to how that was actually a suicide. So anyways, that's just a lead into my question about the most famous Clinton-related.
My question is on the economy. Councilman Les Winan, I think you ought to do more thinking and less whining.
Suicide, which is that of Jeffrey Epstein. There's still a lot of questions around that case. You've released phase 1 of the Epstein files. What was missing from that is any connection to his ties to intelligence agencies, and that's really the whole story, that not just trafficking young girls, but doing it on behalf of intelligence agencies, and even potentially as part of a blackmail ring with potential ties to the Israeli government. So for phase 2, when can we expect it? Will it have information pertaining to those aspects of the Epstein case?
I know the Attorney General has committed to releasing those files. I would defer you to the Department of Justice on her.
Another question for you is, so
There you go. I mean, wait, what sounds unhealthy? Eating real food? Or just eating a lot of butter? No, I'm talking about like eating whole food, real ingredients. Cagney or Lacey? Cagney's got a cooler name. I don't know that I've ever watched Cagney and Lacey. Tango and Cash? I don't remember ever watching Tango and Cash either. Pepsi or Coke? Like I said, I don't drink a lot of it either way. If it's there and I'm in the mood, I'll do whatever. Maybe Coke? I mean, 90s, it was all Pepsi. Everybody was a Pepsi in the 90s. Cream or sugar? I've learned to drink my coffee black. I had a friend that was like, no, see, the thing about coffee is if you learn to like it black, you're never going to be disappointed if you're out of milk, you're out of sugar, blah, 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 blah. Just drink it black, and it'll always be good, and it'll always be coffee. I used to love all those flavorings, all those creamers. I can't even tell you how many creamers I would go get at the store when I was in college. I didn't really understand anything about the garbage ingredients in this stuff, but I loved it. Oh yeah, please check out the new logo. Can I put this on the screen large? How do I put this large? Let me go recents. Image. You would be amazed how many prompts I need to provide Grok to get a decent image. Yeah, you guys were busting my chops about the image being, I mean, because really, it does suck. I get it. I just kind of don't care. This was the old image. Well, in a different format. Just kind of blurry. Some of the words are blurry. I kind of like the city in the background. Yeah, this is kind of clean. The TNAM Daily Show with Brian Engelman on the New American Media. That's crisp. Sort of gets the point across, right? That's decent. What do you guys think? Is this decent? Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you love it? Do you want some more of it? 1 to 10. Where do you rank this? Is it 5? It's okay. How do you feel about the NAM, the TNAM? Like they're kind of like linked together. Makes it a little tougher to read, but you can still read it. Because on this one, it's big in the middle. The full screen image is whatever, but then look at it in the top corner. It's readable. But what do you think? Rank this new thumbnail image 1 to 10 and tell me what you think. Why do you like it so much, or what do you really not enjoy about it? Curious to get your thoughts. Yeah, you guys were busting my chop. I had to ask Grok over, and I'm swearing at Grok, and I'm yelling at Grok. I'm threatening Elon. I'm like, how could Elon possibly think you're doing a good job, Grok? Every time I bop. You don't think all the butter's good for me? Well, organic grass-fed beef and organic grass-fed butter is what you want. Just simple ingredients. You don't eat a couple apples, a couple oranges, some ground beef, some steak, some chicken, some. You don't need a lot. But yeah, butter. I've been enjoying the butter and olive oil. Clean ingredients. All right, let's keep going. Epstein file reminder. Oh boy, here's another male survivor. Guess there's a sub theme for today's show.
I was trafficked by the former Abercrombie & Fitch CEO and
by the way, I don't know his story. I don't know if that can be confirmed. I don't know anything about this Barrett Paul. Not following him. He's got 702,000. All right, I throw around follows like crazy. It costs nothing. Just because you follow someone doesn't mean you endorse opinions or agree with anything they have to say. It just means you're following.
a web of people who are still able to do this. because people continue to act like they care, but don't actually care. Regarding the Epstein files, I need you to please listen to me and listen to me for the entirety of this. Save this, share this, help me get this out there because this is important. Men and boys are absolutely included in all of this. Many of you know my story. Many people still don't know the story because it has been pushed down over and over because people don't like to understand that men and boys have always been victims in all of this as well.
Yeah.
The person behind Abercrombie and Fitch at the height of it all, former CEO who I'm talking about, and I refuse to say his name on here because he does not get to take up space in my world anymore. The person who enabled him from the beginning was Les Wexner. Les Wexner is also the person who enabled, from the beginning, Jeffrey Epstein. As you connect more of these dots, you realize that this has been going on for a very long time, and it's still going on to some capacity because these industries, like the modeling industry, are predatory and they are a front for so many other things that are not what the world wants to know. I want to speak directly to survivors right now. Please take care of yourself. The world is using this as fodder. A lot of people that don't actually care about this are now going to use this to get engagement, to get likes, to get follows. And I'm grateful that noise is being made, but it's so sad because we've known this for so long. And if people just believe survivors, we wouldn't be in this position to begin with. Please take care of yourself, turn these things off. Don't engage with the people who are not actually coming at this with sensitivity and nuance and looking to actually help push this conversation forward so that justice can actually be had. What we're fighting is a system that was built by predators for predators. It's soul-sucking and it's gaslighting and it makes you feel crazy. The truth is that we are going to see change and we are going to find justice in different ways, and it's going to take a really long time. Since my story came public in 2023, there's still so many logistical things that haven't gotten to actually happen because they know how to work the system. They know how to make themselves look like a victim themselves. It's just meant to make you feel crazy. And that's why people end up in really hard positions, and it takes a really strong person to go through this and come out on the other side okay. And I'm so grateful to this Love Army for being in this with me and knowing that you have helped get this to where it is, that you have helped make this story even bigger, and that we're going to keep getting more people to understand that men and boys are a part of this conversation and always have been. Please help these different pieces of the puzzle, my story. Please help more people hear about it because it helps us and it protects us in so many ways as well. If you're new here, I'd like to welcome you to our Love Army. Much love, y'all. I was trafficked.
So this stuff is important, and I appreciate, Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene going hard at this. If someone was behind this abuse and they were just using it for political power and they thought that this was acceptable, it's not acceptable. Oh, well, there could be repercussions. Damn right there better be repercussions. What's this? David says 9 to 10. He likes the new logo here. It looks like a high-end professional news source. Yeah, it's crisp. It's pretty well done, I think. Danette likes the old image better. All right, let's compare. But you see, here, let me take, well, I'll leave your comment up there. You see the difference, though? Here was one version of it. It's okay. It's just, it's blurry. It's not, the resolution is not sharp. I sort of liked what they were going for there. I can see it. This is our classic logo. This is nice and sharp and crisp and bold and vivid. This is another one, both designed by the same guy, Ted Distel Design. Thank you, Ted. I made this one on my own, Strictly Football. I made this one on my own, Strictly Football. I made this one on my own. Hey, now. But this was the one that we were going with. But once again, it's just kind of fuzzy. And when you look down in the corner, the new American media, the I in American looks like an R. American. Miola. It's just fuzzy. It's blurry. It's not sharp. It's kind of, but I kind of like what they're going for with the microphone and the TNAM Daily Show with Brian. It's okay. And I kind of like the color. You got red and you got blue. Well, you got red and you got purple. That's actually pretty clever here because I would never be blue. But I could see some overlapping purpleness between the two parties sometimes. I'm not blue. And then compare it to how sharp and clean and bold and vivid this is. Bang. The TNAM Daily Show. I can take your comment off the screen. And yeah, I like all these old images to one degree or another. David saying he thinks the CEO is in jail. He might be. Yeah, Kenneth. Men and boys used as toys. If that's happening, make some noise. Make the TNAM like the old letters. Oh, okay. Yeah, because they are connected, and that's not necessarily ideal. I do get that. You consume as much heavy cream as I do butter. Yeah, it's been my latest thing. It's been slicing a piece and crunching on some rice cakes. Oh, it's just like movie theater popcorn. It's got the crunch and it's got the salty butter. I don't know. I'm probably starting to get hungry. Haven't had lunch today. All right, let's keep going. I think that's all I had on Instagram. Let me double check. That is what I had on Instagram. So let's buzz through our X account, shall we? Please hit like, please hit subscribe, please share the show. Reminder that we have Rumble Rants and Super Chats, and we also have Patreon, YouTube, and Rumble to subscribe to, and then Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal if anyone wants to make a donation. All right, let's scroll down here. There's our Patreon link pinned at the top of our X feed if y'all are interested. Here's something kind of awful that happened. Let's just play this clip. Sorry to drop your vibes, the vibe check, but this is a story that, I don't know. Let's learn.
Officer, he's dead? Why? I shot at him, bro. I didn't know. Shot at him?
This is just awful. He's like, my kid is dead. He shot him. He's like, I shot him, bro. Like, it's so, like, calm and sad and
Officer, he's dead? Why? I shot him.
And he goes up, officer, I shot him, take me to jail. He puts his hands behind his back.
Officer, he's dead? Why? I shot at him, bro. I didn't know. Shot at him? I didn't know I was fucking kidding the back. And I killed him. In the unit. We were road raging. He came up around the side, like on the merge, you know, where what's the one that takes you northbound, eastbound?
This is a road rage incident. He came up on the side to merge.
Over there. Where's he going at right now? He's in the car on the passenger side.
Okay, TNAM preparedness, number one. If you ever find yourself in a situation, any situation, please, TNAM preparedness, let me tell you. Shut the fuck up. Sort it out after the fact. Shut up. Silence is one of the... I don't know what happened prior to this in this road rage incident. I don't know what was occurring here. We have stories. Let your attorney tell the story. Sort it out before you say something inarticulately. You omit a part of it. You're not thinking right. And nobody can put it all together in a coherent way that fast. Just shut up.
Yeah, no, it's 100% happened. I shot at him, dude. I didn't even know he had a kid in the car.
He said it's 100% my fault. I shot him. I didn't know he had a kid in the car.
In control. There's a kid shot in the back seat. Notify supervisors and stuff. Thanks, bro. I'm so sorry. Do you have the ID? Okay. Just. I'm going to school. Wow. Take a minute when you get a chance. I'll need your ID. I'm so sorry. Okay, we'll get this all taken care of. Whose car is this? Do you mind having a seat in your car with him and just chilling?
Him in my car.
No, okay. Okay.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, he has to stay. He's a witness. Shut your mouth, sir. I understand you're upset. I can't even imagine what this will be. So you're merging here? Okay. He came up on your right, he turned up on you?
Road rage turned into this.
So when did he shoot?
Here in the...
Was he still in his car or did he get out?
Yeah, no. He get out, but me, boom, it's okay.
So he got out and then shot at you?
Yeah,
okay.
I shot him like that and get out and me, it's all crashing for stop, you know?
Okay. Was he on your... So after the crash is when he shot?
No, after, no.
He shot and then the crash? Okay.
In the need for stop.
There was a crash. Was it before or after the shooting?
I don't see my kid.
Yeah.
Hard to hear. It's hard to decipher. A lot of background noise.
Okay.
Is there any chance that the kid will be okay?
There's always a chance. I don't know. I've seen, after 20 years, I've seen kind of everything happen. So I won't say it's not possible. I won't say anything could happen. If you're a praying man, I would be praying a lot for him right now.
The shooting followed a road rage exchange. Charged with M, and the S was... They said that it was premeditated. I don't see how you could possibly argue premeditation. I think we need to do something about the attorneys or the district attorneys who are going to overcharge cases. There's no universe where this is premeditated. You didn't wake up and say, you know, I really want to get into an altercation with a stranger today and end up going to jail. That's not that doesn't fit the mold for premeditation. But it's a terrible story that's developing. Where was this at? Where was this? I don't think they're saying. Okay, let's keep going. And in some ways, does it feel like a skit? You know, it's just incidents with body cams and you just see interactions. I ask all the time, not just this, not just all of it. Is this an act? Is this a scene out of a movie? Was this filmed? Was this coordinated? Is this real? I ask this 5 times a day, sharing stories. So yeah, Nimbus, I'm asking it here. Coming up. I think he's hungry for some lunch. Buddy, give me a couple minutes. I'm going to buzz through the rest of these stories and we'll wrap it up. He's like, I'm ready for second lunch. All right. President, according to Eric Daughtry, and retweeted by Elon Musk with the fire emoji, President Trump and AG Bondi just asked a federal court in Florida to release the Epstein transcripts that are currently sealed. The filing comes barely 2 days after Trump signed. Let me make this bigger so you can read it. After Trump signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. DOJ now arguing that the new law overrides a law that allowed these documents to remain sealed. It's a huge backfire on the left. So I guess they're claiming our law passed by Congress trumps your judicial block. Checkmate. And if that's what this has always been about, to get these things unsealed, if this congressional law now supersedes whatever they were trying to withhold, buckle up, Buttercup. Fingers crossed. Mark Levin says, now Megan, I never called you a Nazi. And I never called you an anti-Semite, which you accused me of saying as well. You're awfully defensive. Serial lying is not a great trait, Megan, but you're a crackpot. Now, Megan. Blake does a good Mark Levin. I don't listen to him enough to remember what he sounds like. Something like that. But then Megyn Kelly says, you absolutely did, you lying POS. You won't be happy until you get someone K'd. Take a listen to Mark in his own words.
I don't know where this is going. I don't know where this Jew hatred from the Marxists, the Islamists, the neo-Nazis, the grifters, I don't know where they're pulling us and pushing us. What do they want to do with American Jews? What do they want to do? Where are they taking this country? They're destroying it. Carlson, Owens, Kelly, Bannon, the rest of them, and others. I don't know where this is going. I don't know where this Jew hatred from the Marxists, the Islamists, the neo-Nazis.
There you go. So stop lying, Mark Levin. Jim Ferguson says, Supreme Court just handed Trump the immigration equivalent of a nuclear button. In a 5-4 ruling, they confirmed that he can use the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to treat Tren de Aragua as what it is, an invading foreign force. Yeah, all these illegal alien invaders are, not just Tren de Aragua. That means no more endless appeals, no more activist judges blocking deportations. Venezuelan gang members can be rounded up and shipped straight to El Salvador's mega prison. This is a historic win for borders, sovereignty, and law and order in the United States. The only people upset today are the open borders globalists who never thought this day would come. Representative Jim Jordan says they spied on President Trump. They spied on senators. And now we just learned they spied on me. If they can do it to us, they can do it to you. And he brought receipts. Enoch Burke speaks outside the Wilson's Hospital School. High Court Judge Brian Cregan directed the Gardaí to arrest and imprison teacher Enoch Burke in blatant disregard of his constitutional and God-given rights. Enoch Burke refused to comply with Principal Niamha McShane's demand that he use the they program for a singular male student. You're only one person. There's no such thing as they. You're one person. You don't need to say they. That's not correct. Judge Cregan described him as an intruder and a potential danger to students in the school. Enoch Burke has been betrayed by Ireland's religious leaders who have kept a treacherous silence while anti-Christian ideology is imposed on every child in the country. An imprisonment looms for Enoch Burke, and he asks you to challenge your religious leaders to stand up for your sons and daughters. It's been confirmed that the man in Chicago who set a woman on fire had 72 arrests, not the initially thought 49. Judge said, I can't put everyone behind bars just because the state's attorney asked me to. Yes, you can. Sally Saddle at the Free Press says, psychiatrist. Hold on. One not need be a psychiatrist as I am to grasp the profound injustice of executing a person who K'd someone under the command of delusions. Hold on, Sally. If criminal defense attorneys and judges and criminals learn that all they have to do is claim asylum and you can just waltz into a country and steal their stuff, take their jobs. They took our jobs. Then everyone's going to say that, and that's what's happened. Oh, asylum, asylum. They're handing out cards. You must say this on your way in. It's fraud. It's a scam. By the way, who gives a shit under the command of delusions? Yep. The Free Press says, psychiatrist Sally Saddle explains why she believes the execution of schizophrenic man who stabbed a Ukrainian refugee 2D on a train would be an act of cruelty, not justice. Carl Benjamin says, shut the F up, Sally. And we said we would pay the family via pay-per-view to watch the firing squad erase this monster. Sally, get a clue. Oh, what is this? Minnesota Police Chief O'Hara is asking forgiveness for exposing the reality of Somali criminal activity in Minneapolis. He has a Somalian translator as he apologizes for enforcing the law. This entire thing is insane. Pirates robbing our country. Pirates.
The Somali community here in Minneapolis has been welcoming and has shown love towards me, and I appreciate it.
They've been welcoming and showing love by stealing the resources meant for our public health needs. A bunch of thieves, bandits, pirates.
Over the last 3 years, we have been working together to try and address some of the real serious problems that we have in our community. We have to be honest at times with the problems that we're having in our community, and we need our community to help us fix those problems together because it's real and it's serious. At the same time, if people have taken anything that I have said out of context in a way that's caused harm, I apologize and I'm sorry for that because that's not my intention at all.
Unreal. There's criminality, rampant criminality and theft. Expose it. Chief Nerd put this Tucker clip out about how evil people will use your goodness against you. Don't let them.
Evil people use your strengths against you. They use your decency against you. You saw this with COVID. Do you care about your elderly parents? Of course I do. They're my parents. Well, then you must take the vax or whatever. They're not actually sticking a gun in your face and trying to force you to do something. They're leveraging your own decency against you. Evil people.
Abusers. This is a video purporting that when Charlotte ICE shows up, it's the work site. Completely empty. Nobody on the job. And it used to be full. Nobody working anywhere, and that wasn't the case prior to ICE showing up. Steven Crowder says if an entire job site disappears in Charlotte the second that ICE shows up, it's because the companies chose illegal cheap labor over hiring Americans, and now they're finally paying for it. Hire actual Americans and the projects won't be collapsing. I agree. Clandestine says Zelensky and his deep state handlers desperately do not want an audit into where the funds went from Ukraine. Why? Because the money trail will lead back to people like Biden and Obama. Biden said so himself. The deep state are hiding unfathomable criminality in Ukraine.
To clean up loose ends.
It's quiet, but you get the point. Matt Walsh says women who try to become men always regret it because the male experience is far more difficult and isolating than they ever expected. Ron Wyden is pressing for an investigation into J.P. Morgan Chase and Epstein. Ron Wyden, U.S. Senator from Oregon. Hold on, who is he? Democrat, right? Oregon, he puts he, him, and his demo, or it's virtue signal. He didn't say Democrat, but I think he is, right? Anyway, my staff is releasing a new report showing J.P. Morgan Chase executives all the way up to the top enabled Epstein's trafficking operation. You're going to want to read this. This woman was saying, hey, can I see this pew-pew? Sure, I'll take a look at that. Here you go. And I'm running. And I'm running out the door. Goodbye. This is mine now. Oh, no, you don't. Kablamo crunch. You down now, lady. You down. And you arrested. You tried to steal a firearm, you weirdo. Good job. Always be prepared. Say her name, Cheyenne Castins. She was brutally STD at a dollar store in Florida. Lamar Beasley, who was arrested for the M, is a convicted S offender who was released from prison in July. Why won't you hear about this on the media? Say her name, Cheyenne Castins. Gun Owners of America says breaking in an ultimate betrayal of the Second Amendment. The Trump admin is defending the archaic National Firearms Act of 1934. The Justice Department supports gun registration under the necessary and proper and commerce clauses, says the zero NFA tax is still a valid tax. Hodge twins say Pam Bondi just betrayed all Americans, and I'm seeing that from my libertarian friends too. Wall Street Apes is showing private equity firms ruining another restaurant chain. American went to Jersey Mike's, and for $9, they're barely giving you anything anymore. Remember when $5 gave you a whole foot long in America? Blackstone bought Jersey Mike's, completing the purchase in 25. Portion sizes have continued to decline. That's the claim. That looks tiny, though. It looks like a biscuit. Ann Coulter asks if Trump thinks he can stop the re-election of all 427 congressmen who voted for the bill. Marjorie Taylor Greene is resigning after Trump attacked her and said he'd back her primary opponent because she backed the bill compelling the DOJ to release the files. And Wokeness shares this. This is a white lady sitting on the Chicago train by herself, not bothering anyone, set on fire by a 72-time prior arrested black felon in Chicago, 49 prior arrests. It's 72. Zero bystanders helped. Set her on fire. Scott Adams asks, how did Epstein learn how to be Epstein? Money laundering ain't easy, and it isn't safe. That's a great question. Say her name, Bethany McGee. She was riding the CTA train when a career criminal, Lawrence Reed, doused her with gasoline and set her on fire. Reed has an extensive criminal history with no more than 70 prior arrests. Alex Jones says, Trump says, I think they're in serious trouble after White House and Pentagon finally discovered the Democrat Podesta plan to trigger a civil war and collapse the United States. Yeah, it's a tough thing here. We're all in trouble if we allow this crap. Bridgerton actress Genevieve Chenier breaks down as she's attacked in London for a second time.
And I was literally like right about to arrive for my audition. So I've like had to come in and I'm trying to like gather myself, but I'm so shaken because obviously I had that phone attack happen to me and it's like so nerve-wracking for me.
Why isn't she describing her attackers?
Being out in central London now, and I just got my confidence up and was like looking at moving back. And he just like, he literally like, I couldn't walk anywhere. He was just looking at me and he just fucking hit me. Like, I can like feel where he hit me, so I'm like trying to regulate myself, but like, it's like, just leave me alone. Why are there not more police on the street? Like, I should be able to...
Oh, don't you need to defund the police? Aren't you part of that movement? I don't know what her policies are, but...
go to a policeman on the street and be like, this just happened, you know? But it's not big enough that the police can come. It's a full-grown man. I'm like so shaken.
Anyway. Sensible men have been warning about this for decades. It's sad that some people choose to learn by bitter experience. Woman grows up around men who respect and defer to her, and then she's shocked to run into men from other countries who do neither. No description of the attackers, of course. Christopher Rufo says Somalis in Minneapolis are stealing billions from American taxpayers, loading bags of cash onto commercial flights and funding terrorism back in Mogadishu. This is an insane system and it must be stopped. Matt Walsh says the whole Somali economy runs on fraud and piracy. It's part of their culture. No surprise that they come here and continue with these customs. Christopher Rufo shared this, saying, according to Glenn Kearns, a retired Seattle Police Department detective who spent 14 years on Federal Joint Terrorism Task Force, the Somalis ran a sophisticated money network spanning from Seattle to Minneapolis and were routing significant amounts of cash on commercial flights from the Seattle airport to the Hawala networks in Somalia. One of these networks, Kearns discovered, sent $20 million abroad in a single year. The amount of money was staggering. Poly Market reveals millions of taxpayer dollars laundered through Minnesota autism clinics to Al-Shabaab terrorist group. Phil Mickelson says it's treasonous behavior. This is treasonous behavior, as are those who allowed this to happen. 8-minute clip about Charlie Kirk. Matt Van Swole says, do you understand what happens when we remove all illegal aliens from the country? Wages for Americans explode, ER wait times plummet, school class sizes cut in half, auto insurance rates nosedive, affordability, home ownership skyrockets, food stamp rolls collapse, grocery prices fall, DMV lines cut in half, traffic disappears, English spoken everywhere, all violent crime drops substantially, organ transplant waiting lists shorten dramatically, teen summer jobs make a massive comeback, trade schools flood with American kids, birth rates spike, couples can finally afford homes. Every single thing gets better, every single thing. I don't know if it's exactly every single thing, but hey, a lot of that seems to make sense. President Trump says he is ending temporary protection status for Somalis in Minnesota, and they can now be deported. Minnesota under Governor Walz says President Trump is a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. I am, as President of the United States, hereby terminating effective immediately the temporary protected status program for Somalis in Minnesota. Can you make it Somalis in America? Can you make it for anybody anywhere? Somali gangs are terrorizing the people of that great state, and billions of dollars are missing. Send them back to where they came from. It's over, President Donald John Trump. And I think that is what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you all for being here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Reminder, Venmo, Cash App, Rumble Rant Super Chats. All the ways you can toss something into the tip jar. Thank you for being here in my bar today, discussing all the things on the televisions behind me. What I'm going to do now is... Okay, I can't pause it. There we go. I paused it eventually. What I am going to do now is I am going to play you yesterday's program. Let's get this pulled up here. If you'd be so kind, continue letting this content play. It boosts the ratings, it boosts the numbers, keep the comments going, the conversations going. This is going to be, I'm going to stream most of today. So we're going to hit play and we are going to let this roll. I run a network. Let's give you content. There's people showing up every day for the first time. No idea who we are or what we do. Oh. Of course, I forgot to monetize today's show. I got to get this under control. I wish I didn't have to keep hitting the live button. I never even see the screen. It's monetized now if you want to hit refresh. If anyone's watching that would do so. Let it keep playing on a device. I'm going to do yesterday's program. I got to take monetization off. I'm going to pull up yesterday about the Seditious Six. Did they volunteer for treason trial and the ultimate penalty? That was yesterday's program. And I am going to deliver it to you right now. Here we go. Well, that was me freshly out of the rain. I was out in the rain. Look at that hair. All right, everyone. Thank you all for watching. Appreciate you. Love you. We'll talk to you again soon. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, no longer California, Los Angeles to be pseudo-specific. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Friday, November the 21st, 2025, and this right here is called the T-Dam Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree Show. That's where you find it on podcast form, but it is the T-Dam Daily Show here on The new American media. Why is that flag upside down? Why is that flag upside down? What does TNAM mean? TNAM means the new American media. Here, let me show you this one. There, it's right side up. So what do we like better? Right side up or upside down? Are we a nation in distress? Or are we a proper nation? That is the question, isn't it? I asked my buddy Ted, and said, hey, would you design something for me? And he did. He designed a series of things for me. It was fun. I probably have a little bit of... Ooh, I need to charge that, don't I? Feature creep. When you're designing something, you get new ideas. You go, oh, how about this? How about that? Oh, I forgot to say this. Hey, can you add that? What about one more thing? And you don't really know exactly what you want until you get started. And at some point you go, dude, too many, I don't know. I'm getting lost here. You're making this way more confusing. I'm like, I apologize if my brain is coming across in a way that's frustrating or confusing to you. In my brain, I'm just trying to make sense of where it is. Hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us here. With this, we've been watching the replay from a previous show. We go live every day at noon. And this is where we're going to end our transmission at the moment. We'll be back tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern time. That's noon. And thank you so much for being here. All right. I will talk to you tomorrow. To be continued, people. Thank you ever so much. And here's our outro.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.